Why not? It's what Alfred Wallace did. You didn't seem to object to that.
Alfred Wallace didn't cite water levels.
He used the canal as his water level. Yes or no?
He used sticks.
And the canal was the level surface of reference.
He did it at the Bedford Canal, yes.
Okay, so the Bedford Canal was the water surface. It was the water level being used as the reference. Is that correct?
Alfred Wallace, as far as I know, claimed to be a surveyor and then claimed to have a hump in the middle.
Okay, so I just want to note for the record, for everyone watching, that is not the answer to my question. I asked a question. It was a yes or no question. In Alfred Wallace's test that we've heard of, the Bedford Level Canal represented a water level.
Yeah, dude, the canal is a water level. That's why they do it there.
Very good. Next,
like what? Whoa, say very good. I mean, like, why do you ask childish questions?
It's good that we agree.
Is that the question that you wanted me to answer? Like, did Wallace use the bloody canal as a water level? Yeah.
Okay, next question. Next question. Then Alfred Wallace put sticks in that canal. That's, I'm sure we can agree to that.
As far as we know, yeah.
Okay, and presumably, I mean, right?
Somebody drew some pictures, yeah.
And then he used those sticks to establish a series of points that were exactly the same distance from that canal.
Yeah, I haven't got a clue about that. But yeah, I mean, if you want to say that's what he did.
Okay, that's what he said he did.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and then cited along those.
Claimed to be a surveyor as well, didn't he?
Uh-huh, and he cited down those.
Yep.
So
6 miles.
Uh-huh, and if
with
you did
a telescope.
Uh-huh, and if you did that, what do we expect to see if the water level is a horizontal plane?
I don't know. Sticks.
The water level is a horizontal plane, and the sticks are all at the exact same level above the horizontal plane. The sticks are in a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
Right?
Uh-huh.
That's just geometry. If we sight along a horizontal plane, our sight line will be coincident with that horizontal plane. That's just geometry.
So you're sighting along the horizontal plane that's been established by the water sticks in the water level.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about it, right?
Well, no, not a surveyor wouldn't do that, no. But I mean, like, that's what Wallace is claimed to have done.
Wouldn't.
Yeah.
Maybe we should.
Really?
Because we're realizing Euclid here. I'm putting
Euclid. No, dude. Euclid did not sight line anything. There was no sight line proofs.
A sight line, not a line?
Because you call it a line.
So your water level is a line, but a sight line is not a line?
Where's your 2 points?
My eyeball and the target. 2 points, straight line.
Oh, good. Yeah, I like it.
Okay, so
let's
say we agree a sight line is a line?
Well, I mean, are you checking me for your test? Because I hope you're going to be doing this. I really do.
I'm asking you whether that's true. That's correct, and you agree.
I mean, listen. If you're saying about if it's your test, I would say not me. I wouldn't do that myself. But I mean, if that's why, well, no. If you want to go with that, like I'm not going to be one to stopping you. But I wouldn't do that myself.
Yeah, you wouldn't, but why not?
Because it doesn't seem accurate enough for me. Like, you're using your eye and something down the other end. I mean, how would you establish that?
How would I establish what?
Your line.
I would take 3 points, put them in what I think is a straight line. And then I would test whether they are a straight line by sighting along them.
Spaghetti.
If they are not a straight line, it should be evident. What do you think?
Like I say, I think it's ridiculous, but I mean,
Take a straight
if
line,
you want to do it, I can't stop you.
sight down it. If there's any curve in your line, curve, right? And then a curve, what do you see? The 3 points do not line up. Right?
Jolly good.
So what I'm getting at is not I should go do my own test and then tell you what I found. What I'm getting at is before I do the test, I want to design a test that can show my peers that my peers would agree does show what I'm trying to show.
And that's why you've got us round here, because we're the most experienced in doing tests with level.
That's right. Because,
Yeah.
I mean, you're my peers in this question, right? We're doing like a, right?
Yeah, well, we decided right at the beginning you can't use sight. You can't use optics. You have to use
Why?
physical.
Why?
Why? Because people will always say, how do you know? Like, you can't take a picture.
People will
Right.
say, how do you know what? How do I know that when I sight down my spaghetti, how do I know what?
How's that a proof?
Line is a line?
Yeah, because you have to be able to come up with formulate a proof with it. Now, that would be enough for you, right? That's what you like. That is enough proof for you. It wouldn't be enough proof for me. That's why I say I don't want to use optics.
You don't want to use optics
Yeah.
because, let me see if I got you right. Trying to be understanding here. You don't think that a sight line is a line.
No, because we use a water level, because a water level does not require a sight line.
Okay, a water level is definitely level, but a sight line is not a line.
What?
If I got you correctly.
I don't know what you talking about. Say that again. I don't know why you said that.
A water
Make
level,
that statement again. Yeah.
a water level is definitely level.
A water level. Yeah, it's in the name. Water level is a level. Yeah.
Okay, but a sight line is not a line.
Well, a line being 2 points, the shortest distance between 2 points mathematically.
So a sight line is or is not a line.
It's not a geometric line, is it?
But a water
sight
level
line.
is a geometric level.
A water level is a tool called a level. Yes.
And it creates a geometric level.
It creates a horizontal plane of reference. A horizontal plane would definitely be geometric. Yes.
Okay, but a sight line does not create a geometric line.
I don't know. You have
explain to me the
to
difference.
explain that. Well, a water level is a physical tool. There are definitely levels of water. Right? Now, your sight line, where's that? How do we know
How do we know what?
what your sight line is?
I mean, we established 2 points. I'm looking at an object, and I got my eyeball.
Yeah, that's you. I mean, how do we know? I mean, that's if, like I say, if that's enough for you and that's your proof, then that would be
Would you
your
rather I
proof.
use a camera?
You can use
I
whatever
can
you
take
want.
a picture of what I see,
Yes, you can.
and then you can see it too by sharing the picture.
If that's what you want to do, yeah, of course you can. You can take a picture of something.
The point of the test, right, is that my peers agree.
Would taking a
this was
picture
established.
be a test for you? Would that be science in it enough, just for you to take a picture of something?
You can use a picture as part of science, right?
I don't know. I'm checking with you.
Why not?
This is your test, isn't it?
Why not? I mean, a camera is a tool.
Yeah.
Same as the water level is a tool.
Sweet. Yeah. If you want to take a picture of your sight line.
Uh-huh. I want to know, what I want to know is, it's very unclear to me. It seems quite arbitrary that you get to decide that a water level creates a horizontal plane without question, but a sight line doesn't create a line. How do you decide which things you're just going to accept without question and which things you're not going to accept without question?
Why do you think I'm just accepting stuff without question? I mean, like, what do you think over these, let's see how many years I've been to college, I've done surveying, done building construction, I've served my time as a joiner, and then over the last 4 years, been working with Spot On and the Next Level on the Level crew to develop this realizing Euclid test. Seems like you're shitting all over it for, I don't know, for some reason. Why are you doing that?
I didn't shit on it. We do need to wrap up. It's about 5 o'clock, and I know it's late for you. So let's try to wrap up. I'm going to try one more time to try to bring us together and see where we get. I think that sounds like you guys had a great time with it. You're realizing Euclid, and that's cool. I got no problem with that. No problem with it. But I want to clarify for people who seem to have misunderstood your test, that your test does not prove, does not show that water levels are level, does not show that water levels are horizontal, does not show that water levels are planar. Can you agree to that?
That's the basis of that's why we used water levels.
Right. It was accepted as a given. It was not questioned.
Well, to do a realizing Euclid test about the plane.
The fact that water levels create the horizontal plane was not to be questioned.
Well, it worked with the Euclid test to show that all parts of the water level lay within the plane.
It didn't show that. You just accepted that.
No, I think it did show that. Yeah, I think it did. I think Spot On will agree with me as well.
All right, great. So you and Spot On think that your test definitely shows that all points in a water level are planar.
Yeah, water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. Yeah, that's
okay.
The realizing Euclid, yeah.
Okay,
within
great.
a plane.
Okay, I think we're very clear then. And then I would like to follow that up with, you have heard me say that it does not do any such thing.
Mm-hmm.
Am I the first person? I think I'm late to this party. When did you guys do this test?
Last year.
Yeah, so it's been like a year.
It was about this time last year.
So it's been about a year. And in that time, have you heard from anyone else that said something similar to what I'm saying about how it can't discern that?
Well, we did have Sean G saying there is no effing hump, which I think you did say there was a hump. And he said there's definitely no hump. There has been people like you that say there's a drop, but then they sort of realise that vertical drop that's how water flows. So that does sound a little bit. You had a vertical drop measured with the auto level.
I don't think that's the question that I asked. I think Rumpus has told you before something very similar to what I'm saying now, which is that your test is incapable of discerning whether or not water levels are planar.
It's just
Rumpus
the realizing Euclid test. I mean,
Did
I'm
Rumpus tell
really
you
going
this
to have
before?
to. Rumpus has said loads of things. Mainly, they're all nasty. So
Okay.
you don't
Okay,
really
so
get much
he's
chance to hear
nasty.
much about
He's nasty.
Rumpus. Yeah.
Anybody besides me? Am I the first one who's ever suggested to you that your test cannot discern that?
Cannot discern what?
Whether or not water levels are planar.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. The
Other
people have said all, but most of the people that have actually been involved with the test agree that a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. That's why we used it.
Right, but it
It would be
agreeing
foolish to
that-
not use a tool that establishes a horizontal plane in order to do a test, the realizing Euclid test, and bound that very plane.
and you honestly, you're gonna tell us that that's not circular logic.
A plane is not circular.
You're not being, you don't see your own circular logic. That
By using
water level-
a tool that
a
establishes
water
a
level
plane.
is a tool to create a horizontal plane.
Hmm.
I used the tool to create a horizontal plane.
Yeah, to
I used
show
the
that
same
no
tool to measure
no
the
part of
horizontal
that plane, no part
I
of that line
concluded-
can lie within the plane, and part of it without the plane.
You used a water level to create a horizontal plane.
A water level does establish a horizontal plane,
Uh-huh.
and we use that.
Uh-huh. And then you measured that horizontal plane using a water level,
Yeah, it shows a
and
shared
then walked
straight
home
line
and
segment.
declared, I have proved that if I say rulers measure meters, so this is a meter, and then I measure out a meter worth of spaghetti with my ruler, that's a meter. How do I know? Because rulers measure meters. Proven. What's the problem with my logic?
Would you call that logic?
I'd call that circular.
Would you? I wouldn't call it logic, would you?
Well, it's bad logic. It's faulty. It's faulty. Same as what you're doing. All you got to do is replace ruler with water level, replace meter with horizontal plane, and the stick with your overlapping things. It's the same sequence. It's a circular sequence. And I'm struggling to see how anybody can't see that that's circular. You used a water level to prove a water level.
No,
That doesn't, no.
that's
that
not
doesn't
what we
do
were
that.
doing. Realizing Euclid.
But then you represented your test as if it proved the water level was flat.
We used a tool for establishing a plane
Mm-hmm.
to show that no part of that plane can lie within the plane and another part of it outside of it.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's great. As long as what you created was a plane, seems good. But if what you created was not a plane, the test would still come out the same.
So you're suggesting that
If you made a potato chip,
you should do a test to establish whether you think a water level, what it does. Because, I mean, it seems like you're unsure of what a water level is and what
I
it
think
does.
what I'm trying to represent here is that I'm open-minded enough and imaginative enough to consider multiple possibilities, even the ones that I don't believe in. Even the ones that I think are not true, I can still imagine them, and I can design tests to see if they're true or not. Can you?
Test to see if what?
Can you imagine things that you don't believe in?
Can what? Give us
Can you
something.
not?
Go on, give us an idea. What do you want me to imagine?
I want you to imagine that water is not a horizontal plane, but is in fact a giant sphere.
Sorry. Your
there you go.
wizardry is
I should have just started
useless.
with
You
that
could have
then.
done trying a bit better than that.
I could have just started with that then, because I'm going to say if you can't imagine something, you're immediately disqualified from judging it. You can't even imagine it. How could you be clever enough to test it if you can't even imagine it?
Is that science? Are we sciencing the shit out of this by imagining it first?
Yeah.
And then
All right,
saying
so
that if
I'm ready
you
to wrap
can't
it up.
imagine it.
I'm ready to wrap it up right there. I think that sums it up. If you can't even imagine something, then you're just not clever enough to be able to do any discernment on it. You just have to step back and let cleverer people do it for you.
To imagination.
Yeah, if you can't imagine something, you can't. I don't see how you could have enough brain power to determine whether it was true or not. And so there you are. I honestly, I don't think that's fair. I think you're more clever than that. I think you can imagine it. I think you don't want to do the test.
We've done the test.
You clearly have not.
Yeah, we have. We've done our realizing Euclid test. I mean, like, you can do your test.
We're going to be honest here, right? Honesty is important. Honesty is the one important thing here. You can believe whatever you want, but you're going to be honest. You've established you looked over 50 meters. And then when I described the Alfred Wallace test, you represented that you didn't even know that that's how it went. That's what you claimed. So no, you haven't done the test. And anything else is a lie at this point. So, and I won't stand for it. I'll happily accept that you've never tested it and that you don't want to test it. I can't tell you have to, but I won't accept that you've done the test. That's not consistent with your other statements tonight.
Well, we did do the test.
And I will not accept.
I'm sorry.
That you're unaware that some very clever people have told you your test does not do what you're representing that it does.
I'd be careful about those very clever people telling you things about me. Sometimes
they may be wrong.
Sometimes people lie.
Sometimes they do, but to represent that such a thing is not the case would be a lie, right? To say that you're unaware that your test is not agreed by people, that it says the things you say it says, right?
Yeah, some people are way model afflicted and they've had their minds clouded by that model.
Right. You like to use those kinds of words, model afflicted.
Yep.
Seems like you're trying to, I don't know, create some kind of insult for people.
No. It's a reason for it. I'm just letting people know that there's a reason that you're saying what you're saying.
Yeah, there's a reason that I'm saying what I'm saying, because I'm clever enough to imagine both possibilities. I made diagrams of 3 different possibilities. And when I presented them, you didn't seem capable of interpreting them. You were just not capable. So I'm afraid that establishes that you've got a serious limitation here.
I've got a serious limitation.
Your own words, you said you can't imagine it.
Can't imagine water
who
being
is limited?
a big circle.
Who
Water
who is
level.
limited? The person who can imagine things they don't believe, or the person who cannot? Who is limited?
Limited by.
The limits of your imagination, it seems.
Yeah.
This is starting to devolve into character assessments. Yes, it is, Rob. We're now at a character assessment. I'm happy to have you tell me you don't believe in something, but you don't get to lie on my channel. So I'm happy also for you to say you can't imagine something.
Did you just call me a liar backhandedly?
I think that's fair to say that I don't think you're being honest with me. I wonder, before we split up, is there anything you can say to me to convince me that you're being honest with me? Because I have come to the conclusion that I don't think you're being honest.
Mm-hmm. Honest about what?
I'm sorry, I was reading the chat. I think that you're fully aware that there's this other theory out there called, science, the stuff they teach in schools, stuff you find in textbooks. You're aware that that exists. Yes or no?
I've heard of science, yeah. I mean, come on.
And you're aware it does not agree with your assessments.
As far as I know, science says that a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference, yes. Any shopper will tell you that you buy a water level and it is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference. Now, if it weren't, you could get trade standards for false advertising. So I'm pretty sure a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Now, I don't know who's told you otherwise.
Hey, Logrian, what's up?
You've seen so-called pictures of the Earth from space?
I've seen some, yeah, in films as well. Yeah.
Right. And they show the Earth to be a spherical shape. And they show the Earth to be covered in water.
Big E, yep.
And you're aware that mainstream science, like it or leave it, teaches us that that water on those oceans creates big old sphere.
A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
And this is what I call dishonesty. It was a yes or no question, sir.
The Flat Earth Music Board is a bit
the oceans.
Yeah, we're just listening to Bev.
Yeah, the oceans aren't a water level.
The oceans of our planet are a sphere. This is what we're taught, whether you like it or not.
Have tides.
Creates an almost perfect sphere.
Well, when you look out and you see the true horizon, that's horizontal, right?
You're aware, once again, yes or no question. You're aware that science teaches us, in mainstream education, that the oceans of the Earth create an almost perfect sphere.
I've never heard anybody say that.
You, sir, are a liar.
What?
I'll give you your last chance to say anything to make me believe you have not seen pictures that show oceans and that they're a sphere.
Yeah, but pictures don't override a water level being a horizontal plane of reference.
So you're not honest.
Or horizontals being parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Within the mind of another person, I can't say whether you're fooling yourself or you're just trying to fool other people. But look, whether you agree with it or not, the globe is what is taught. We are taught that it's an almost perfect sphere. We're taught that it's covered with water. This is what a giant water level, we are taught does. And you know it. To represent that you don't is not honest. There is no way in God's green earth You don't know that.
Okay,
And
now,
everyone in the chat. Okay, anybody in the chat, you've got supporters in the chat. Call me out now. Come on, call me out. I'm being unfair. Let's
right.
hear the other.
Can I just point out, right? You've brought a big ball into it, but this is about a Euclid test. Realizing Euclid.
Anybody in the chat?
A plane.
I think maybe they've all dropped out.
I think you're being really dishonest.
Okay. There's one thing I do not tolerate on my channel, and that is lying. So that's a big deal. We don't lie. Yeah. And here we are, Bev. You're caught out as far as I'm concerned. You don't believe the things that you say. And I don't think anyone should give you
believe the things that I say.
any
definitely
time at all.
Water level is definitely. I think you should be leaving it.
It's 5:15, y'all. I promised I'd be off by 5, so I'm running late as always. Askin is here. Askin, you're the type of person that I want to be speaking to right now. Somebody who has given Bev a chance and said his geometry sounds good. He sounds smart. He's doing tests, but he's not honest.
Do you mean I'm
it's
not honest?
It's a scam. Everything that he's done is a scam, and I don't tolerate that. That's not something we should tolerate. We are looking for truth.
Did you just call me a scammer?
Yes, you're a scammer.
What? How have I scammed anybody? What was that? That's a
you are
bad
welcome
claim. That
to show that.
What have I scammed people out of? Please
say anything to convince me.
What have I scammed people out of?
Do you not sell T-shirts?
No.
Oh, you don't sell T-shirts?
No.
Okay. Okay. Then maybe it doesn't count as a scam. Your shows are not monetized?
I've got
You don't get super chats?
No.
Okay. All right. You heard it here, guys. Bev does not sell T-shirts. He does not have super chats.
You've been told by people that I sell T-shirts. I do not sell T-shirts. Those people that have told you that, are lying to you.
Okay, that's my mistake.
About me.
Discord, there's something called T-shirt memes. I probably misunderstood what that was.
T-shirt memes. Yeah, I watch these people.
Rumpus says you sell T-shirts. I don't know.
I do not sell T-shirts via another person. No.
Okay. All right.
Rumpus, you're lying. Listen, don't listen to these people. I can sense that. They're going to lead you down a bad path.
Here's an example of how to see when someone's honest. When someone's honest, they say, I made a mistake. That's my mistake. I stand corrected. Bev does not sell T-shirts, y'all. He does not sell T-shirts. I said that. I was wrong. See, that's honesty. That's how you can tell when someone's honest. Okay? All right. I'll give you the last word, dude. Take it. I'm going to shut it all down.
Okay. So this, all we came here for was the Realizing Euclid test. For some reason, somebody else has decided that a water level doesn't do what it does. Because of that, I'm sorry, he's ended up calling me a liar. Thank you very much for having me.
All right. Thanks for coming on. Despite everything, we had a really great talk for the most part. And I'm sorry, I cannot believe you.
You got hellishly triggered at the end there.
Okay. See you all. I think that's it.
Okay. Are you going to do the test then? Are we going to get it going? Are you going to do one? Because we're definitely doing our tests again.
I've done dozens of tests, Bev.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is good because you've got backing of Rumpus. Rumpus has got all of that stuff going. He's making videos. You've got the Cambridge Skeptics. They're doing the Bedford level thing, aren't they? Yeah.
Yeah. I honestly, I just don't believe that you believe the things that you're saying.
You don't believe that I believe. I know the things I'm saying. I've tested them.
But you told me you're not aware of what science says the Earth is and how it works.
I've never heard science say anything about that. I've just heard a load of people who claim to be science. But just because you've got science in your name doesn't make you science.
Mm-hmm. No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
No.
That's fair.
I mean, you said you were an engineer, teaching engineer.
That's
and
correct.
You said with the water level.
Uh-huh.
You said it doesn't establish a horizontal plane, and that's what science/engineering says.
No, it doesn't. And you know that it doesn't.
You said...
So here's the thing. Here's where you cross the line with me, Bev. You cross the line from I'm wrong to I'm a liar because you repeat it. After you've been corrected, you refuse to change. Like I just showed. I said you sell t-shirts, you corrected me. I changed my position. But when you've been corrected,
tried to use it as an attack.
Thousands of times, Bev, you've been corrected thousands of times, and you act like you have not been corrected.
Corrected for what?
That's a lie.
A water level is definitely a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference.
A water level is a tool you can use to establish a horizontal plane. That doesn't mean that what you did established a horizontal plane. Not the same. Not the same. And that's another thing that's very dishonest. You keep coming back to that same script. Those words were carefully chosen to try to make it sound like you're not being dishonest. But it's pretty clear to anybody who's on top of things that those aren't the same statement.
Those words are precise.
They
like
are
you said, for clarity.
Chosen.
Yes.
They're precisely chosen
for clarity.
And they reveal your dishonesty.
What, saying a water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane of reference?
When I ask you, does that mean what you did established a horizontal plane of reference? That doesn't mean that. That's not the same thing.
What, the water levels? If you get a tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference and then you lay it out, I would hope that you're establishing a horizontal plane of reference. Do you not agree with that statement?
I think that you're completely aware that science teaches us that we live on a globe and it's a giant sphere. You're aware of that. So anytime you say any statement that is inconsistent with that fact, it means you're a liar. The only out you were left with was to pretend you'd never heard of the globe. But no one's going to buy that, dude.
I don't have a model.
No one's going to buy that you've never heard of the globe.
I don't have a model.
I don't care if you have a model or not. You're aware that it exists.
Yeah, but I'm not afflicted by it. It doesn't override my logic.
What you're doing is not logic. It's not logic. It's circular reasoning. It's very, very plainly obvious circular reasoning. I can't imagine it's on accident. I mean, I guess I could imagine it. You know, people do. Meat brain, monkey brain does what monkey brain's going to do, but I sure don't believe you.
You don't have to believe us. I mean, you are science, that like you can science it. So can you think of a test to be able to science whatever it is you want to try and achieve?
Yeah, I can.
So how would you do that? What would that
I
test
described
be?
I described
Optics.
2 of them for you, Bev.
Yeah,
I described 2
optics.
of them, and here you are pretending that I did not.
But you've scienced
Either
an
you're
optics
mentally
test, have you?
disabled or you're lying, one or the other.
Have you scienced an optical test?
I described for you 2 different ways to do this, right?
Uh-huh.
Did I not? Were you not on the stream with us?
Well, good. Okay. I
Do
mean,
you remember what they were?
how far do you think you would? I mean, you've said you've already done it, though, haven't you?
Do you remember what they were? Notice
I
how
remember you.
Every time I ask a yes or no question, you try to go somewhere else with it.
It's
That's
all right. It's
dishonest.
okay.
Come on. You think people don't see how dishonest that is?
Right. So you said you looked out with an auto level and saw a drop.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you said it was below the crosshairs.
Uh-huh.
So you would be able to put a measuring rod in those crosshairs and measure a drop.
Yes.
Well, that would be
so
a
can you.
measured
So can you,
drop.
Bev.
That
And
would
so
be
can
a
you.
measured drop.
You can do that same
An
test. too.
elevation
And
change.
yet you don't. And yet
A
you don't do that test.
measured drop.
I can measure it. I have
It's an
measured it.
elevation change. A
No.
measured drop in an auto
No, I did
level.
not say elevation change. And you
In an
know.
auto level from the
Here's another lie.
crosshairs.
Here's another lie.
Are you sure you know what you're talking about here within the auto
Oh,
level
yeah.
and the crosshairs?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know how to measure an elevation change?
Yes, I do.
But by putting a measuring rod in the auto levels crosshairs and measuring,
Uh-huh.
and you said
Yeah,
there's
that's
a
pretty
drop.
accurate out to about 100 meters.
Uh-huh. And you said how far did you use yours for?
Miles.
So beyond the range of an auto level,
So
the working accurate range of the auto level.
for doing that test, the test you described is not the test that I did, is it? And you want to pretend that it is? You want to pretend that you're describing the test that I told you about?
You said a measured drop. You said below the crosshairs.
Did I say elevation? Did I use that word?
You used the crosshairs below.
Did I use the word
crosshairs.
elevation? Here it is again. Here it is again. Every time you do this, you're not answering yes or no questions.
You said there's a drop in the crosshairs.
Yes, I did. Did I
Well,
say the word elevation?
that is an elevation change. Just because you don't know it is an elevation change, that's your fault.
It's not an elevation change.
It is.
And you pretending that you don't know what I'm talking about is a lie. This is not the first time you've had this conversation.
But you don't seem to realize what an elevation
This is
change
not-
is and how it's measured within an auto level.
This is not the first
You've
time you've
been
had this
put
conversation.
wrong, mate. Somebody has told you falsehoods.
You've had this conversation before, haven't you?
Had
don't lie to
which
me.
No, I've never had a conversation with you.
With someone else, and someone else told you the drop in elevation you see over long distances. I'm sorry, I said it wrong. The drop in the sight you see over long distances is not an elevation change.
But the drop in the sight of an auto level is
Correct.
an elevation change.
But
And you shouldn't
is that what I
use
asked
an
you?
auto level over those distances.
Are you
should
there? Are you there? Was that the question that I asked?
Oh, you talk. Well, I'm just telling you. You don't seem to know how to use an auto level to establish elevation changes. That's you.
Oh, I do. I do. And what I'm telling you is that's not what we're doing. We're not looking for elevation changes. We're looking for some sign of curvature without an elevation change. How could we have a curvature without an elevation change? And here's what I'm saying to you. You are trying to pretend no one has ever said that to you before.
I'm not trying to pretend that.
No one has ever suggested to you before that you could have a visible drop without any elevation change. And that's how I know you're lying, because thousands of times you have been told this.
There's not that many people that know how to use an auto level, to be honest. There's a load
Oh,
of people that imagine that they know how to use an auto level.
You disagree with them. You tell people that they're wrong, but you've heard it. Over and over and over, you've heard it.
I wouldn't say that. I'd say that you're listening to Rumpus here now. Tell you that he's told me a lot of times. WS
Rumpus
then?
is not the only one who's told you this.
WS?
Name another person.
WS?
WS told you. Who else?
George Nutsack.
Okay, so now we're getting at the truth. You've heard it multiple times.
Yeah,
from
Blue Marble Science.
Okay.
Sean
So
G.
this is a moment of honesty here.
Who else? Zanuck. Do
Good.
you know, like you, I Can Science, that's told me.
I told you. Uh-huh.
Who else?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's loads. I forget most of them.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And so
none of them have actually done any surveying, though, right? No qualifications in surveying. Pardon?
You ever spoken to Jesse Kozlowski about it?
Yeah, Jesse Kozlowski said the water level it drops from the horizontal, and it is measurable. So that's where you're going wrong, because Jesse Kozlowski said it was measurable. Now you say it's not measurable.
Bev is a liar.
What?
Once again, Bev is a liar.
Why?
You said none of them has ever done surveying. And the very next time you agreed, Jesse Kozlowski.
No, I didn't say he'd done surveying.
Who is a professional surveyor.
I don't know he's a professional surveyor.
Told you this, and you just don't care.
No, I just said that Jesse Kozlowski said that the water level drops from the horizontal.
That's what we're talking about, dude.
Yeah,
That's
but he's not. He can't be a surveyor when he says something like that, right? That sort of. It says he isn't a surveyor.
Every single one of us.
Because a surveyor wouldn't say something so fucking ridiculous.
Every single one of us is telling you the same thing, and you pretend we're saying something different.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no way that you believe that that's true. Because we're all working off the same model. You could say, I don't have a model, but all of us are working off the same model. We're all doing the same tests. We all have the same results.
That a water level is a tool that establishes a horizontal plane.
I'm in agreement with Jesse Kozlowski. I've talked to him about it.
Oh, have you?
I talked to Rumpus about it.
About? Nice.
I've talked to WS about it. We're all in agreement. The only one...
You, Rumpus, Jesse Kozlowski, and WS. Right, just me.
The only one who says we are not in agreement is you. And that makes you either, I don't know, like insane or just a liar.
Oh, are they the two options? What about
that's
the people
that's about
that
it.
they're telling you might be? Are you trust them?
I didn't say whether I agreed with them.
You didn't say whether you trust them either, didn't you?
I didn't say I trust them.
No, I don't. Yeah, that's
wasn't
wise.
the question, though, was it? This whole time, this entire time, I've been saying I'm willing to entertain your description, your hypothesis. I'm willing to entertain both, absolutely willing to. The only one model afflicted isn't me.
Take a big gulp.
All right, it's late. It's very late for you. Thanks for coming anyway. I assume this is the last time we'll talk, but yeah, we'll see. If you have something new, some other way to go at it.
Yeah, get your test sorted and we'll chat. I thought that's why you wanted to chat with us, because we're the ones that are most experienced. There's no point in me doing a test.
Tests
for levels. Like we are, I think, the most experienced.
There's no point. You're hilarious, dude. You're hilarious.
Why?
You're the most experienced. There's people that work at CERN, man. Come on.
No, I mean for level for doing in like in this arena, going out, performing tests with auto levels. Yeah, I don't think there's anybody else has done as much as
Jesse
we have.
Fucking Kozlowski.
Wow.
Come on, man. Act like you don't know. Act like you have experience in this.
Jesse's gone.
Come on, man.
Jesse's gone. He's not coming back. Admit it. He's not coming back.
I talked to him earlier today.
Yeah, he's not coming back to sort of help anybody out, though, is he?
I talked to him about it earlier today. He's not interested in talking to you.
I know he's not going to come back and tell you that the water level drops from the horizontal.
Sure he will.
I hope so. Get him to do a video about how the water level, how you can measure it.
There's no point. Here's the thing about me doing a test. I do lots of tests. I don't share them because my tests have no impact on you.
You don't do it for me. I didn't do a test for you. Me and Spot On did it for me and Spot On.
Right. Okay. Well, that's cool. I guess that's why you don't really share it, is it? People have said you don't share the video of it.
I was doing it live at the canal.
Yeah, I thought you shared
anyone, anyone could have gone into the Discord server and recorded it. We had phones running all day.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. That seemed like a really weird thing. Seemed
What
weird.
does?
To say you didn't share the video. It's like, what?
Look, I'm in my house now. The video gets recorded and from here. If I'm out on the canal, how do I press record here?
Oh gosh, I don't know. It doesn't seem that hard. But
No,
anyway.
every time we go out live and put it to Discord, and then people in Discord can record it.
Okay. Well, anyway, I got to get going. If you ever do come up with a test, I'll tell you what, if you ever think you come up with a test that instead of just verifying your bias, if you think the test can actually discern something useful or interesting in any way, please run it by me. I'll tell you what I think about what it could discern. And before you spend days and hours doing your test that everybody with an engineering degree is going to tell you it doesn't do anything. God, I got sunscreen in my eyes. Sweating in here. Anyway, hit me up. I'll tell you. I'll tell you what I think. Somebody with an engineering degree would tell you about that test. We've got lots of ways.
Well, we will definitely be asking more people about the realizing Euclid test.
Okay.
And showing people. Okay.
All right. I think that's gonna cover it.
Okay.
Hit me up anytime. Probably won't lurk around in your channel much though.
Well, I mean, it's up to you. Door's always open. If you come up with any tests or any of your guys want to come up with a test or anything, need any help, give us a shout. We're always there to help out.
I'm not gonna bother because you've heard of them, but you pretend you have not. Right?
Heard of what?
I told you about two tests earlier during this stream, and you're already pretending that I didn't.
Yeah, I'd say that's optics. We don't really deal with that. But I mean, once we've established this straight line in the plane, then we can. Okay. We've got other tests for optics to get into in the second half.
I can make a whole list of tests. I have a list of 20 actually on my YouTube. 20 cheap and easy tests anyone can do for less than $100. And
yeah, that's what ours were. Less than 100 quid. I mean, we've seen if we can get a few of us together. More. We might be able to get, if we can get 4 of us together.
Get Mike Jones to, isn't that his name? He claims to have a lot of money. Get him to fund something.
It's not
anyway.
Like that.
Yeah, you've seen it. You've seen the stuff. You just don't care. I mean, that's the truth of it. You've seen these tests. You just won't do them.
I care.
You won't do the test.
I care.
Instead, you do a test that is guaranteed to give you the result that you want.
Well, realizing Euclid.
Sighting 50 meters. Sighting 50 meters is guaranteed to give you the result that you want.
It's not sighting 50 meters. Why
you told me you did it. You told me you sighted 50 meters.
Yeah, and then we sighted 100 meters with it. Did we like a 2-peg test?
100 meters is still guaranteed to give you the same result.
Uh-huh.
And you know that.
I know. See, otherwise, like you're saying you should sight it, but then now you're saying it won't give you a different. It doesn't make any difference. You're the one.
That's why you need to run it by somebody before you do the test.
I don't think I should be running anything by you. I don't think.
I can't imagine
you don't know what an elevation change is.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I climb mountains. I know about elevation change.
I mean, measuring an elevation change.
Sure do.
Hmm.
I absolutely do.
From an established benchmark.
Yeah. Sure, I know how to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
A change on the vertical, measured by a tool
Against
called a level.
the difference from the vertical datum.
Uh-huh.
Right. Elevation is from a datum,
Mm-hmm.
not from a sight line. And there's a reason. There's a distinct reason you can't use a sight line to measure elevation over long distances. Do you know what that reason is?
Over long distances.
That's right. Yeah. We better define what a long distance is. A mile?
That's far too long, isn't it?
Yeah. Why?
Well, because you don't use optical devices for establishing.
Why you don't use optical? Is it because light travels in a wiggly, curvy corkscrew? No, it's not because of that. Must be another reason.
Probably because you can't see on your scope enough. Probably to keep within a millimeter accurate, right? You need to keep within the scope's range to keep to a millimeter.
No.
Yeah, because normally when you're surveying that
wouldn't work. If you wanted millimeter accuracy over long distance, what tool would you use?
An auto level.
No.
Yeah, you would.
No, auto level isn't even a surveying tool. It's a construction tool.
What?
An auto level isn't even a surveying tool. You talking about a theodolite?
No, I'm talking about an auto level.
Yeah. Auto level is primitive. You'd use a GPS. Modern surveyors use GPS now. I don't know if you've been around in the past,
How accurate are GPS?
Centimeter.
That's not good enough. That's not to the millimeter, is it?
Then you need to do from a... Yeah, I think you can only get a centimeter accuracy. That's true. So if you need it to a millimeter, you're going to have to go to an established benchmark first and then walk your way in small stages.
Yeah, with an auto
And the reason
level.
you have to walk your way in small stages is because the sight line deviates from level. Oh my God. So anyway, I'm going to go.
Yeah, I think you should.
All right. I'm out there, so catch you later.
All right. See you later, dude. Thanks a lot. Coming home. He's coming home. He's coming home. All right, guys. How was that? Was that okay?
You can say that, yeah.
Bev, I have to say, right, if we could have
We're still live.
summed up, if we could have summed up everything in one go, like over, oh, hang on, I can still hear the bot. That means you can as well.
No, I can't. I turned the bot down.
Oh no, hang on. I have to turn it down. Sorry.
Kick it.
Yeah, you basically everything that we've gone through in the last couple of years, that kind of thing, it's all been summed up in that one.
Yeah.
Just that one. It was sublime.
All
I don't know
of
any
the
other word for it.
That have
That
been
guy.
telling us.
Oh.
Hmm.
You're going to have gold for weeks with this thing.
Yeah.
Beautifully done, mate.
Thank
Done
you.
us proud there, mate.
Yeah, he's severely model afflicted. I sort of feel sorry for him because he's been led into that by Rumpus, WS.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think he's a fucking dick.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah, and I did notice that sugar cookie in the background. It's like
I'll second that.
horizontal, like right in the background. True.
Shout out
Horizon.
Shout out to Sugar Cookie. We none of us noticed it till like it was almost over, like 20 minutes before it ended.
Yeah.
And Sugar Cookie goes, "Wait a minute, there's a little horizontal right behind him."
Yeah, it's like, has nobody ever fucking seen this yet? Hold on a second. It's been sitting there right in front of our faces the whole time.
I did say to him, the True Horizon is horizontal.
I noticed.
Did.
That's because I'd seen that in his background.
Yeah.
Just clicked.
Oh
It was kind of funny, like some of the times when you were saying stuff to him, like I would just be making comments, so like kind of like, Mystery Science 3000 over here, and you would kind of be hitting on the same points. Kind of funny.
The spaghetti. What did you think about the spaghetti?
Spaghetti on a phone. Oh, come
Spaghetti
on. Realizing
on a phone.
Euclid.
Realizing Euclid.
Genius.
We have to use our spaghetti friend.
Spaghetti.
Yeah, Emma put it out there. I was laughing my ass off.
He actually has spaghetti everywhere, so we've got videos, everything to
It
come.
was getting a bit floppy at the end as well, wasn't it? It started off nice and straight, and then it was getting all limp.
I think it got all hot and sweaty in his grubby little paws.
Oh. Right, anyway.
I am afraid that.
Go on.
I am afraid that he was listening to some advices in the background.
He was definitely
that's
looking
why
at his camera.
They were conflicting with each other, so he was just stupid. It looks so stupid.
Okay, thanks a lot for watching, people. I've got to go out tomorrow, and I'm going to have to be up really early, so...
Cheers,
the things we do for the cause. But the next level Discord server, we're not flat earthers, all right? Thanks for watching. Join us again. We may be back over the weekend, because Christ knows what.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreon, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon, so a massive shout out of thanks and appreciation to Flat Earth Sage, Goldie McKinnon, Phoenix Rising 86, Retro Bill, More Books, Cannabear, Fiber Oats, Michael Kahn, Rob H, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Will Brax, Troy Shuker, Harry Blade, Mobile Max 777, Neo the One, Rob W, Open Minded, Reese Pound, Del West Watson, Maria Neeland, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, The Real Gabster, Liam Nendrick Jr., Abraham Mohammed, Adrian Quintana, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, and David Wayne Foster. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Let me just line it up here.
Should I turn the intro music down a little bit, do you think?
You gotta play it for me to comment.
I mean, when you watch the show back, the intro music to me seems quite a bit too loud. It's only quiet or quieter.
Yes, it's very loud.
The intro music.
Yes, it like I'm sitting in my car. When you go from the pre-show to the live show, it like jolts me out of my seat.
Yeah, I think the music's too loud for it. I'll turn it down.
But the music is great. I love it. Don't ever change that. Just like don't ever stop housekeeping. I said the other day, a while ago, people were talking about they don't like the housekeeping questions. They wish you would get rid of them. I was like, are you kidding me? That's like everything.
It won't give me the
crown
volume.
jewels.
It won't give me the volume control unless I transition.
Keep breaking up here.
No, that's him about the housekeeping.
The audio chaos at the moment because I'm fiddling with the intro. The intro's playing and we're all talking to each other. You just can't hear the intro. So for anyone listening to this, it's horrendous. But there we go. Minus 5.4. That's good. Let's do the other one. There we go. Oh, I've got into this loop now. There we go. Sorry about that, audience. Sorry. Okay, I'm done now. See, now I was leveling it up by comparison to the YouTube music, which has probably had thousands spent on it, and they've got it gain set just matched perfectly to as loud as it can humanly be in YouTube, with as much compression as applied as possible to take the sort of perceived level up really high as well, not just the peak level. Net result, you end up with this really blasting intro when it does the countdown for 2 or 3 or 4 minutes, depending on which length I pick. So the old YouTube premiering intro, dun 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 dun, that one. Well, that plays considerably louder than my intro, but I shouldn't really focus on that. I should focus on how balanced the show as a whole is, because that only, the intro music only goes out with it when it's premiering, and after that it stands alone, right? And you might have just listened to an advert, but generally speaking, the adverts are a little bit better balanced with most people's average sort of volume level in YouTube. But the intro music is just loud, and I think I know why. It's like it serves as an alarm. So if you're sat waiting for a show to start, and you've got your iPad set up in your kitchen, and you wander off into the lounge, forget about waiting for the show, and then it starts, you can hear it from a mile away on the other side of the house. Dun 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 dun. You're like, bloody hell, what's that? Oh yeah, my show started. But yeah, now it's not leveled up with that. So when the show actually starts and you're listening to it with one of those countdown intros, the show will be quieter than the intro. But that's just, I think it should be balanced with the show itself and not with the intro countdown timer, I should say.
Slides are up if you want to go, Nathan.
Starting with the highlighted astronomy one.
Correct. Got the green light?
Yep.
All right. So elements of astronomy, celestial navigation comes from that. Chapter 1, on the doctrine of the sphere, the imaginary concave surface in which a spectator at first conceives all the heavenly bodies placed, is a hemisphere in the center of the base of which he himself is situate. The base of this hemisphere is the plane by which his view of the heavens is bounded. It is called the plane of the horizon. The numerous bodies observed on the concave surface differ in luster and apparently in magnitude. Let me close my window. Sorry about that. All of them appear to have a daily motion. Many of them emerge as if it were from below the plane of the horizon. And after traversing the concave surface, disappear to rise again at the same points of the horizon as before. Others in their paths never reach the horizon, but continually move round a fixed point of the heavens. Far the greater number of celestial bodies preserve the same situation with respect to each other. That is, they preserve the same apparent distances from each other. These are called fixed stars. Before we move on, did anyone spot the begging of the question as they went through this? What did they assume already is happening when the stars disappear?
Concave Earth.
Right. So they're already begging the question, we live on a sphere, and the reason we don't see them is they went below us, and all we have is an eye line to the horizon. So we can't see anything below because that'd be our nadir. We only see everything above the horizon up to our 90 degrees. Therefore, you get your 90. But let's read it again before I go on the next slide, because I want to, this time, add commentary. The imaginary concave surface in which a spectator at first conceives all the heavenly bodies place. Well, that's the celestial sphere. It's imaginary. We have to imagine it that way. Is a hemisphere. In the center of the base of which he himself is situated. So this celestial sphere that I have to imagine above me that gives me the protractor view of the heavens, straight up is 90, my zenith to my left could be 180, to my right could be 0, just like a protractor. All right. The base of the hemisphere is the plane by which his view of the heavens is bounded. So now they're admitting that the base is a plane, is a flat earth, is just like the protractor, a baseline. And I can see from 0 to 180, and directly above me is 90. It is called the plane of the horizon. The numerous bodies observed on the concave surface, that's talking about celestial sphere that I have to imagine, differ in luster and apparently in magnitude. Obviously, faint stars, strong, bright stars. All of them appear to have a daily motion. Yeah, they do. All of them have a daily motion, not the earth turning. Many of them emerge as if it were below the plane. First begging question on this matter of a sphere we live on. So many of them emerge as if it were below the plane. So now they're saying there's something underneath me, the other part of what? Of this globe Earth they want me to imagine. They haven't proven it, but they already got me in the begging of the question. Now
But
let's
they
move
haven't
on to
even-
the next slide.
Well, they haven't even attempted to suggest it, have they? Because they're putting you in the centre of the celestial sphere model, with them describing what you see as the inside of a bowl, the concave surface of the sky. Well, that's the outside edge of a hemisphere of the dome of the heavens, if you want to call it that, your perspective view. But when did they, in this paragraph, actually put you on the surface of that dome of the heavens to have the curved surface of the curved Earth?
They
haven't done
never
it yet.
have. I'm sorry. No, they never have you on the curved part of anything. You're on the plane. You're on the baseline of the protractor.
Right.
But when you don't see the stars, they're telling you it's because they're underneath you, just like Australia.
Well, so what they're
But
saying
see-
in this instance is that you're standing on a flat plane and the sky rotates around the flat plane. That's what they're actually
Correct.
saying, isn't it?
Correct. That's what I'm going to show with the next slides.
Okay. Okay, I just want to check I'm following along.
Yeah. All right. So now we go to dip correction. You said, well, what does this got to do? Well, it's that picture. It's that illustration. There is that curved dome of the heavens that's supposed to be the celestial sphere. And then there I am at A, and there's a protractor, looks like a protractor, acts like a protractor. It must be a protractor because E is my zenith, my 90 over A. And if I'm on a boat 10 feet up at B, my dip correction is height of eye above DAC, that plane, sea level. and that's the correction. So I could get a baseline, so I get an elevation angle to that star that's I'm imagining is in the celestial sphere. Let's move on. This next image shows only the top half of their presupposed globe and celestial sphere. But see, you remember, this might help that first question you posed to me. You remember when I said the almanac and all its numbers tables is emanating from the center of the earth? Well, in the verbiage, you are that center. So this tree is you, or it's a measurement from the tree, and that's supposed to be the center of the earth. This plane you see here, the circular disk, is the equatorial plane in reality to them. And yet it's the surface at the same time. So as you can see here, there's that imaginary celestial sphere. There's the luminaries doing their thing, in this case, the sun. And then when it shows it red, it's because it's going, as you can see, the rest of it under the other part of the sphere, the bottom half of that hemisphere that's cut in half. This is the center of Earth right here. This is not the surface of Earth where you get these angles from. This will make more sense. Let's keep going. So measuring an angle. Read the measure of an angle of the ray that crosses the protractor scale. Well, we know it's an elevation angle for celestial navigation and also astronomy, and you got to have that as your baseline. The only place to have this as a baseline is to cut the Earth in half, just like we saw previously. So all measurements come from the center of the Earth, which is a plane. So nothing comes from a curved surface. You have to imagine all of that. Next. So here we are. This is interchangeable in our conversation because this is either the actual surface of the Earth, which is the way we look at it, or this is the equatorial plane, the way they look at it. Either way, it's a disk, it's a circle, it's flat. And there's your altitude, elevation angle, and your azimuth, the direction or bearing. And the sun's GP has to be on that plane disk somewhere directly underneath where it's at. And that's why it's a right angle measurement. You can't get a right angle measurement from the surface of the Earth or a sphere. Next slide. So this kind of helps. That equator line is that flat disk we were talking about. They've put a protractor on it, and then they created a local version of it on top to say this is the local horizon or the local celestial view of the person, because it could be anywhere on the circle according to them, but it's the same thing. It's one and the same. When you cut their sphere in half, you have a disk, a plane where all the angles in the books and the tables emanate from. Then they have you saying you got to do that on the surface for it to work, as you see here, because you can't get an elevation angle from a curved surface. Do you see what they're doing?
Good evening, guys.
Hey,
Adam.
Adam.
Good stuff. Yeah, I do see what they're doing. They're taking the angle from a flat plane, which is on your third diagram, which I'll put back up, with the tree in the middle. That's where you're standing. You're standing on the centre of this flat plane to get these angles. But then they've transposed what is actually the arc of the heavens into the arc of the ground you're standing on. So now the tree, which would have been at the centre of this point where the angle's drawn out from, suddenly has a snow globe over the top of it, which also has a flat plane. It's like, this very much doesn't work with the sphere, does it?
Excellent summary. Excellent summary.
They're in Gloucester today, Adam. I thought they were in Gloucester tomorrow.
No, it's Thursday, Gloucester today, Brum tomorrow.
Okay. I may not go.
You what?
I may not go.
You may not. I'm going to go down anyway because I'm going to take this as the banner, and then I'll get Jason to post you the other one, so that it can at least join up with the tour. But if not, I might just ring you if you're doing the show, because I'll probably be getting there around about 2 o'clock or something like that. So it'll just be a flying visit.
One of the things that puts me off, presumably you're not that familiar with Birmingham then, because you're like, yeah, I'll just rock on in.
No, I I did my qualification exam in Birmingham.
How many years ago? How many years ago?
Yeah. Shut up.
No, that's not what I meant. What I mean by that is, since then, Birmingham has been completely reconstructed. There's a few landmarks that remain, but the essence of the city that you knew is gone. It's completely different now, linked up in very different ways and looks very different. If you walk through Selfridges now, you can overlook what used to be the is it the UCI? I've forgotten the name of the cinema. Odeon. Along the New Street station, and all those massive buildings that you used to only see from street level with all the buses going by. Well, now there's like a walkway that you look over them. It's really bizarre, but quite breathtaking. It looks quite.
That was
quite
the last
impressive.
time I was there. Was with you at the conference when it was in Birmingham City Centre. Yeah, and that was a nightmare because it was just you were just driving around a building site, weren't you? I didn't. He couldn't tell any of the. I couldn't tell where I was. I just got to the hotel and stayed there, yeah. So,
know your way around. It's okay. You can park in Selfridges and just wait your way to the Bull if that's where they are. But if you don't know your way around, you just get lost really quickly.
That sounds like that might be tomorrow then.
Yeah.
But what I'll do is I'll go down and because I can't stream myself. But if I join the G Plus, can just stream.
That'd be ideal because then, you're only using your bandwidth for the Skype call or whatever equivalent on the G Plus, but then you're effectively streaming, right?
Yeah, so I can send it to you and just do a little link up and say hello from there. I'll show you the banner with it there, hand it over, and then I'll head back because I want to try and spend the day there on Tuesday because they're in Nottingham on Tuesday, so I want to spend most of the day. So I'll just fly down, drop the banner off.
Fly down to Birmingham, as you do from Nottingham.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Fly down in the car.
Yeah. It's a good couple of hours, isn't it? If not 3.
Yeah.
Can I add to that? Can I add to that, Adam, and say it's a plain drive for you?
Be a very plain drive, yeah.
It's all downhill on the way.
I like picture 2, just to change the subject, that you've put up there. You know what I was discussing yesterday? That exemplifies what I was saying about it becoming an obtuse angle. If you look at that picture, E to A to C, where at point A the eye is on the water, you then raise the eye to B, look, you can see how the angle has become obtuse and why the angle has become obtuse.
Sorry, which diagram?
Correcting the altitude 67, second one.
The second one, the one after the astronomy.
I got it.
Read.
Now, if you raise B even more, then the angle becomes even more obtuse. Now, it's not just that straight geometry because we're working in perspective. So A to C works via perspective, doesn't it? So the alignment from A to C, the straight or B to C, is still subject to perspective. So it's not the geometric angle that you're taking there. It's the perspective adjustment for the height. That's how the height of eye correction, as I best understand how it's developed, is in that way.
No, you're absolutely right. In fact, we got a few minutes here.
Of course.
So C is the visible horizon that you're aiming your horizon mirror to. A is the navigator. He's on a small craft. So he's above the surface of the sea. So he's at B. And it's an obtuse angle. He needs to get it to a true 90 in order to minus the elevation angle to be left with the co-altitude of the zenith angle, which would be the distance at 69 miles per degree. So he's got to match the actual surface of the Earth and say, yeah, I'm 9 feet above the water line, but I need to be exact. I'm going to the water line because that is a baseline that's straight and even, sea level. Now I can take this correction and put a check mark on it because I'm getting closer to true 90. The only thing left is refraction. And that refraction, as you can see, they're talking about has to do with pressure and temperature of water and air, not curvature. In fact, if you go, are you still here, Nathan?
Yeah.
If you go to the image just before the last one with the angle measuring device to the sun, do you see that?
Measuring an angle. Oh, sorry. Yes, I've got that. Yeah.
Yeah. So see, the base of that has to be flat. That's dip correction. He just made it equal to where the horizon is. Then the only thing left is to do the azimuth bearing. So if this thing was tilted from the center of it up, it'd be obtuse. So he has to go put it on the sea surface flat, just like it shows, in order to get that 90, to subtract it from 90, that angle. All the way to the GP of the sun, thousands of miles, that has to be straight baseline.
Yeah, it's the line marked azimuth.
Yep.
Coming out from the protractor. From the right angle triangle.
Yep. Remember they fought us on that? No, there's no right angle triangle. These anti-flatters just sure came out with a bang.
Yeah, I remember the whole don't mention 90 thing. Embarrassing, really.
It was so funny. I go, wait a minute, I'm reading your books and it's mentioning it all the time. Why can't I mention it?
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto link and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected. And if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and Twitter. Now we are joined by Arwin, Neil, 10th Man, Adam, Chocolate Saiyan, Refracted Curvature, and a whole bunch of people in Discord. So welcome, one and all.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Hey, good morning,
everyone. Good
morning.
Hello, good to have you all. Should we do a bit of housekeeping for real? Like we haven't done it for a few days. We've
Absolutely
focused on one question at a time, which is also nice, but also good to get through housekeeping as a fairly concise, full list. I've taken everyone off mute in Discord if you want to join in with the fun. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge horizon formerly known as the curve of the Earth?
Nope. Only considerations.
We destroyed the geometry though, so those geometric considerations, yeah, they went in 2020 though, didn't they? What geometric considerations? There is no geometry. We debunked it.
But they could still consider it, right?
Consider what?
We didn't even have to destroy it. Their own math destroyed their geometry.
What's to consider in physical terms, Arwin?
That they could think of the horizon as Earth curve?
Yeah, but it isn't, because Earth curve would put its limitation at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and it isn't. So
I know. But just because it isn't doesn't mean that you can't think of it as such.
Yeah. Arvin's got a good point here because it crossed Chocolate's point. Because your response to Arvin was it doesn't match the limitations set by R. We can't see the Earth curvature. But Arvin says, yeah, but you can think of it. And he's right. That's what they're all thinking. They're all thinking it is curved.
Okay, by that standard, you can think that unicorns' farts produce a layer that contains gas here. You can think that. You can think a lot of things. But that's a very low standard, let's be honest.
Yeah, it's not as he said, it's not true, but you can think of it. They want to live on the globe, Nathan. Let them.
No. Let's get this clear.
Right, if they want to stay canon.
Hold on. Apologists for anti-flat Earth behaviour. No, not at all. There is a clear, concise rhetoric in regards to what Earth curve is. It's the horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It's a physical obstruction to your view. It's the thing that boats fall over, according to globe Earth rhetoric. There's no, well, it isn't, but I can still think of it as being something else. No. If you choose to think of it as anything other than a physical obstruction that we've debunked at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, you're a heretic. That's it. That's all you.
But that's why they don't. That's my point.
They are
just because
anti-flat
it isn't
earthers.
doesn't mean that you can't think of it as such. They have to. Otherwise, you become a heretic.
Yeah, they being anti-flat earthers, Arwin. Right? They're on their own in their separated from globe Earth rhetoric belief in that regard. There are a very small handful of people that know the globe doesn't work and still choose... Who's making that audio noise? It's Neil, of course.
Neil!
I don't know how I'm off mute. Sorry.
A small handful of people that have a different belief to the actual globe Earth rhetoric. Now, when you say... And I want to focus on this. I'm not agitated with what you're saying. I'm glad you're saying it because it gives me the opportunity to point out that anything that deviates from that makes you a heretic. There's not a fine line to toe. There's a clear, concise claim of sphericity. And that claim is a physical limitation to your view at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It's known as the horizon. And it is claimed to be a physical obstruction that blocks boats and buildings. Now, if you aren't in line with that, you're on your own in a separate fundamentalist religious belief that you've made up with maybe a few people around you arguing with flat earthers about how your individualistic ideas of what Earth curve at the horizon is. That's not the globe Earth belief. That's just heresy.
No, you're right.
Yeah, but you're bypassing my point, though, because that's exactly what I wasn't doing. What I was saying, like, no, they're not claiming it's something else. The real ballers have to hold on to the geometric consideration, even as the real world example is disproven through the Black Swan. They just have to forget about it or not touch it.
No. You can't. You know, at that point, you can appreciate that your faith in it has been tarnished, but express your faith beyond the contradiction to your faith. That's what you can do. If you choose to.
Nathan, we're saying that it's almost the same thing. We're just creating a third category. There's the globers who have to stick to the globe rhetoric. These aren't the people we're talking about because they would be heretics. They'd be saying what I believe doesn't match up. But now if you say, but I still want to believe it, that's what the third category is, the anti-flat earthers. They'll contradict their mother just to believe it.
What? No, but this is getting confusing because I think completely differently. I think that the anti-flat earthers are the ones that are trying to explain away why it doesn't seem to be geometric, and that's why they invented terrestrial refraction.
Right.
That's non-canon. But if they just ignore it and just say, no, it is geometric. I am considering, and I will keep considering.
Hold on.
Then they're ballers.
Hold on, you said it was non-canon. Did you want to add something, Adam? Sorry.
Yeah, just because Arwen's brilliant. But But after yesterday, where I thought we'd agreed the opposite,
Yeah.
that was beautifully slipped in.
Yes, I that's why I stopped him in his tracks. Yes, Adam.
Snap.
No, terrestrial refraction is very much canon.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is. With respect to the target, that's canon. It's on screen now.
No.
I know it hasn't got refraction in this diagram. Needless to say,
Oh,
my
well,
point, which is
there you
now
go.
veered onto refraction of targets with respect to the horizon. Oh, where's my diagram gone? Oh,
Adam, put it back up, Adam.
no, it's me. My presentation stopped. Resume your presentation. Okay, so obviously something's gone strange with my Oh no, it's just carried on past the slide I was on. Oh, okay. It's me going nuts. In any event, Earth curve is Earth curve. If you want to refract targets, that's canon. If you want to refract the horizon, it isn't.
Right, but that's actual refraction, right?
This-
Not terrestrial refraction.
No, we've got in the old Mick West Metabunk. Okay, so there's a couple of additions he puts in. One is the refracted horizon. That was never in there before. It was always a geometric thing, and things were refracted with respect to it. So that I would say is non-canon.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Everything
So
else
then
was
terrestrial refraction isn't?
No.
But everything else was refracted with 7/6R with respect to the horizon. That's why Riley had to lay down on the beach. Yeah. That's why it was so important. That's why it was impossible for them, for those images that Riley got, to be achieved with him on his belly, because the horizon was the geometric limitation. So he couldn't. There was not enough refraction. It was impossible for him to do it. That was their claim until he did it. That's when Rumpus, and then it's after Mick West gets a battering that the horizon becomes refracted as well, and it moves.
At which point you don't have the physical geometry to assert that you've got a limitation in the Earth curve maths, because what the Earth curve maths is attempting to prove, the clues in the title, is Earth curve. Well, the way they prove it is by how much it's blocked something in the distance. And they give you feet and inches values for how much they claim the horizon has blocked something in the distance. Now, when it doesn't quite work out with how much it's blocked by Earth curve and its physicality, they refract the targets with respect to the Earth curve, that the whole point of the maths is that it's trying to prove that the horizon's a physical limitation to your view. A hill called Earth curve. The moment you refract the Earth curve, what's your geometric limitation that's being proven when you go through this mathematical process? Well, there isn't one, because the Earth curve that you're claiming, look how much it's blocked this boat or building by, well, no, it's no longer a physical limitation, it's a refracted position that could be beyond the thing it's supposed to be blocking, making the entire claim absurd. So they've never got to the point where they refract the horizon as well. Otherwise, what are they proving? They're not proving Earth curve anymore. They're proving the horizon moves with the weather. You know what I mean? It becomes absurd. Not that it wasn't already.
Okay, so then the anti-flat earthers have claimed that the horizon can be displaced and that the horizon basically isn't geometric, right? That's anti-flat earth claim. So there is sort of a terrestrial refraction that is canon, but it doesn't claim that the horizon is not the actual horizon. So it's like a middle road then that is still canon, that isn't effectively being applied.
Well, your
Because
phraseology
the
is just off
anti-flat
slightly.
earthers do think that the horizon is
It doesn't
displaced.
stop. Yeah, your phraseology is just off slightly. They're not trying to prove the horizon isn't the horizon or the horizon is the horizon. They're trying to prove the horizon is Earth curve, a physical limitation to your view, a tangent point to a sphere in geometric terms. That means it's got to be a tangent line to it when you describe it as a physical limitation. Now, this is why Rumpus wasn't allowed to return to the show, because he knew it full well while he was arguing for the limitation to your view at the horizon called Earth curve, knowing damn well that it was a refracted non-geometric position. Well, that's just what he uses in his sleeve of magic tricks when he gets caught out with a black swan. Well, the horizon's refracted, so not blocking boats and buildings and the Isle of Man then. a non-physical position. We're not going to calculate how much it's blocked those buildings by. Oh yeah, well it was on that day. Yeah? No, that's not what he said. He said it was always refracted. In other words, he lied. He had no choice. But at the point that this rhetoric leaves you in the necessity to lie, it won't become canon, and hasn't become canon. Mick West might have slipped it into his Earth curve calculator, but it literally makes a farce of the claim you're making in the first instance. How are you proving that the Earth's a sphere? Well, because we've got an Earth curve limitation at the horizon. Oh, so it limits stuff. Yeah, unless it doesn't limit stuff and is beyond it. Ta-da! Doesn't quite work, does it?
Right.
Well, it can't be Earth curve either because you wouldn't be able to get angle measurements to derive the geometry to begin with.
Well, I think I get it now. So the original terrestrial refraction didn't attempt to suggest that the horizon was displaced.
No.
Just everything else. And then the anti-flat earthers basically took it and kind of used it as a blunt weapon, even though it wasn't meant as such, against the Black Swan.
Yes.
And then topped it with the claim that the horizon itself also displays. And that's the terrestrial refraction that we got to know, but it isn't the official one, even.
No, that's not the terrestrial refraction we got to know. A derivation or bastardization of 7/6R with respect to the horizon. These are geometric utilizations of an R value that you can't acquire if you don't have a geometry to acquire it from. The moment you bend the line to the horizon, it's no longer a tangent point, which destroys the geometry, because that's what it's based on. It's based on Earth having a physical limitation at a tangent point. It's Earth curve geometry, not Earth curve optics. Now, when they bait and switch you and go, well, optics come into effect, there are no optics in Earth curve maths.
Well, I guess that I learned something new today.
Do you
I hadn't
wanna-
realized about terrestrial refraction.
Did I quote Rumpus? Did I quote him already? Quote, you know it's refracted because of its position with respect to the horizon. End quote. That was during the Isle of Man discussion. Fast forward to 2021. I always said the horizon was refracted. Yeah, total lie. Right? You can't have it both ways. You know the target's refracted because it's positionally with respect to Earth curve I'm trying to prove, versus Earth curve I'm trying to prove can move around with the bloody weather.
There's something else too.
Go ahead. After Mike 808 gets a shout out. Thanks for the super chat. Go ahead, John.
Well, Earth can't be curving because you need the angles to assert the
You
geometry.
did say, and we
so
completely
Earth
whistled
needs to
past
be
it.
flat.
Any evidence you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline? John saying you can't have a curved baseline because where would you get angle measurements from? And he's right. This whole assertion of Earth having a sphere edge, which was a 2015, 16, 17 argument that then died on its arse, completely died on its arse and was buried completely in 2020, all require flat planes to make the assertion. Well, if you're going to have angles utilised, you're not going to have a curved surface to be getting them from. So Earth as a sphere violates the celestial sphere model. Want to add anything else to that, John? Excellent point.
No, I mean that's kind of it.
You're going to need a flat plane, folks. You can't assert Earth curve. It violates the celestial sphere model. In fact, your Earth curve assertion and presupposition that violates the celestial sphere model was derived from the celestial sphere model and flat planes that made it. Nathan, can you ask David, if I can have that 3 Bitcoin? It's obvious no globe believer will be able to claim it. Just look at the clowns we have in the chat. Thank you for the super chat, Godzilla. No, I'm not going to ask Dave Weiss for 3 Bitcoin. If I did, it'd probably make him cry going on the prices of Bitcoin at the moment. So, any evidence we can acquire an elevation angle from a curved baseline?
Well, if you could, you wouldn't need all these horizontal planes and tangent planes and all these flat surfaces that all these guys that believe we live on a spherical surface keep bringing up. So obviously, we don't need the ball, the little dingleberry that's sitting underneath a horizontal plane. We don't need that, and they don't need that. So there you go.
Yep, Akumo Virus yesterday in the chat was saying, "Oh yeah, no, I can do that." And then when I asked the question specifically, so how do you attain that elevation angle with the with a curved baseline? And then he just kept rolling around it like he was going to answer it. I asked it 3 times, and then at the end he said, like, "Why would I answer that?" Like that.
Right.
Yep.
Because he said he could do
He
it.
he always does that. He says stuff to.
Here he goes again. in the
mock.
chat.
Well, hang on. He says stuff to mock us. Then we say, "All right, I'll give him one more chance." Okay, Virus. What about this? And then he says, "What?" And then he goes about 5 different typings, and then finally he says, "Why would I ever answer that?" He just plays around. He's a joke.
Remember how direct Zanuck was when I asked him? When I said, what if we wanted to switch it up and use the sphere first? And he said, yeah, just assume a flat plane. Oh, okay. Thanks.
Yeah, we've got to assume a flat plane.
Yeah, even if you want to use the sphere first, yeah, we got to use a flat plane. Oh, okay. Which you wouldn't have on a spherical surface, but okay, no problem. Glober.
Yeah, and when he says that, Chocolate, he doesn't realize what he's really admitting to, that the GP of the star, sun, or moon, 3,000, 2,000, 1,000, whatever the radius distance is from the first circle of equal altitude, that's on that flat plane all the way to you at your zenith position as the observer. It's like they admit to it, then they'll realize, uh-oh.
So Gene has a question. Says Globies on TikTok are eating your lunch. Average 600 to 1,300 viewers. No, but thank you for the super chat. No, I mean if you see your average Globe Believer video, will do 10x what any video I ever produce ever will do. My best video on my best day got less than 100,000 views. That's my most popular video. So your average guy talking about how he feels about a picture of the Earthrise nonsense, that'll get you 1 million views. So just because Globers are doing really well on TikTok, I don't know. I've looked into it, Jean. I still don't think it's the right time to move to TikTok. I've got to be honest. But I do periodically look at it, like I said last time. But I appreciate your super chat. I really, really do. Thank you very much indeed.
TikTok is very strict. It's really going to be hard.
I haven't looked at their regs and rules. I haven't got that far. I don't know how strict they are. That's something I would definitely take into consideration before I did anything. But at this stage, it's like, is it going to be worthwhile? At the moment, I don't think so. That may change. Like I say, I periodically look at TikTok and other platforms as well. Not that I can promote them here. You get banned from YouTube if you promote people to go to other platforms. As it should be, you want to retain your audience on your website, and that's what YouTube are doing. They say, no, if you're on here using our facilities to make money and make us money and advertisers money and all the rest of it, then that cog needs to keep turning on our page, not on someone else's. So there we go. Anyway, yeah, I say it one more time. Thank you very much for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Jean.
They can't truly delete flat Earth from history because without it, they don't have a globe.
You can't erase the reality of reality. If they did absolutely nothing, people would eventually figure it out of their own volition. I just think that's the way it is. Shout out to Hillside, who says, flat baseline. Quote, it's not an assumption, it's a prerequisite. End quote. Nathan Oakley, definitely one of my favourite quotes. Oh, well, thank you very much. Really appreciate the support. Thank you very much for the super chat, Hillside. Sorry, John. You continue. My bad.
I'm just saying that the globe is a flat Earth religion. It requires a flat Earth. They can't get rid of flat Earth. They can't make flat Earth illegal to talk about, or their religion is in trouble.
I don't know if history's true, then maybe they can.
And where will they get their angle measurements for their globe?
I have to ponder this for a few seconds.
I answered that in the pre-show presentation, where they get it from.
Yeah, they get it from a plane. I appreciate that. What John's saying though is, they lack the ability to punish us. So they can suppress us, but they can't punish us, because if they're punishing us, they're, I don't know if biting the hand that feeds them is the right way of phrasing it, but if you're, as the super chat just quoted me on, if you have a prerequisite to get angles from a flat plane, then the flat plane's a necessary part of your model. So you can't persecute somebody for saying, well, the prerequisite section of your model was flat, and I'll just leave the rest of it, because I don't need it. Plus, it makes a complete mockery of the angle measurement. So you can't persecute.
John is
flat Earth is the necessary antecedent to the globe.
Yeah, that's what John is saying. It's the original canon for it.
Yeah, that's a very interesting way of looking at it. Like I say, I have to ponder this for a little while, because we are certainly suppressed. But no, nobody's ever been punished, and I've highlighted that on many of occasions when people talk about us being, choose my words carefully, censored. And I say, well, not necessarily. And then I'll give a load of examples of where we're not censored, and a comparison where somebody is very specifically censored, and then a rule change will even be introduced in YouTube to stop them talking about a very specific thing in a very specific way. And if they do, they get banned, they get removed, they are censored in a very real way. We haven't suffered that. I've suffered attacks. The channels have suffered major attacks in the past. I've been under copyright strikes 20-fold from people attacking me. Now, that's not YouTube doing that. That's just assholes doing that don't want me here. Because we're showing where their globe's wrong. And they don't like it. But that doesn't mean that I feel like I'm actually being censored, like the channel's shut down because I've said the Earth's flat. I don't feel that there's any, beyond the perception that some might have, there's any actual consequences to saying that. You might be ridiculed by your fellow man, but that's just some next man, that's your neighbour, right? Being a neighbourly type, that doesn't mean that you're not allowed to do it, and I don't think we are not allowed to do it. I wouldn't be here claiming it's an evergreen topic that we'll always be able to talk about every day of the week, and we do, if it wasn't an evergreen topic that we are allowed to talk about. So I think John's right.
They can't get rid of us without getting rid of themselves.
John's right, but the problem is most normies aren't ready for that chapter of the conversation. Most of them aren't even ready to understand that their geometric horizon, aka the Earth curve, it's not a geometric location. It's not a physical obstruction to their view. It's just an apparent location. They're not ready for that. So how are they going to be ready for your entire heliocentric model came from elevations taken off a flat horizontal plane?
Chocolate just said you're not ready for is the statement as follows. The horizon is not Earth curve.
Is Adam still here?
He's on the panel.
Yeah, exactly. They're not ready for that. Because I get people that look at me with like I have three heads when I say that. Because most of them don't even understand that the horizon is supposed to be the Earth curve. You have to get to that before you can even explain to them how it's not the Earth curve. So then I've said it to a couple of my coworkers, the entire globe came from elevation angles taken off a flat plane. And they look at me like I have six heads then. I'm like, all right, I know. I get it. You're not ready.
Yeah, you're putting tip of the spear arguments to normies. It does sound amusing.
Oh, it is. It is.
We don't need to concern ourselves. I appreciate the information being disseminated from your experience. That's wonderful. But by the same token, right now, with however many over 100 people watching, woohoo! We don't have to concern ourselves with that. I don't think we will ever be put in front of the normies ever again. Just like, here's flat Earth. What, like, you might be interested in these cat videos, or you might be interested in what was I offered recently by YouTube, some law-related stuff. You know, that's just never going to happen. So we don't have to concern ourselves that the tip of the spear arguments are going to be over the head of the normies. I know I sometimes try and dumb it down, and I pretend that it's because there might be normies here. It's just because some people won't understand, regardless if they're normies or not. It's complicated
well, the
stuff.
horizon, if I may, the horizon is either geometric or optical. And since John has already said, again, elevation angle measurement destroys the sphere model, then it must be optical. It can't be geometric.
And their model's only geometric. There's only one claim of what the Earth curve edge horizon is caused by, and that's the physical Earth curve geometry. Well, that's nothing to do with optics, and everything to do with feet and inches values in Muppet vision, orthographic view, not receding into the distance, staying the same fixed size, and then the only reason they ever disappear is because of Earth geometry, physical tangent points called Earth curve getting in the way. That's their only assertion. So there are no optics, as I said earlier, maybe in the pre-show. There's no optics in Earth curve maths. The targets don't change size with distance. That's optics. That doesn't happen. So when they start talking about refraction and refractive effects in optics, it's like, your Earth curve maths doesn't have optics. It's Muppet vision. You see in the side of your own head, that's nothing to do with what I see with my eye.
But in the real world, not their world, but the real world, especially myself, because I did have a boat for 2.5 years and was on the Pacific Ocean weekly, going to Catalina and other fishing areas. Sometimes I saw really far, sometimes not too far, sometimes fogged in, couldn't see much at all. So what in my real world experience with my real world eyes, I see a horizon that's changing distances based on weather.
Notice, audience, what he didn't say is another one of those times of appealing as though there's normies. He didn't say he sees too far. He said, sometimes I see really far. He didn't say too far. Now, I highlight this because some people on the flat earth side of the argument will assert that we see too far, indicating to me and everyone on this panel that they've got a presupposition of a sphere earth that they're not relinquishing even though they claim to be a flat earther. Because too far implies that there should be an Earth curve limitation at the horizon, a physical limitation to block your view. So when that's not being blocked, it's too far? No. I don't work under the presupposition that I'm going to have a limitation to my view called Earth curve. Therefore, when I see really far, I just go, wow, I can see really far. Not, oh my God, Earth curve hasn't got in the way because it should have. No. Just want to point out 10th Man's exceptionally good phraseology. Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
Hang on before you go. Adam, you want to show the 6 slides I sent you at this point on the offing?
It's probably a good pertinent place to cover them. Let me just move me screen.
Sorry, Nathan, but this is really good based on what we're talking about.
It should be there now.
Okay, it's on screen.
The one I sent you, Adam, to your Skype. Those I went over in the pre-show.
All right, wait there then.
Oh, God, it's all going wrong.
No, it's okay.
Oh, it's all falling apart.
Let's just end it all. Let's just shut it down.
There you go.
Go ahead, Adam.
So the offing. I like this because this was just built on what we found out. So offing, the deep, distant stretch of the ocean that is still visible from the land. And we remember that the offing is also synonymous with the horizon, that it's specifically the darker line, I think. So I like that again, because again, it's describing that the sea is visible. Feedback from Discord. Another one. Offing, adjective. The area of the sea in which a ship can be seen in the distance from land. That'd be equivalent to it sitting on the horizon. It's in the offing. I think there's another one that sums up the phrase very nice, doesn't it? Here we go. This phrase first appeared in the 16th century. The offing is the more distant part of the sea visible from the shore. It is a safe distance from land for a ship and is generally water that is too deep to anchor in. Something in the offing is impending, about to arrive, or likely to happen.
A like on the horizon in the offing is what we used to call, back in the days of the Isle of Man, the circle of confusion.
Ether band.
Ether band, right. There's loads of names for it. But yeah.
Is that the dirty air?
Yeah.
Dirty air. Yeah, there's another one. All of these things only have one assertion in the Earth curve mathematics. Do you know what the only assertion in the Earth curve mathematics is? Earth curve.
It's Earth curve.
Yeah, that's it. There's only one claim. Physical geometric limitation to your view. Go on.
Where's the offing here in this 2 platforms from Miramar Beach? Where's the offing?
I've got it in decent picture on my screen, so
just let me answer it though, Adam. Hold on. So in this picture of the Black Swan, the horizon itself is beyond the 2 oil rigs. So it's kind of a other way around situation. The oil rigs aren't in the offing. They're physically visible in their entirety, beyond the limitation that they would be claimed to be blocked by if the Earth was a sphere with a physical limitation. So they should be in the offing. They're not.
When BLMB does the video and zooms in, as you zoom in, there will be a point where they are in the offing, and as you continue to zoom in, the offing will move back, meaning they're not in the offing anymore. They're in the foreground. And as you can see in this picture, the offing is like where my cursor is here. Look, if I go across, you can see the rough horizon. It's better on the contrasted one. But you can see that the offing is way into the distance. The visible sea is way off into the distance.
How off is it in the next picture?
Before you go to the next picture, an example of the offing would be the Isle of Man from Anthony Riley's belly on the beach at about 36 miles distance. You can just make it out coming in and out of the horizon. So it's obviously something there. It's obviously land, but it's obviously not close to you.
No, and it's flickering a bit because it's in the offing.
Yeah. Just an old-fashioned term that means stuff that you can kind of make out in the distance. Well, making stuff out in the distance is repurposed as being physically blocked by an Earth curve edge limitation, geometric in nature, at the horizon.
Yeah. What's important is it's not describing. This old phrase is preclusive of any attribution to curvature or obstruction. Look, it's describing what it is. It's a word that has a lot of meaning, and it's continued in time. So it's why they've had to abandon it. The deep, distant stretch of the ocean that is still visible. Yeah. Well, these things, if we go to the Black Swan, what a gloriously clear day for how much is still visible. That is not commensurate with any form of ball mathematics, though. But like I said, the phrase itself is stating that it's a flat plate. I mean, it's not obvious, but within the inference of it, it is a flat plane because it's just describing the rest of the land, the rest of the sea that can be seen. It's still there, and you can just about make it, but it's still there in that zone. The rest of that plane is in that offing. Go to that next picture, 10th. Not seen this, you'll have to.
Mitchell put this. Yeah, Mitchell put this
Mitchell
one
from Australia. Subscribe today to Mitchell from Australia. want to explain what this is? There's going to be people who haven't got a clue what's on screen right now.
Well, basically, he's got the Anacapa arch and rock in the top left. And then this shot shows left of platform Grace is that same Anacapa arch and rock right there to the left. Now, that should not be seen whatsoever, but it's being seen. So because of the optics of the camera being better than the eye, the offing is way beyond the platform and right where these rocks are.
I see it now, yeah. So he's then used the back calculation, like with the Black Swan, for a new radius of 1.77 million miles, because we're able to put that offing at least a distance of 31. So if we are going to play ball, and you are going to ascribe the offing as your geometric limitation to your ball, and the implication at this point would be your radius value would jump from 3959 miles to 1.77 million miles.
Just a bit outside.
Shout out to Godzilla37. Bet you can't answer. What is more likely? Phil is a teacher or Earth is a globe? Phil, as in Prof. Phil Bell. I'm pretty sure Phil's taught. I believe him when he tells me that he's taught at various different universities. Why wouldn't I believe him in that regard? Godzilla. Thank you for the super chat, though. I don't think people are so brazen. Some people are. Psychopaths. Anyway, thank you for the super chat.
I think the sentiment from Godzilla is based on the answers he gives to the questions we pose, and since they're funny or non sequitur or just doesn't jive with reality, he's saying, how could someone like that be a professor? Well, there's tons of these people out there who actually believe what they're saying, even though it doesn't jive with reality.
Let's move on. Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
There is an angular size measurement of the sun. And is angular size measurement part of the globe mass, Nathan?
No. They have a
No,
single
so that
line,
means
single line between observer and target, and you can't get angles from single lines.
so that means that a sun having an angular size on a globe Earth is impossible then, yes?
Yeah, I guess so. Well, an angular size would be an elevation angle, wouldn't it? If you're just measuring the angular size, you could just measure its size in the sky and give it in radians, though, couldn't you?
Yeah.
No, but you need to, no, you're missing the point. For something to have an angular size, it means that the perspective needs to be a reality.
In the context of globe Earth mathematics and their association with distant targets, those distant targets, when talking about Earth curve and its physical composition that they claim with Muppet Vision, then no, there's no perspective in Earth curve mathematics. Further to that, you can't have perspective when you're utilising the celestial sphere model and just acquiring an angle from a flat plane. That's the only claim of a perspective drop if you want to call the sun's movement towards the horizon a perspective drop. But you're specifically talking about taking just an angular size. I mean, I can give the size in arc seconds, or I can give it in all sorts of different degree measurements. If I just take that in isolation, I can just measure its angle in the sky, can't I? I don't follow your point.
No, you can't. Not on the globe Earth, you can't.
Not in their paradigm. In their mathematical paradigm of distant objects. You're correct. It's quite specific. It's hyper specific, though, isn't it, Brian?
Yeah. Globe Earth maths are all orthographic maths. There's no frontal perspective globe Earth maths. All the frontal perspective is all flat Earth perspective. What they want to call flare perspective at one time.
Said like that with the disclaimer.
Perspective. There is no.
Yeah, you've got to say it with the disclaimers, though. So you've got to say, in the orthographic world of Earth curve, there is no angular size measurement.
Well, that's the point. If the sun has an angular size, then it's not a globe. Because the globe
I think-
mathematics state, just 1 second, Chocolate, because the globe mathematics state that it can't have. Go on, Chocolate.
No, I was just gonna say that's why you fixed it with it on the globe. You can't have angular size.
No, you can't. You can't have angles. Angles are when we measure with angles to anything, whether it be an angular size or the celestial body or whatever. Now, I'm not talking about slicing a cake, right? I'm talking about measurements in reality, right, of the Earth and things that we see, right? We are using frontal perspective. We are measuring perspective with those angles. Angles measure perspective. There is no perspective on a globe. The origin of the globe started with flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. So they could come up with an orthographic explanation as to why Polaris rises and drops in the sky. So, Nathan, does Polaris rise and drop in the sky due to perspective or Earth curve?
Gotcha.
Because it can't be both.
I've got perfect. I don't know if you were here in the pre-show when 10th had this last diagram. It's the last diagram in Master B. I'm just going to stick it up on screen for the audience and get rid of the chat. So, can you see this image, Brian?
No, but I go to Master B, Nathan.
Okay, so in Master B, you've got this picture of where you take your angle from the center of the celestial sphere model with an angle marked out, and then they have a tangent plane sat on the top of it with a local angle to a flat plane measured with respect to the zenith moving to the center of a presupposed spherical Earth. Bit of a mouthful, but that's what the diagram depicts in two different places. Well, both are orthographic. That's the only way you can do this, right? The way that you can bastardize this flat Earth measurement is in an orthographic view. What Brian's saying is when you draw out these angles side on, yeah, there is no second line. So I'm going to highlight this on the zenith on the left-hand diagram. So if you say, let's just say for the sake of argument that you're stood at this position in the globe Earth paradigm, right, as they're depicting it in Muppet Vision. Well, in this diagram, you've got a line from your position to the zenith. Let's say that the sun is at your zenith. Yeah? Well, that's a single line in this depictorial example. There's not two lines going out to the zenith if the sun was there. And they can't have, because all of these celestial bodies are placed in this Muppet Vision at an infinite distance. Why? Well, because there is no perspective to account for. You just have one line. So what Brian's saying is the world of sphere Earth mathematics always takes place in orthographic view, as does the celestial sphere model, probably no coincidence. And it all works fine until you appreciate that that excludes all aspects of perspective, because there's only one line going out to whatever you're measuring. So again in this, oh, here we go, celestial North Pole. Yeah? So let's say that that's Polaris. Yeah? On this left-hand diagram. Well, if you're drawing a line out to Polaris to measure an angle against this local baseline, that's a single line to Polaris. Not an angular size acquirable from that. It's one line. Right, Brian? And you can't have two lines. It's Muppet Vision. You're not going to get angular representations out of this. If you draw the sun in the diagram, it would be about here on the top of this dome that's got a local flat plane attached to it, that's got a local flat plane from the celestial sphere model. Lots of local flat planes going on. Anyway, right, if you drew the North Star in this diagram, let's say I draw it where there's a H of north, so you've got celestial North Pole. Where H is, let's say that that's the depictorial example of Polaris, right? Well, you could draw it there, or you could draw it completely off the page. It wouldn't make any difference because you've only got one line to it. But if I do draw it here, and I draw it really big, I'll draw a really big Polaris. Yeah, it doesn't matter because you've only got one line going to it. You're not going to suddenly have a really wide line and a second really wide line for the angle to it. That's not possible in orthographic, which is where the globe takes place. So excellent point, Brian. It's been about 4 weeks for you trying to drive this point home. I finally got it. I told QE it takes me about 10 times. He didn't believe me.
Well, the thing about it is, Nathan, if you look at that diagram, you take any orthographic diagram where they show a globe, and if they put in a star, and especially if they label a star as one of the known stars, not just a random star, but if they call it Polaris or whatever, that star will be small. So they are adding in an angular size change to a star within their orthographic diagram that it can't have. But they're adding it in because in reality, we see a small light. Right now, with that small light, you can make all kinds of claims of what size and distance it is. But the point is that that's just speculation. Within their orthographic model, they can never show you a star being small. Like if they put a little star up above that globe there that we have there in orthographic view, like what is that star? It's not what they claim it to be because it can't be, because it can't have an angular size. Everything globe, everything starts with the rise and fall drop rate of Polaris. That's where it was after that the whole 7/6 and all this other stuff had to come into it because they needed to keep, us looking, when we're looking out to sea and other places, they needed to hijack as many things as possible, visual and refractive effects and just optical effects as much as possible to keep people believing it's a globe. But in reality, what started the whole globe thing was flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. That's why Polaris rises and falls is either Earth curve or perspective. It's one or the other. And they have to put it into orthographic view to make it Earth curve. But then you can't have an angular size of Polaris or the sun or anything else. Nothing has angular size. Perspective does not exist. I know it's pretty simplistic, so it's hard to get across to people. Go on.
No, I love it when you first came out with it. I just want to go back to this illustration that Nathan has up. So this is Earth, and then they've got the snow globe on top of Earth, two different versions of the snow globe. Look at the snow globe where the equator is on both, and look at the Earth's equator. They match. The North Pole on both is straight up. The celestial North Pole is them saying the light comes in parallel. But if you were just to look at the celestial equator, which is from Earth's surface to infinite distance, well, there's no distance. You have to imagine the celestial sphere infinite distance away and the stars all on the inner concave part of it. Okay, so they're directly over every part of this. So all they did here was take the flat plane and move it on top of a circle.
Right. Any more on this?
Yeah. If you think about the claim of parallel light rays, that specifically requires something to be of a specific size at a specific distance, doesn't it? It means, it has to be a specific size at a specific distance. And that's all back calculated from their original observation, from the original flat Earth elevation angles of Polaris rising and appearing to rise and fall in the sky. But at that point, there is no angular size change. But there is angular size change when there needs to be for them. They switch between the two. Even with the rotographic view, they put in a little star up off the left of their little globe in the diagram. No, that star can't be little. That star has to be 1 billion times the size of your globe in the diagram. Your globe should be tiny and that star should be huge if you want to do it that way. Because everything has to be its actual size in comparison to everything else. So when we look in the sky, if we're on a globe, the sun should be huge, Polaris should be massive, everything should be all these big, massive, huge things in the sky. That's what we should be seeing if it was a globe. I know it sounds crazy and ridiculous, but these are the actual geometric facts. I'm sorry.
As it didn't get answered, any evidence of the distance to the sun?
No.
Any scientific evidence of gravity?
Hang on. The distance to the sun is a back calculation from the angular size. You can take any claim they make about size and distance to the sun, and you can always turn it back into its angular size that we see. They can take the angular size, something that can't exist on their globe, and claim a size and distance to the sun with it by back calculation. It all started with an angular size measurement, something impossible on their model. There is no perspective. There is no angles. They don't exist. It can't exist because perspective doesn't exist. You can't measure perspective that doesn't exist. With angles, they can't exist. The distance and size of their sun is all back calculated from an angular size of the sun in our sky, an average angular size throughout a 12-month period. You can make the sun any size and distance you want based off that angular size. That's all that's going on there. So no, there is absolutely no evidence of the distance to the sun. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Can I change the topic slightly? Because someone in the chat about 10 minutes ago said 1,000 likes incoming because the likes are out of whack again. Well, I re-looked at why this might be happening, and I think I found my answer. So you can purchase likes, and likes are really expensive to purchase from what I've turned over with my research on this subject. Unlike subscribers, which from what I can establish, I don't know why, are much, much cheaper. I think what they try and do is rope you into buying subscribers, because that's the bit that most people are vain about. And then when people collar or spot the fact that you haven't got the interaction that you're supposed to have with the number of subscribers that you've got, they start buying likes. The people that buy them, not me. Anyway, that leads me to what the people who sell likes do to get around the algorithm. What they will do is they will spam like the person that's paid for likes, but also subscribe to and like other channels that are semi-associated with that channel. So if there's a similar type of channel with a similar type of audience base, the person that sold the likes and is therefore farming them, or whatever they call it when they're going out and spamming their client's video with likes, so that they don't get caught, they'll spam other videos around it, which also then end up with random spammed likes, so that they're not so obvious in what they're doing when they're selling these likes to these idiots that are so vain they want to just boost their numbers with no real attachment to any decent statistics. So given that, number one, I'm not buying the likes, and number two, this is the only bit I'm a bit grey area on, I can't imagine that somebody out there would want to purchase likes for this channel. So as much as that could be a possibility, it seems very unlikely. It leaves me with the only other option, which is that there's somebody else out there in this neck of the woods that is buying likes and is buying subscribers, and when they are doing so at a considerable cost that I certainly wouldn't hand over for that stupid nonsense, they are also spam liking my channel. And to somebody who's out in the Far East doing this, they're not going to care that there's a massive mismatch in my ratios to likes to live viewers, so long as they fulfill whatever their person at the hierarchy of their office says, go out and spam like these videos, because they're getting paid to do so. So that is from research into other people that I've found that are on YouTube that have been looked into, and other platforms for that matter. I think the one that gave me the most information was some model on Instagram, I believe, and she ended up having something like 1 million subscribers, but was getting like 0.01% likes or hearts or whatever it is they have on Instagram. I don't really know. But in any way, people could spot from that disparity that obviously there were fake subscribers. So I think that the people selling them have played on that idea, and then they make the likes and interaction much, much more expensive. Like I say, to not get caught out, they'll spam people around them with likes, which is why my videos end up with stupid numbers of likes. Now, so long as it's just likes, to be honest, I don't really look at the likes or dislikes. I never have. I've never really paid them much consideration, and I don't think they're that important, because anybody can come along and like you, and in this instance, people can come along and spam like you, making it completely meaningless. But when my view figures get distorted, I get quite angry. I have in the past when I'm like, woohoo, there's like 250 people watching. Hang on a minute. The chat rate's still only 18 chats per minute. That's wrong. That's annoying. That's going to throw my statistics out. Whereas with the likes, I'm like, oh, who cares? So long as it doesn't cause me any detriment, YouTube don't look over me going, oh, is he doing something dodgy? Because I'm not. But people have accused me of it, so that's why I've dedicated this much time to this particular section. People in the comments will come along and go, oh, you're buying likes. No.
Well, don't blame me, because I don't like spam.
I don't like spam either. It ruins my statistics. But the likes I don't care about in statistical terms, so I get less annoyed by it. Unless it causes me some detriment with YouTube, which hopefully they're more wise to it than me having to do a fair bit of research. I would hope YouTube are way ahead of me on that in that regard. But it's just an explanation that I feel like needs to be given, because it's about the 6th or 7th time it's happened. And you're like, first couple of times I just wave them away. You make a minor mental note of it. By about the 6th or 7th time it happens, you're like, I've got to figure out what's going on here. There's something very wrong. And there's got to be an explanation. I don't like not knowing why something like that occurs, because it's not just a glitch. But yeah, as I say, I think it is just down to somebody, God knows who, I'm never going to figure that out, has bought subscribers and has subsequently gone, look, my interaction's still really low. I'll buy a load of likes. Okay, well, good for you, whoever you are, and good for you, whoever's selling them. More power to you if it makes you, pay the bills. But the point I'm going to make in this regard for people who accuse me of buying them, I'm here to make a living. So the idea of spending the money I get in on false views is absurd. Because what I want to do is increase the views, because that will increase the money that comes in. So there's no way that that's ever going to go the other direction. The street comes towards me for money. I'm here for a living. So I'm never going to reverse the direction of that flow of money back towards YouTube. Sorry, YouTube, but no. And even in this instance, it's not even YouTube that are getting the money out of this. It's just some guys in the Far East. From what I can ascertain, it might be some other part of the world, but my point is the same. In case anyone thinks I'm pouring scorn on the Far East, I'm not. I'm just saying that somebody somewhere is charging for this service, and so they don't get caught, they random spam like other channels that aren't directly the only channel, because presumably they get caught out if only one channel has only that 4,000 random accounts only subscribe to that one channel. It's presumably much more obvious for you to catch them out. So, like I say, that was an hour or two of research that I'll never get back, just so I could explain this to my audience, who occasionally leave comments going, buying likes. No, I'd rather buy food for my children. Definitely not. Anyway, that's enough of that rant.
Right, and it wouldn't work anyway as a flat earther, right? Because we are getting cut down. We are getting gate capped by Google. So buying from them is not going to yield what it normally would if you were free, right? Because, hey, you, as some random YouTuber about a non-scary subject, right? You could do that and then like really grow out very quickly. And it works because they're not being gate capped. But for us, that doesn't work at all.
Well, what I would say about it is, I understand, Nathan, that you're very specific about your statistics, because you want to be able to know, and you want to be able to rely on the statistics to know exactly how many views you're getting and what is the watch time and all those things. So you don't want some nonsense that you can't actually rely upon. Right? I get that. But I think that you end up explaining it to the audience because over the years, you have so many ballers attacking you with false claims that you're doing this and you're doing that. So you instantly feel the need to explain yourself to your audience because you're expecting attack from the ballers claiming that you're buying likes or you're doing this or you're doing that. You don't need to do that anymore. Who cares what they think? They'll buy you likes just so they can attack you with it. It means nothing. Who cares what these losers think? They don't matter. I couldn't give a damn what they say about me. Within reason.
No, I like your attitude. I completely agree. And your attitude I love, and it's rubbing off on me. I've got to be honest, Brian. So, but on that note, I've got to round out this live show. So with that, I'm going to say, first and foremost, huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's live show possible. If you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Unfortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. Another massive thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!
And drill down on your point about perspective not being possible with angular size on the globe.
Well, if we start with the distance to the sun, I can take an angular size measurement of the sun and then make whatever claim I want about its size and distance. And I can also then do the same with the moon. If I start with the sun, I can then do the same thing with the moon and make sure that my calculation fits what size the moon should be in comparison to the sun within my model. All I've got, though, are angular size measurements. And how did I get them if we're on a globe? We can't get those things on a globe. They don't exist. Globe mathematics are orthographic mathematics. They have to be, because they have to show how Polaris appears to rise and drop due to somebody going back down over or up over Earth curve.
Right.
You know?
So they're asserting you moving around on the protractor. The protractor's twisting with you watching it drop. You've got to represent that in orthographic view. You can't depict it or describe it in an optical view because it isn't an optical view. The optical view was the angular measurement. That's the relationship with the horizon. Now, that's still perspective though, isn't it, Brian? It's the same hijacking that we noticed 4 or 5 years ago with the curve calculator. It just runs through the entire paradigm is, I think, the overarching point that you're trying to make. This doesn't just extend to the Earth curve horizon. It extends to all of it. There's no perspective in globe Earth world. Their maths it doesn't have it.
Yeah, you were more right.
You know
than
what,
realized.
though? Sorry, bro.
Just very quickly, Chocolate. I just want to say to Nathan, you were more correct than you realized back then. If you think about I now add in the hijacking as opposed to omitted, like QE said, about the Earth curve calculator. You are so correct. More correct. It's so simple, but the simple things are the hard things to spot, you know, or to latch onto, to be confident about. You know, that's the problem. It's like the horizon argument. People weren't confident about it till QE made a proper argument out of it in 2020. But it's been 5 years of us not being confident about it. Well, some of us used it, but not as a group. You know, sorry, Chocolate.
Nah, I was gonna say your point's beautiful, and that actually it makes it a lot more. It makes sense as to why when I first got into this, they used to fight so hard, and he would even make fun of us when we would talk about perspective, right? Because they used to. We got called, flirters using perspective and. Perspective doesn't exist except in drawings and shit like that. And I used to be like, well, what the hell are they talking about? How do you not include perspective into anything that's seeing something? What the hell is going on? But now it actually, remember that? They used to make fun of us.
They were so confident, right? Like, oh, you have nowhere to go. You just made this up, didn't you, flat earther? Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's probably because of what Brian is saying, because maybe they knew or they somewhat understood that, no, you can't have perspective on the globe. It can't be working that way. But now, years later, 6, 7 years later, now they have to talk about perspective because now they have things they can't ignore, like the loss of their geometry. So now they have to come up with something else. It's hilarious to me, man. But it makes sense.
Sorry for cutting on in at the end of it, Chocolate.
No, you're good, bro. You're good.
They always tell you where the weaknesses are by how aggressive they get about something.
Yep. How bad they fight against it, right? Remember, don't talk about 90. Why?
And the Black Swan. Several people came forward after the Black Swan was formulated into Modus Tollens and made a comment specifically about how their horizons beyond Earth curve limitations got the most horrendous vitriol from globe believers. Like, people were idiotic, and like you say, it's a tell. Same goes for their straw men arguments. They're a tell. Like saying the boats fall over the edge of the sphere disk. Not sphere disk, the flat plane disk. It's like, you've got boats falling over your horizon. So you challenge us to prove why boats are falling off the edge of our disk you strawman us with. Like, their weakest sections are the most telling, and when they attack you with the most vitriol, It's the most telling. I think it was Robin Poe that said, oh, no, it was Paula. So when you're over the target, that's when you get the most flack.
Well,
It's
I
true.
don't know, Nathan. They say that they don't like when you say boats fall over the edge. They'd rather you say boats disappear into the horizon.
But boats are going over
That's
Earth curve
attack when
edge.
you're
They
weak.
would, the anti-flat earthers would rather we didn't label it in the absurd way that it actually suggests, because boats are falling over Earth curve. Now they don't like that, because suddenly it makes them cringe, because they've been asking us to prove why boats fall. Do boats fall over the edge of your pizza pie? That's what they ask us, right? So boats fall over your Earth curve? No, disappear into the... No, fall over Earth curve. Here's your maths for how much it's fallen over Earth curve, you stupid muppet.
Well,
You
if
have to make them.
Sorry, go on, John.
I was just going to say you have to make them think you're strong where you're weak.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what they do. Because that's what they did with the Horizon. That's what they did with everything. With every argument that they failed on, but the worst. They always tried to make it seem like they were the strong. That was their strongest point.
Yeah, where's your
Blowfish
dome?
tactics.
Prove your dome. Show me a dome. Why do they say that? Because they require containment to have the gas pressure they're breathing in violation of natural law, so they challenge flat earthers to prove a dome.
It's a preemptive projection attack.
Yep. Precisely. Well put.
Sorry, Armin, say that again because I rumpus.
I said it's a preemptive projection attack.
Exactly.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, perfect.
Can we do a test right now?
Well,
Hold on, Brian's
go
at the
ahead,
end of his
Brian.
point. He's getting
Go,
frustrated.
Brian.
Just let Brian get to the end. Go on, Brian.
yeah, just very quickly, just for chocolate. We live, according to the globe model, in a solar system, which means the globe Earth and all these other planets go around the sun, which is a star, and all the other stars are stars as well. All the other things are stars as well of different compositions. But what started all that? For the people you work with, you can take an angular measurement to the sun, but there is no angular sizes or perspective on the globe model. Everything is orthographic. So for a start, that can't happen. But you could take an angular measurement to the sun and then decide what size everything else is and distance everything else is based on that angular size and the size and distance you give to that. Because you can't measure the distance to the sun, but you can take an angular size and then, which is something can't happen on a globe model, but then you can create a globe model and solar system based on it. And the maths could be all completely different from the solar system where we actually are claimed to be in now. But it doesn't matter because you start with your benchmark, which is the angular size of the sun, and you can say the sun is 600,000 miles wide instead of 800,000 miles wide in diameter, and work everything from there and change everything around. It doesn't matter what size. You can make the Earth the size it is, the globe Earth the size it is. Not matters there. It's just the sizes of everything else in comparison to the
You know what's funny? It makes it that question they used to ask us all the time. Oh, why doesn't the angular size of the sun change? Makes it even worse.
Way worse.
How do you have angular size of the globe?
If Venus wasn't our twin and was only half the size, then the sun would be twice as big. So would the moon.
Completely arbitrary, but Adam's absolutely right. So the scale is all we have from Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion. Now, you need something to give that scale actual sizes to assert them in however many, whatever size they make the sun and all the other planets, right? Well, those physical sizes that they ascribe have only been done by scaling Venus with the same R value as Earth. And what Adam's just said is, if you made Venus half the size, that would put it, what would that do to the sun? Double the size of the sun, did you say?
If it was half the size, was it go the other way? Half the size. Sorry, it'd go the other way. It'd make the sun half as big, wouldn't it? Because it's the relationship between its transit across the sun. So if it was smaller, then the sun would be relatively smaller. So
Relatively, yes. I don't know about half, but yeah, whatever the scale changed to, you'd actually have to apply Kepler's third law to work out the actual change. But I'm being pedantic just because there's going to be some maths boffin that pulls you up on it in the chat. No,
No, I'm
'cause it
glad
has.
you did. I got it the wrong way around. So
I know you said bigger. That's not what I mean either. I just mean that when you say half, the scale would change all over the place, right? So it wouldn't necessarily be half if you halve the size of Venus. It's not that. It's not that.
not exactly, no. 'Cause
No,
it's not.
but
you know,
I'm being pedantic in that regard. I'm just saying what your point is, that you can change all of the sizes once you've got one thing to reference it to scale it with. And the one thing that they hadn't got but then ascribed was Venus. Well, that's what they used. They said that, well, we've got it because we've got the transit of Venus, right?
Yeah, well, that's
Yeah,
Brian's point. That's Brian's point of back engineering. And
Well,
after you're done, John, I want to do that real world example. Go on, John.
I was just going to say Kepler's law of interplanetary motion relies on a bar value of Earth, does it not?
Yes, it does. That's correct.
I love it.
Flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris.
Just let me make this point. Go ahead, John. I'll lead you in.
Then
You say that the requirement is there for an R value. Yes, that's correct.
well, you'll never get a radius value to a flat plane. That's just not happening. So the interplanetary law is moot.
Well, it stands in violation of the celestial sphere model, does it not? As does heliocentrism.
Yeah, that's done. Dust.
Okay. Real world example just happened in chat as you ended the show of what we talked earlier. Phil B says to General, I'm a subject area expert in radiation. But prior to that, he said, I'm sorry, I read the wrong one. He said, you don't know about amplitude, you poor thing, you. Then I saw that as an opening and I wrote, Phil B, so you don't know anything about the elevation angles, you poor thing, you. And Phil B responded, just as the chat ended, 10th man, in your dreams, how do you get an elevation angle from the top of a mountain? I responded, which never made the chat because it ran out of time. What's your reference, Phil? So we can do one here, just like they do with boats falling over the edge. So Phil B is saying, he wants to say, how do you get an angle from the top of the mountain? And I thought the most proper thing is, what are you using for reference? What do you think he would say?
Well, would he say artificial horizon with a marine sextant?
Yeah, but what did Al Baruni do?
But he used an astrolabe, which is another angle measuring tool.
No, but what do you have to measure first? What reference point do they have to go off of?
Well,
It's only been using a bubble sextant.
Well, it depends on, well, no, if he's not, he won't need to know the height of the mountain if he's taking an elevation angle to a celestial body.
So he had to get sea level as a reference to get the height of the mountain. Then he went on top of the mountain and he looked at the horizon, the offing, at an obtuse angle. And then he did what?
Well, it depends. If he's taking an angle to a celestial body, he won't need the height of the mountain.
Right. He just needs a horizontal reference point, which would be the bubble.
Yeah, or the artificial horizon.
Or the artificial horizon. But if he's going to use the actual sea horizon, he's going to have an obtuse angle from the top of the mountain, right?
Yeah, which he'll have to correct.
Which means, what does he have to do?
Well, he'll have to use height of light correction down to sea level.
There you go.
Right angle triangle.
There you go. It's over. I don't know what Phil's babbling about.
Well, regardless of what he's talking about, none of this is possible on a globe. Besides the fact that geometrically it's not possible, mathematically it's not possible because globe maps are orthographic. There is no angles or perspective. You know what I mean? He can't do any of these things on a globe. Can't be done. The star doesn't have an angular position, or something doesn't have an angular size on a globe. It has an actual position and actual size only.
So is that why, Brian, all the tables and the numbers for correction for true altitude and elevation angles are not done from the surface of the globe, but a central circle that's a disk, flat plane? Is that why it only can happen from there?
Yeah, that's why it happens from there, because there's nowhere else to do it. You have to do it from a horizontal plane. And put it into orthographic view using the celestial sphere model, you have to treat the sky as being curved because you want to show perspective, and then you have to pretend that curved sky is then the surface of your globe. But it's all back calculation from, like, it all starts with one thing: the rise and drop rate of Polaris. They had to get that right. And then after that, they went on to the angular size of the sun, and then work everything else around those two things. They got a radius for their globe, so that created their globe for them. And then they have an angular size of the sun. But both of those things, the radius came from flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris, and the angular size is an angular size. You can't have any of those things on the globe. But that's where the globe comes from. That's where that whole heliocentric
2 points.
model comes from.
Can I say something?
No, 2 points.
Go on,
Number one,
Kiwi.
it's a cute angle. Number two, what the hell is he doing on a mountain with a Mariner sextant? Doesn't he know where he is on that mountain?
Well, they might use an artificial horizon. He could use a Mariner sextant. You have to use a Mariner sextant for that. If you want.
Say again?
Well, to use
Say
an
again?
artificial horizon, he needs to use a Mariner sextant.
What's he doing on top of a mountain with a sextant?
He should have a cross staff.
He shouldn't be up there with a sextant if he believes he's a globe.
He shouldn't be up there because there's a militarized Black Swan waiting for him when he gets there.
Right. I just wanted. Oh, sorry.
But if you,
I just wanted to say that it reminds me about the
on.
early discovery of. Remember when we figured out, when the globers tell us, or the anti-flat earthers, where's your edge, flat earthers, where's your edge? But not only were they projecting their predicament, because of course the globe has a geometric edge you're looking at, but also that same globe is actually based off a flat earth disk that within its conception has an edge. So they're like double projecting onto us, because we don't uphold either of the specific models. It's all edges for them and not for us. Right?
Yeah, well, mathematically, their globe has an edge. It's a globe.
Right, the actual globe within their model has an edge, but also the disk, the flat disk on which that globe model was founded, has an edge. You could say that's like the Flat Earth Society disk, and that thing has an edge, right?
No, because the celestial sphere model is only showing perspective. So you'll only be, it's down to how far you will be able to see due to your vision and optics. It's not, that doesn't mean that's the edge that you can fall off, or that's a limiting point. They just made it into a limiting point within their globe.
That's right.
It's not really a limiting point. It's not geometrically a limit.
Right, so they made it in their globe model, and they made the Flat Earth Society as a controlled opposition to conceal that it's all based off that flat disk that the Flat Earth Society ridicules by showing it to be a literal disk in space, which has an edge, just like the globe. So they're on the edge, we are not.
Somebody PM me a question. Maybe I could put it out to the board. Hello, sir. I had a question. I have a globetard that says we need radius for dip correction formula. Does radius factor in at all?
Dip correction.
It does in their new. It does in their new one. Sorry, Ethan, go on. Nathan?
No.
Well, no, it does within the current dip correction.
Right.
But we don't need a radius.
You have permission to use old and busted and new hardness dip correction.
Yeah, this is the destruction of this. What was said. We don't need a radius. they need a radius for their new dip
Correct.
correction, which is from a geometric horizon using 7/6R, bringing the line from that horizon to the real horizon. They need a radius, but we know where they got their radius from. It was from elevation, flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. That's where the radius comes from. I've shown the maths right down to the decimal place. That's exactly where it comes from. So that question means nothing to us. If that's a question they need to be asking themselves. If they're believing this nonsense about their new dip correction, then where did ye get your radius? Because we know.
No radius, no edge.
Dip correction is just height of eye above sea level. What Brian is trying to explain here, if I can find the illustration, or just imagine in your mind, is when you have the sensible horizon, which is just a horizontal, because we only have one horizon.
Hang on, I'm just going to cut in again. I'm talking about what's shown in the Davis Sextant Manual.
No, I
what's
understand.
shown by Metabunk and others.
I'm not arguing with you.
Same.
I'm just going to show what I read from their own books as well. So what I'm saying is, I've shown this to Nathan before. It is the difference between the visible horizon and the sensible horizon. Now, because they draw the dingleberry, they have to draw that line to show a curve on that dingleberry. And this is where they do the angle measurement, showing that they're correcting for a curve of that dingleberry. But in its express wordage or explanation, definition, whatever you want to put it, it's the difference between the visible horizon, the offing that we went over already, as far as you can see the horizon from shore, where you still see the hull and the whole ship. It's the difference between that and the sensible, where you have a bubble horizon at your eye line. And those two are parallel. And dip is purely height and eye. That dingleberry and that angle don't belong there. I could destroy that all day long.
Too late. I already said no. And if they did, ask him, how'd you get your radius?
Well, yeah, that's actually a projection question, really, isn't it? You know, was they're claiming dip correction needs a radius. Then where'd you get your radius then? Where did I get my radius for my dip correction? That's what they should be asking, isn't it?
We don't need no stinking radius.
Yeah, well, look, the thing about it is that I continually call that correction height of eye, because there was such a convolution between the original dip correction, which was just height of eye, and the current claimed dip correction, which is a mathematical globe correction, which is no correlation whatsoever to reality. So the question is back to them. Where did he get his radius for his globe's dip correction?
We have a problem that's even bigger. All the angle measurements for the almanac and for sextant use come from a center, a circle that's a disc, that's flat. There is no dip correction when you go to the actual measurement itself. It's coming from a flat baseline. They're presupposing you're on this curved dingleberry doing it. But then when you look at the pictures, they've got a snow globe up there with a smaller circle, which is the field of view of your vision to the offing, and then the dome of the protractor above your head to show you 90 degrees to zero. And so it's not even being done the way they're saying. It has to match the angle from the center of a presupposed globe, which is a flat disk. You can't do that on the surface of an arc. So they make a little snow globe and say, this is your local horizon. Well, what's the distance of that local horizon that I'm going to get an angle to work? It's the offing. It's a smaller circular flat disk. It's just the same one at the center, brought up to the top. Neither of them are true, because there's no globe that we get a center calculation or measurement numbers from. We just live on a flat plane.
I heard somebody had a citation that said we get elevation angles off a globe. Did that guy ever come back with that or not? I guess not.
That was virus. It was mentioned in the live show, at least.
Oh, I wasn't even talking about virus.
Yeah,
I mean, if virus got one, that'd be cool too.
I mean, that's
Chocolate's talking about the guy that asked you if you had any references.
Oh, Ed Masto. Who was it?
Hoymar.
Hoymar. No, he never came back with any references. I had 10 lined up. People were like, oh, Nathan was so quick to them. It's like, well, I've had them lined up so I can just cut and paste them into comments when people say, oh, there's no proof that you need an elevation angle from a flat plane. Here's 10 citations.
The way it came out was epic, though. It's beautiful.
Full video of that comes out on the weekend. It's already available to members. There's 2 of them. So I've released 2 tiny little clips, and then kept the edited videos, which took a lot of work. I kept them back for the members. They took that much work, but they'll get released to the public this weekend. Mostly Adam and QE, with me interjecting. I noticed that there's a reasonable amount of rumpusing between Adam and Hoymar. The moment I pipe up, and at that point I'd kept quiet for about 20-25 minutes, like straight, not said a word. And then I pipe up because it gets to the point that I'd tried to reiterate with him 25 or 24 times up until that point. And the moment I start making my point about, no, what you'll be correcting from is a geometric horizon, you started off by saying you'd be correcting from the refracted horizon. Not correct. You can't correct an angle from a bent line. Well, when it got to that, he immediately started rumpusing me. And I've been talking for about 5 seconds. So it's like when people moan that the mute button's used, it's like, no. What actually happens is your points get annihilated. You know, refracted angles being corrected, nah. That gets summarised. And the moment you hear how it's getting pummeled, you start talking through any of the panel members and me. That's what the fundies mean when they project the crap that they get muted here. No, they don't. Otherwise, Hoymar wouldn't have had the opportunity to rumpus the crap out of me when I took his nonsense of correcting bent angles apart, as he needed to.
When you read him that, what's it called again? The citations. Did he even have an answer for that?
No.
He just took quiet after that, correct?
Yeah, he just went quiet.
Didn't he say he had a ton?
Yeah, he had a ton, so I went and got one of my 10 and immediately rattled it off because I'd literally have the iPad open on that page next to me. So literally, well, have you got any citation that says it needs to be flat? Yeah, from the elevation angle, from the flat plane that the observer's standing on, something like that. Sustainable by design is the citation. I got a load of them.
Isn't it disturbing? Isn't it disturbing that they keep saying it's 2022 and they keep saying refracted horizon? Number one, they don't know what refraction is. Number two, even in their fairy tale worldview, the horizon isn't refracted. You guys got to get up to date with the flat Earth debate, dudes. You're about 6 years behind.
Glad you've said that.
I can't get over that. Every time I hear that refracted horizon, it just
Owen's about to
on a
pipe up.
belly laugher.
Yeah, that's what I stressed in the beginning of the live show. So, no, there's no excusing them and saying that they can, you know, they're okay to just be cool with believing in a refracted horizon. It's like, no, you're a heretic. The moment you start claiming that horizon that's supposed to be proven with its physical limitation ability at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, you're a heretic.
Yeah, but that's not fair because if they can't do that, then they can't counter the black swan argument.
Can't counter the black swan argument. They did counter the black swan argument with refraction, and that destroys their geometry. We told them it from day one, but they continued for 2 straight years, right into the face of angle corrections from dip, and now they're buggered.
a paradox is
Yeah, but
better than nothing.
Arwen, that's the point, right? You say it's not fair because then they can't counter. That's the whole point. Because who are the heretics? The ones that are actually countering this argument. The ones that don't need to, the ones that are sitting in the back and just believe because consensus or whatever the hell, Santa Claus, it doesn't matter. They don't care. They don't have to argue that the horizon's refracted. But the ones that do, the ones that step up to this, they have to. So they have to become heretics just to argue this, their point.
Right, because a paradox is better than nothing.
Well, someone's got to
Although it
argue it,
is
right?
nothing, but if you don't understand that, then it's better.
That's the sad, lonely road they've chosen, right? Someone has to argue with us. We can't just let these flat earthers running around just asking questions and debunking shit all over the place. So there's a certain group that said we have to defend our globe. We have to fight the flat earth, right? Because the shit obviously can't stand on its own two legs. Their model doesn't hold any damn water, so there you go.
Speaking of antiquated nonsense that they just keep bringing back up, that's a train wreck. Hey, Nathan, check Master B. This was posted in chat this morning by Hoymar.
In Master B, the last thing that was posted. Oh, it's by you. Oh, it's from Soundly. Oh, how sweet. Okay, I've got it up on screen so the audience can see what we're talking about. So what's his claim? It's too small for me to read on my screen. It was constructed from rather short modules. So it's just level. Full stop. And it turns out following a level water surface means arcing along a huge circle? What? So it's just level. Okay, that I understand. So because it's just level, it's arcing around a circle. That's the most glaring doublespeak I've ever heard in my entire life.
Well, Nathan, you didn't hear level's the new curve. You didn't hear?
How does the bubble section work then?
How do they get an elevation angle then? If what they actually thought was level was actually bending, then how did they get elevation angles to anything ever?
Nathan, I posted those slides if you... Oh, go on, Brian.
I just want to say what Hoymar is, from what I could tell there, is referring to is when it was surveyed by the likes of Jesse Kozlowski, and he had to planarize the whole area. That was his exact words. So basically what they did is these ballers keep going out there and trying to survey it, but they have to survey it in Cartesian, three-dimensional Cartesian, I think two-dimensional, then three-dimensional Cartesian flat plane coordinates, and then they add in R afterwards. They all do the exact same thing. They all do the same thing. They go out and survey the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge and whatever else, and they have to survey the whole thing flat, horizontal, like from a zero horizontal with elevations changes, and then they add in R every time. It's the saddest.
Have they all convinced themselves that that's where the curvature is at Lake Pontchartrain? Why is that?
Yes.
What the hell? What year is it again? Lake Pontchartrain? Come on, Hoymar. I know you're brand new to this, but come on. You're bringing up that.
And Nathan, next image, he followed up with the next image in Master B. Check this one.
Right after Visible Horizon in Muppet Vision. Is that the one?
Nah, Lake Pontchartrain Causeway. It's a diagram, like a shadow diagram of Soundley's Bridge.
I've got it.
It says Lake Pontchartrain Causeway, Soundley's observations. The model predicts, that's a belly laugher, that the bridge should curve down below eye level.
Yeah, hashtag shit shrinks.
Say again?
Hashtag shit shrinks. According to the globe Earth model, right, these pillars in the near foreground, let's just say they're 80 feet tall. Just easy numbers, yeah. Well, according to this picture, the one behind it's smaller. I mean, I could run a ruler on it and show that it's smaller. But according to the Globe Earth maths, it's the same size. They're both 80 feet. Well, this diagram can't possibly be right because it's showing it getting smaller. So the Globe Earth's saying something completely contrary to that. You know, this should still be 80 feet. I don't really understand why they're showing it with perspective included when it's 80 feet at any distance. That's not how it's represented here. According to this diagram, it's getting smaller into the distance. Well, that would be the cause of its recession into the distance. Where's that in the Globe Earth maths? These are all 80 feet.
Can I make a correct?
Say again, John?
Can I make a correction?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, instead of saying globe Earth mass and globe Earth model, it should be flat Earth globe mass and flat Earth model of a globe.
Yeah, they're derived from a flat Earth, so it should be flat Earth model of a globe. Yeah, I don't have any issue with that.
Or
Right.
globe Earth reification of a flat Earth model.
Can I just throw something out there?
Can I finish what I got? I was trying to finish that earlier discussion.
Yeah, 10th was next. Sorry, man.
All right.
Hey,
But
do you want me to
we
start?
might need to make this point before you finish. This is important.
Yeah, can
Well,
we stay
I'm
on the
not-
Pontchartrain just for a sec? 'Cause I have
Yeah, go ahead.
a really old school thing. Brian, you first, and then.
Oh, no, 10th first. I've got the visible horizon diagram up. Do you want to go ahead? Ted?
Okay, I did another one of these after the Pontchartrain. Maybe it's a little clearer, but let's just go with this because it's clear enough for me. Visible horizon is a small circle on the Earth's surface bounding the observer's field of vision at sea. Sounds like the offing that we showed in the earlier show today. The radius of the visible horizon increase as the observer's height of eye increase. That makes sense. Okay, so there's the observer, and the sensible horizon would be a horizontal if you had a bubble sextant or a spirit level at your eye line. So that's one level plane at your eye line. Then you've got this dingleberry surface of Earth, which doesn't belong here, but this is how they fool people. And then you've got dip recognized as the difference between sensible horizon, the parallel horizontal at your eye line, to the visible horizon. Okay, just keep that in mind. Not that other one going to the geographical horizon that Brian says that they've changed to. They put it there. That's what they want us to think. Next. Shows the sun, the horizon, and an operator with a Mariner sextant. Not the bubble horizon, but the actual horizon being shot. Okay, you can see the angle being achieved there. Next. Then you've got this figure. Shows the zenith,
Anyone there?
observer's eye, which is the sensible horizon with the bubble sextant level at eye level above the surface of the Earth. Then you got the geoidal horizon, which is the tangent of the observer's eye on this circle. Not sphere Earth, but just circle. Right there is the tangent.
How can we help you?
Of the eye if you bring it down to the surface of a curved surface. And that's a straight line. Now, basically, what they're saying here in the conversation.
Hello,
Is this a bad time to ask a question? Hello.
Hello, ask away.
Okay. I've been listening to a lot of stuff. I'm just curious if you had two, flat earthers who knew their stuff, and maybe two, globers. I mean, what is the art? What do they say when? Why is there a debate when you got the black swan stuff, which I don't completely understand, and the Chicago, skyline?
One is
Sorry?
One has a belief which they're trying through ego, and one has observed reality. So what the flat earthers are trying to do is explain to the globers why their belief is invalid by objective reality.
Right. I kind of understand that. I just what would they say if you said that? You know what I mean?
It doesn't matter how much you show people objective reality. It's on them to figure it out. If they want to be delusional and believe in Santa Claus still, that's on them. They can be delusional. And we can point out...
What kind of... Sorry.
Yeah, go on, sorry.
What kind of argument?
They usually parrot things they don't understand. So the problem is
even in
you're breaking up, dude.
Sorry.
No worries.
I was wondering, even an astrophysicist doesn't have a good response to that, to Chicago.
They don't do science, though. Yeah, this is fundamental basics. What is science? Science is a method to determine cause and effect relationships. You observe something, right? And then you come up with a hypothesis. Then you do an experiment with independent variables, dependent variables, maybe a control, and then you manipulate those variables to determine the cause and effect relationship. So astrophysicists, what are they manipulating? Where is the independent and dependent variable within astrophysics? It's not there, which means they're not doing science, they're doing pseudoscience. Telling stories. That's
I have heard that. Like, I've been listening a lot. I have heard that. I haven't heard it come to that part of the conversation, but I keep hearing some debates, and they're playing with math, and it kind of seems like it comes to a standstill. But I'm thinking Chicago, or whatever. Not that I understand all the things, but I understand the Chicago part.
Well, again, maths isn't reality. Maths is an abstract. It's of the mind, right? So, again, you can get maths to all sorts of strange and wonderful things. It doesn't change objective reality. When you are able to see 60 miles or 100 miles from the shoreline, the maths that they've given us doesn't work with those observations. So do you take the maths for the model, or do you take the observations?
Right. I definitely don't understand what they say, like the weatherman guy at the Chicago, View, saying that. I mean, I don't trust institutions pretty much inherently anyway. But I don't understand what they can say about, I don't even understand, they're saying it's an illusion. What kind of an illusion produces the sight of Chicago right in front of your face? It's very strange.
Well, that's just to keep people asleep. As long as you give people an answer, no matter how absurd, they will just go around parroting it. We had a guy in here the other day. I think he's been around for 4 odd years, right? So he was claiming refraction with the black swan. I asked him what type, he didn't know. I asked him how refraction affects things over 1 mile versus 10, he didn't know. And I'm like, well, why are you using the word refraction? If you don't know what it is, you don't know how to apply it, and you don't know how it affects things, then you can't use it. Well, you can if you're an idiot, but as somebody who's actually trying to understand the real world and observations, you really should only use things that you actually understand and can argue. And he didn't know that there was more than one type of refraction, and the one that they require is terrestrial refraction. He was saying, well, I've never heard that before. You must have made this up. And it's like, no, it's all in the books. We've been talking about this for 3 years. So again, they play these little games, and sometimes because of their ideologies, they actually don't hear certain things, because the belief that you have will edit information to survive. It acts like a mind virus. It's a very weird thing. I don't understand it, but you can listen to people like Ian McGillicross. They kind of talk about these things at much greater depth and expertise than me. But yeah, when you have blinkers on, so to speak, you're not going to get the full picture. So if you come to anything, if you can't be a blank slate when you're trying to talk about things and learn things, then it's pointless, because everything you're learning is blinkered. It's limited to what you think, what your paradigm is, what your understanding is.
Right. Yeah, I guess I would like, I mean, I kind of instinctively, just from everything I've gathered in the last few years, I started listening. When I heard of it at first, I was like, this is the funniest thing I've ever heard of, the notion that it would be flat. And then I was listening to the arguments from, from the whatever side, mainstream side of things, and I mostly just heard mockery, and I went, whoa. There might be something to this, because all they're doing is mocking the idea instead of like I'm trying to understand here. So far I've just been like, I don't really know if I understand the concept too well yet, but I would like to kind of put myself in a position, I guess maybe do a laser or do something, to try to walk through something to see it myself. But the other two things I was thinking was having, the best mind of both sides, and the other is shooting up into a rocket or something. But then I was told that probably never happened. Like you can't really get high enough if it was a globe. Like the International Space Station.
Don't need to do any of that. You're way overshooting there. Basic logic. The surface of water does not bend, whether it's a glass, a bathtub, a lake, or an ocean. If the surface of water does not bend, and 73% of Earth is water, 73% of Earth is not bending. Ipso facto.
Right. Yeah, I was doing some construction remodeling with my wife, and, she thinks, she definitely doesn't, like what I was saying, hey, can you hand me that level? I said, it's a little off because it's completely flat.
Exactly.
And, it makes her think for a second, but, yeah. All right, well.
No, that's good. It's good, and if you're new to it, it does kind of baffle you as to what's going on here. And I've only found placeholders, what I call them. I don't know if what I'm saying is correct. It's just, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. So I adopt that as a placeholder, and something else may crop up later on that makes more sense, or we'll correct it. But yeah, it does seem to be the way, at least, that I've understood it.
Right. Yeah. Well, I was hoping one day that someone I could trust, or or some camera that I knew was legit or something, to get high enough, and that might one day, give me that, like, okay, I don't know what it would do to. I mean, I understand, I understand what you're saying, but but mostly I think, yeah, you're right. It's just what we've been taught, and how immersed we are in the lie. I mean, I believe that, but it'd be nice to be able to pop up real high and
you don't actually need to go that high. All you have to do is go up. I mean, you can look at the independent weather balloon footage and things, and at those altitudes, the horizon should be lower, and it isn't. And if the horizon isn't lower, it means it's not falling away, curving. So at 120,000 feet, I think it's 20 odd miles, and we see an eye level horizon still, which means it's following a flat level plane perspective.
Do you have any recommendation for do you have a video or something, or like a demonstration so I can show my wife, or that might help me, like one of your best,
a couple
of your best or something like that?
we've got laser tests, we've got all sorts. If you look at the bottom of the server, there's a plethora of channels and plethora of evidence and information. I'll post a couple of things to you though.
I would recommend, if I may, ODD TV's 21 questions or Flat Earth 21 questions, whereby it answers the most rudimentary questions that you would have the moment that you hear this information. And those 21 questions, by the end of it, should have you scratching your head and really saying,
I've heard different, like there might be some gatekeepers, like Mark Sargent or the guy that does a lot of the yoga and content, a lot of the videos that I wonder, like, do you like a lot of the mainstream flat earthers? Do they have pretty good information? Or are they like, I know the Flat Earth Society is bollocks. But do you trust most everybody else? The mainstream, like you like ODD, then obviously.
Sort of encourage people to do their own.
I'm not.
An observation. Go to any shoreline, look out across it, look at an island 50 miles away, 30 miles away, a lighthouse, a buoy, anything like that, and just figure it out yourself. Take what the globe calculators say, the globe earth curvature calculators, go do your own observations, different days, different weathers, different times, and write everything down that you can, the weather report, the humidity, everything, and figure it out. That's the only way you're going to do it.
Yourself, yeah. And all right. I first stop for FedEx. I better get off, and I'll pop in again.
Okay, buddy. Glad to have you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're most welcome.
Yeah, good one. My advice would be, don't bring it up with your wife in the first place.
Exactly, but he's going. I can tell, you know.
Or if I could do it all over again, I would just say that I'm a globe earth skeptic, and I would never use that FE word to trigger anybody. I would just remain skeptical.
The mistakes you make in the early stages of this journey, you know.
Yeah, in that first year when you think that all you have to do is present one point to someone and that they'll start to at least consider it. But yet, in reality, you present them with 10 or 20 and they just look at you like you're crazy.
I might just pop in, and I mean, I'm probably just going to listen for the rest, but as much as I can, just letting you know that I might still be around, but I'm just going to listen. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
No worries, buddy.
So I wasn't here previously, but is this brand new information to you?
No, it's not brand new. It's not brand new. I've been out for about 3 years. But I'm gonna hop out of my vehicle and I'll be around-ish.
Good to have you, bro.
Ahoy, hoy.
Shout out. We're enjoying the silence before the storm.
Yeah, I just saw these people checking in. What the hell? Like, let me jump in. What's up, Logie? What's up, boys?
So good, so good. Just waiting. Right, I'll continue the thing until they arrive.
Yeah, man. I was just gonna say, yeah.
Blew away is that the gap between the sensible horizon and the geoidal horizon, where the eye comes down the tangent that meets the ball there or circle. If you go back to the first slide, that is really what's happening. Let me go there. So you got the observer sensible, and then the dip is height of eye above sea level. So they bring their eyeball to the sea level, draw a straight line all the way out over the dingleberry. And the gap difference between those two straight line is height of eye or dip. Okay. Now, if you go to the Navy one with the Comet program, and they show it on the ship here, they're using what as a reference? Sea level, not sea curve. And the dip correction is the correction from the height of the observer with the section shooting at the visible horizon, the offing, as far as you can see, and that is all parallel to a bubble sextant at the sensible horizon. So dip correction is just merely height of eye over our sea level. They put the dingleberry there to make you think dip is more than what is spoken of. I'm done.
Ugh.
Josh, Gray, Sam, welcome.
Hi. Where am I? I can't see my. I'm looking for myself.
I literally just did the same thing.
Just above Kiwi.
Just above Kiwi. I have no idea. But it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Well,
yeah,
that's one of the big. That's one of the big things that I think. One of the bigger points here. There's three major points that people will touch on. One of them is how the Earth doesn't move, and I would say it's as simple as like understanding that when you flip on your ceiling fan in your room, you know you've never thought that your room was spinning. 0 out of 100,000 times, if you flipped on the switch, did your room ever start spinning? So you observe the fan moving, just like you observe planes flying across the sky, just like you observe the sun moving across the sky. So it's silly to think that your room is really spinning,
You
but
know
that's
what?
what people.
I have a
tell you.
good thing for you. You could say the hamster wheel is a good way to describe it.
The hamster wheel.
Wouldn't that be a good way to describe it?
Yeah, that's funny. I like that.
So what I'm thinking is, do you know the motor inside of the fan that supposedly makes your room spin? If you were to hold a motor in your hand and that's spinning, is the motor spinning or are you spinning?
If I hold a motor in my hand,
you know what makes the fan turn around?
Yeah. If I hold that, you're saying?
Mm-hmm. Is it you spinning or is that spinning?
Yeah, I would say you're not spinning.
Mm-hmm. So then, the room's not spinning. The fan is spinning.
Yeah.
It's just some people believe the room is spinning.
Yeah. No, what's actually really funny is like I've had this same conversation with like maybe 5 different people recently, and they go, "No, actually, it depends."
If it's a Monday, then your room spins, but if it's a Tuesday, then the fan spins.
It depends how you look at it. I'm like, wait a minute, dude.
It does
on weekends, they both
depend
spin.
on the shit you're time. I don't know. If I want a shitload of shrooms, then I think everything's spinning.
Yeah, that's quite possible. You might need some alcohol or something, get that room start spinning.
Yo.
But here's the thing, though. When people are telling us that, like when you go outside, they're telling us that room is spinning. It's the same logic, in my opinion.
So there's a simple way to distinguish the difference. And that would be to no longer be attached to the Earth so that you could observe if that spinning was truly the Earth or whether it is the sky. A good way to do that would be with a drone. Take the drone, leave the surface of the Earth, and watch to see if the sun continues to move across your sky. Or look downward and see if the Earth continues to move below you. So the drone footage has been done, aeroplane footage has been done. When we leave the surface of the Earth, we can determine that the Earth is stationary, not moving below planes or hot air balloons or drones. And when you do a drone sunset footage, the sun continues to set, even from your drone.
So you're saying that the sun orbits the Earth?
Here's some things you can probably say consistently. The sun is above your head, moving.
Mm-hmm.
Done.
And we already describe it colloquially. So we say the sun is rising or the sun is setting, indicating that the motion is with the sun. We say when the season is changing, the sun is approaching or the sun is getting further away. That's always been a colloquial way of describing what we experience with the sun. And what's even more ludicrous is that we see the sun rise in the east, set in the west.
Mm-hmm.
Then we see the moon. Then the moon rises in the east and sets in the west. And we know the moon orbits us. We know that. But the sun, we're said to orbit the sun. But both of them rise in the east and set in the west. and the one orbits us, but we are said to orbit the other. And how would you be able to distinguish any difference when both objects are simply moving in your sky?
Yeah, let me say this. I'll try to describe it. So you're saying, because I'll say it again, I'm not a space guy. I like space, but I'm not very bright with it. But you're saying the sun orbit, everything orbits us. Well, let me say this. I just pulled the receipt out of my pocket. So I'm gonna say the Earth orbits the sun because I'm gonna say the gravitational pull, and then the moon orbits the Earth. And so while we're moving around the sun, the moon is also following us, and it orbits. Actually, no. Scratch that.
Right, and all you've done is describe what we were all taught. Okay, I'm not disagreeing with what you just said. That's the premise of what we were taught. What I just said should have made what you just said seem comical, because I said both the sun and the moon rise in the east and set in the west. So how could it be that the sun is moving because we're spinning, but the moon is in fact orbiting us? Why is the moon not appearing to move because the earth is spinning also? If that motion in the sky of an object, a light source, if that motion that we're seeing in the sky is because earth spins, then the moon should also appear to travel in our sky because the earth spins. Not that the moon circles us, but we circle the sun. And yet they both rise in the east and set in the west. It's like two race cars come around a bend, and then they both tear down the finishing straight. And then you say, well, the one is actually traveling in the opposite direction. But they both turned the same bend, traveled down the same stretch of road. Like the sun and the moon both rise in the east, travel through the sky and set in the west. One is said to orbit us. The other, we're said to orbit it. Do you see the logical inconsistency?
Yeah.
And let me jump in for a quick second, because this morning I noticed something and I wanted to share with you guys. I got up at about 5:30. I'm located in Ontario, Toronto, Ontario, Canada. And I looked up in the sky and I saw a quarter moon. And as the quarter moon began to move through the sky and began to I guess, reach higher in its arc in the sky, the light from the sun began to light up the horizon. So literally, I saw the source of light of the sun off to the left, and then I saw the moon at almost like I don't even know, probably like my 1 o'clock position in a way. So from my standpoint, the amazement was be able to stand in where I am and realize that both of these things are actually tracking through. That blew my mind. I couldn't even conceptualize the aspect of us rotating around the sun at that point.
I used to have to tell myself. I would look up and sort of imagine that the Earth spins, but now that I can see things for what they really are, you do go out and observe the sun moving across the sky. So it's really simple. I used to just sort of make fun of people, asking them if their house is moving. So I don't want to make fun of anybody here. You guys have been really genuine, but if you think your house is moving, I don't know, man. Might want to seek help. But that's one of the key elements, is that the Earth doesn't move. Okay, so here's the other thing. We were talking about outer space in the VC check-in. So outer space is really cool. I believed in it my whole life. You know, it's a really cool theme for shows and movies. But it is just that. It's for shows and movies. It's for your screen. Flat Earth doesn't exist in outer space. So one of our arguments is about gas pressure. So maybe we can get into this a little bit. if you have a car, you probably understand that the tires require pressure. You need to keep a decent amount of pressure inside those tires. If you don't have the tire, aka the container, then you don't have the pressure that you need. So the question that we ask people is, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? Right? Because they're telling us that the air that we breathe is not being contained next to a vacuum. So if that's true, can we demonstrate that? Because it seems that every other example, gas pressure requires a container, like the car example. So can you think of any examples where gas pressure can exist without a container? It's okay. I don't want to put you on the spot, but
I was thinking how we have air in the atmosphere. The atmosphere keeps everything contained, but I'm not using that as gas pressure. I'm using that as like how we breathe oxygen.
Right. But the problem with that, though, is that is the thing that we're trying to, like, if I was a globe earther, that's the thing that I would want to try to prove. I want to try and prove that the air that we breathe doesn't need containment. So just using the thing that I'm trying to prove as the proof, it doesn't really work. You're trying to prove this to be true. So using that as your proof, well, you still have to prove that to be true. So pointing at the sky doesn't really help. That's the thing that's in contention here. So we're looking for a physical, a practical demonstration.
It's, from what I heard, more I don't know how you're gonna come back to this, and I might be getting it slightly wrong because I haven't done physics in a very long time. There are different ways in which, in different times, where the atmosphere formed. So the first one would be just generally things moving faster, particles moving faster out of Earth's gravitational pull, so they could just speed off. The second was like the formation of the volcanic eruptions, which couldn't escape as much, which made a different layer. Fuck, I need to actually look into this again.
No, it's all good, Sam. I'm tracking what you're saying, and I've got a rebuttal.
Yeah, that's
because one of the things, you'll learn when it comes to this argument is about what an antecedent relationship is. And the example that I like to use is it's kind of silly, but a banana, right? I would say that all bananas come from a peel. Unless you've gone out into nature and you found a banana that didn't have a peel on it, I'd be kind of surprised. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I would say that all bananas come from a peel. So I would say that the antecedent relationship for a banana is that, it comes from a peel. You don't have the part that you eat, the banana slices or whatever. You don't have the banana without the peel. So they come together, right? So what now, when you start talking about, because what you're talking about is different layers of the atmos. Yeah. And so I would say, in the same way that you need a peel for the banana, you also need a container for gas pressure. So what people start talking about is, well, if I slice up the banana into different slices, well, it still came from a peel. So we have gas pressure, we have a gas pressure gradient, but it still came from containment. So people will try to use gravity as a containment. Well, that's fine. But is that something you could demonstrate? Can you demonstrate gravity containing gases? I don't think you can.
Yeah, true. I can't do it.
No, it's fine. I mean, we can just rip the Band-Aid off, because we asked this question to pretty much everybody. There is no, as far as I'm aware, we've asked this a lot, there is no demonstration of gas pressure without a container. So the next step is to, you could logically infer, this gas pressure must be contained. Because remember, there's no flat Earth in outer space. There's no space disk, some space magic carpet floating around out there. So when we bring up the gas pressure requiring a container, this is probably the toughest pill to swallow, but we're inside of a closed system. There's no going out of the Earth. That's why we can't give you, oh, well, it looks like this. Well, I can't look at it like I can look at a puppet. There's no like going outside. You're inside.
Yeah, I get more what you mean now.
Yeah,
And why like that theory actually doesn't have as many plot holes as people would think. Because if you're going to say that what we experience is just what we experience, and we've been thinking about it too deeply all this time, where it has to mean something more, then yeah, I get that.
Yeah, you just, this argument is helpful because we run into people who are like, well, give me a model. Hand me a package deal of what this flat Earth looks like. I am literally not able to do that. There is no Hot Wheels of the Earth. Okay, so like the thing is, they've already given us this. They have already told us what size the globe is. So what people do is they just go and check those numbers at the surface of the Earth when you go outside. So that's that's the third argument. So we've already talked about how the Earth doesn't move. We talked about how gas pressure requires a container. The third bit is the curvature. So they said that the Earth was a globe with a specific radius. Do you guys know the size of the globe at any chance? Like off the top of your head? It's okay if you don't. I didn't when I was a globe earther. I believed in it. I didn't know that many details about it. And I'd say that's the case for probably a lot of people. You scoop up 10 globe earthers and start asking them questions about the globe. They all have some overarching idea of a globe they all believe in, but they don't really know. They've got some of the outlines, the bullet points, but they don't really know the specific details. Like, okay, well, if it's a globe, how big is it? They don't know, right? So
Apparently,
that's
6,371 kilometers in radius.
right. So the radius. That's exactly what you use to go and check distance to horizon. Because one of the claims is that the horizon is Earth curvature. So you can go and check this, and we would highly recommend find a way to go check this. If you go on vacation to the beach, we'll take an Earth curve calculator with you. Do some long distance observations. If you live near any big bodies of water, go see if you can find this curvature, because it says it right there. The Earth has this radius, so therefore the distance to the horizon must be at this. It must be there. The curve must be there, right? So that's the third bit. Where people have gone out to try and check to see if this curvature is really there. And I don't think most people who believe in the globe have even gone outside at once to check anything that they believe in. But yeah, that's the third bit, the curvature. I usually stick to, where are these hills of water? If boats are going over curved water, then you're telling me that that's a hill of water. But when does water do that? Okay, and if that's, yeah, go ahead.
No, I just got to go to work, so it's been real.
Yeah, all good.
If I ever catch you, I'll stop by, see if I can say anything. I'll think about it while I'm at work, because I see like the points you're making, and like how our opinions, they kind of like correlate, and then they kind of like don't correlate at the same time because we think different things. But that's the beauty of it. So.
For sure. But yeah, man. Well, thanks for stopping by. Always give so much.
Thanks for being open, Gray. Appreciate you, man.
Oh yeah, no, my pleasure. I just got a text. Yep, I gotta go. Okay, bye, guys.
Take care.
You too.
Take care, buddy. CB, you are awesome, dude. Really, very well done, man.
Oh, thanks, dude. You guys are more than welcome. Please jump in. But I'm always talking about things on a really rudimentary level, water hills and houses moving and stuff like that. If you want to get more technical, all that stuff is here. People have done laser tests and
if water did hill up like that, wouldn't the sun shine through it when it was setting, and wouldn't you see green? Like, wouldn't the sun actually peer through the curved surface of the water and make it light up? Think about it.
I never thought about
That's actually a good observation. Because light does have some, or water does have some translucency to it, depending on where you catch it in the crest, right?
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
if you think about
So I mean, it would make sense that at some point at the sunset, the light would turn bluish green, right, instead of orange. I don't know. I was just thinking about that.
No, I always try and point out when you catch it right, you get this really nice green. That's like really rare, and I've only like seen it a few times.
Nice.
I don't know. I always like when I was like, oh, it's there because green's my favorite color.
Solar presented that the idea of like the sun and the moon, like we're painted with this picture that we're rotating around the sun, but when Solar started pointing out that observation, as again this morning, man, I'm standing out on my balcony and I'm like, holy shit, it's 5:30 in the morning. I can see the moon. It's a sliver, like a quarter of it, and then I see the horizon in the east being lit up orange, and I'm like, they're both here. They're both like present, and that alone, yeah, it was an observation. I was humbled to the absolute core.
Yeah, I like the racetrack idea. I never heard that before, but I like that idea. I think that's helpful.
That's what it was. Yes, it was the racetrack. Holy shit, dude.
I think what's probably really difficult for people is to be able to separate the narrative that's being provided about these certain phenomena, about things in the sky, the moon, the sun, gravity, all this stuff. There's a provided narrative coming from the globe side. They've given you explanations and stories for all these things. But I think people have a problem sort of cleaving between those narratives and what you actually observe in reality. Like the metaphor I like to use is, it's like, imagine some goofball shining a bat signal in the sky, hoping that Batman will return or show up to his city.
Effie Batman, you're getting called out. It's a cognitive dissonance for the term of observing something and believing the exact opposite.
Yeah, it's like people, I don't think they don't have the same skills, like separating. They're able to separate, okay, well, I'm watching Batman, that's a movie. But when it comes to the space and moon and sun, they're not able to separate it like it was a movie. But that's literally all it is, though. Like, you just need to be able to separate your fiction from reality. But they provided you so many stories about what the sun is, what the moon is, but they're so strongly into that. But when you start talking about flat Earth, they're trying to plug the stories back into reality. And that's why I start bringing up, well, stop, you're shining a bat signal in the sky right now. Okay, Batman's not going to show up. Sorry.
I also find it quite interesting because I used to have this thing called derealization, and it would make everything just nothing was real. So it's quite interesting to, think that there may be a theory for changing the whole aspect of your reality and how you perceive it or explain what you're observing.
Another thing, too, is like, well, the globe, they'll give you explanations for everything. Whether those explanations check out, who knows, right? Usually not. But when you get to the flat Earth, you find that there actually is a little bit of mystery. What is the sun? No one knows. What is the moon? Nobody knows. There's a lot of unknowns. And I'm okay with that. I always say that it's better to not know something than to just make stuff up. So, yeah, you don't really need an explanation for everything. You can't take an explanation to the bank like you can take, per se, a measurement. So you probably, like, we try to stick to things that we can verify here in this Flat Earth server. Speculation is fun and all, but again, just like explanations, you can't take speculation to the bank. You know what you can take to the bank, though? A measurements. Like, if I say I'm 6 foot and I present measurements for that, you can take that to the bank. That's been verified. It's confirmed. Nobody can come along and debunk you, call you conspiracy theorist. Doesn't matter if everyone else believes that you're something else. You know you are 6 foot. So we don't believe in flat earth, and it's not a theory. It's just, you can go measure the surface of the earth, and then you can know. Like, if it was curving, then I would be a ball earther. That's no problem at all. I'm not tied to one side or the other. But it just turns out when you measure the surface, it measures flat. I have no other choice but to say I know it's flat. Just like I know how tall I am, because I've measured it. It's like, it's really that simple. So there is no theory that someone can provide you. You should just go out and check for yourself to see if it really does measure flat. And then you can know, and you can take that to the bank. It's like people will start being like, well, so you guys believe in flat earth. It's like, well, do you believe how tall you are? Or do you know it? Oh, do you believe you're big, medium, or small? Like, you can.
I'm big, boy.
Like, we can go and check, right? We can go and check, and then we can know. And it doesn't even matter what other people say at that point. So why would they lie? Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing.
Oh yeah, but it's like people, like, that's the evidence right there. That the measurements would be the proof for how tall I am. But people start asking, they want to talk about motive. Well, why would your neighbor lie? They said you were this height. And, why would the governments lie about this or that? Who cares? If you're a judge in a courtroom, you need the evidence to make a case, to make a conviction.
Thing is about because I don't really care what side I'm trying to fight for or not, but that's an interesting point. The conspiracy that governments are trying to hide things just doesn't really add up, because even if we found that something is false or not really acted on in the right way, governments are quite ill at changing things anyway, even if it's proven. Also with that, science is a science because it's a theory and it's to prove things, but there's a lot of theory in it. Like how it's almost I don't know how to explain this now. I've got too many thoughts in my head.
Well, it depends what you mean by
science. To disprove itself, and that's the beautiful thing about it.
I see what you mean. It depends what you mean by science, though. I think if you like this server and you find yourself hanging out here more, you'll probably come to realize that people like to be real tip top about the words you use. You want to be real sharp about using words. You want to use them wisely. So science. People like to toss around the word science like a blanket term you just lay on things. Like, well, this is correct, science.
Yeah, true.
Science is just a method. This is something you come to learn if you hang out with the flat earthers, right? The science is it's the scientific method. So if it's not adhering to the scientific method, then that's pseudoscience. So there is a lot of pseudoscience, and of course, those stories change over time. But for some reason, it's always a government-sponsored narrative. But that's besides the point. But why would they lie? Well, we could speculate, but why would just ask them, right? Why do liars lie? I don't know. Ask the liar. What?
They won't tell you. They'll just lie.
Yeah, well, there you go. So, like, people ask us, but why would they lie? It's like, well, I mean, I try to look at this whole debate in like a legal perspective, like a lawyer. We're in a courtroom, and all I hear when I hear people talk about motive and stuff and why would they lie, imagine a judge or a lawyer comes up to the stand. He's like, "But judge, why would my client lie?" And the judge would be like, "Just stop with that. Like, what evidence do you have that they didn't? Put the evidence on the table. The evidence will do all the talking." So that's kind of the mindset I like to get people in, is stop looking for motive or lack of motive, because you're just preventing yourself from seeing the evidence, because that's all you need to make your case, to make your conviction. Even if you had the motive, let's say you're a judge, somebody's in your courtroom, and you have a motive, but you don't have evidence, you can't make a case. But
That
if
is
you
right.
have evidence and
It's
you
like a
don't have a
one-sided
motive,
thing.
you can still make a conviction.
Yeah.
Motive does not define a case. Well stated, CB. Holy shit, dude. Well stated.
You basically have to drag a new person in this topic to, like, you have to make them focus on the evidence or the lack thereof, but they want to focus on the motive or the lack thereof. So doesn't matter the motive. We can speculate for why, like, what the motive is, and I've used some good examples in the past, but that's still setting up mental roadblocks and obstacles. It's preventing us from taking a look at the evidence. But that's all you need, just the evidence.
Yeah, and even if it's just like distracting, it's still just speculation anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's preventing us from taking a look at the evidence, or it's preventing them from seeing that the globe might lack the evidence that they previously thought was there. So
Cool. Well, this was interesting. I might go back. I'm gonna go back to tidying my room because there's an app.
Yo, I want Effie Batman to talk. He said he'd talk.
I want to hear if he sounds like Batman.
I want to hear Batman.
That would be epic.
Sam, this is the first time I've heard Sam chat before. So Sam, pleasure to hear your voice on this channel. Welcome to, or not welcome to, I don't know. Are you new?
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, so glad to have you here. Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys have been super chill.
You
Yeah,
guys
come
are
back
new?
anytime.
They're new. Like, how new are they? Like, new like this morning? New?
Yeah, we just checked them in.
Whoa, that's amazing. You guys are the most chill people we've had on here in a long time. That's awesome. Welcome.
Cool. Well, I think everyone should be willing to have a conversation, even if you go in completely one-sided.
Yeah.
So.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll see you around anyway.
Awesome. Come back anytime. Take care. Yeah, it's weird, man. It's like I'm used to being competitive. It's like you have to really adjust when they're being sincere and friendly.
Yeah. That's awesome.
That was awesome, though.
It helps out with the algorithm.
Hopefully. I agree with her, though. Like, I don't. I look at this conversation like a game of catch. Just throw out a point, catch it, understand it, return it. Not that big of a deal. But the problem is people let the ball hit themselves in the face. Then they get all in their feelings and start crying.
Yeah. Well stated. It is a game of catch, you're right.
It's like literally that simple. You saw how she was able to catch the point, return it, no emotion, just back and forth. Easy peasy.
It didn't take anything personally, right? It's the paradigm shift. You get all up in your feelings, get upset about it. Hold on, let it go. Don't have to get upset about it. Just accept it.
You threw the ball at me. It's like, well, you were supposed to catch it, dude.
Hit me in the face and broke my nose.
You let it hit you in the face, dude.
Is Cookie or Cookie part of the new crew? KUKAI.
I don't believe so, but welcome, Kookie. QK. Motive.
Hey. GQ. I'm just listening in. I'm listening in.
Nice. Did you hear the last conversation with the new people?
Yeah, pretty much. I'm driving FedEx, and so I don't want to leave my mic on too much. I talked to some people about 40 minutes ago.
Nice.
But I'm glad to. Oh, good. I've been on the topic off and on for about 3 years.
Not bad.
So, but I've been diving in a lot lately. I've been just pretty much focusing only on this. I have lots of time while I'm driving, you know.
Yeah, I bet. I bet you do. Yeah, lots of people do that. They chat on the road. That's a good way to kill some time.
Yeah, I never really thought of it that way. That I would be so fortunate to have that kind of time. But it is an asset, that's for sure.
Are you familiar with the 3 points?
No. Can you say it again? I was mostly listening. What are the 3 points? I don't know if I caught it.
The 3 points, yeah. Curvature is the first point. You know, you can ask somebody who measured the curvature.
Yeah.
Do you know what the answer like would or should be if you ask somebody who measured curvature?
So,
you ever heard of that sticks and shadows thing?
A little bit.
Yeah. Well, there was a guy. Yep, there you go. Yeah, that would be like the quote unquote correct answer. But it's a trap. Obviously.
Oh yeah, but it's because the sun is closer, and the rays would something about the rays being parallel.
Yep.
You just have the wrong context. Yeah.
You got it. Exactly. Yep. So that's the first point. Is just about the curvature. So you could ask them, who measured curvature? When they Google it, and Google says it was Eratosthenes, then you just hit them with, okay, so when do you see parallel rays? You don't? Okay. Well, I guess that's debunked.
I'm in a bad area. My connection's not so good.
All good. No problem, brother. Those daggone satellites not doing their job.
Yeah, I'm watching he's trying to get through, but I see his green rings going on like he's talking, but nothing's coming out. So, CV, can you take an opportunity and talk about the Terminator line, how it speaks to the sun and the projection of the rays?
Actually, that one's out of my wheelhouse.
Okay, no worries.
No, yeah, but the parallel rays thing, like I usually just stick to, well, how come your experts say it doesn't work? Like, well, Vsauce says it doesn't work, so why do you think it works? And then that's when they start chucking their experts under the bus.
Yep. I don't see how you can think that the sun projects its rays. I've talked about this before, and I'm still having trouble ascertaining how, you think the sun works like the headlight of a car.
The headlight of a car.
Well, that's what we're saying, right? It's the same essence. The headlights on a car project light. The sun does not project light.
Huh. Interesting. Wait.
Think about it. CB, if you're going down an alley, right, and you're running away from a car, and the car's chasing you, following you with its headlights, and you're in its headlights, and then you dip into an alley behind a building or whatever, the light of those headlights from the car, is that light still going to capture you, although you've dipped behind the building?
No, yeah, of course not.
Right? And that's why I brought up the point the other day. I'm like, if I can go behind a building on a sunny day and still read a book and get light from that, the projection light doesn't make any sense. And I know that people talk about like, well, the light will reflect off of like the grades of the blades of the grass and the ground, and I'm like, no, the light does not reflect off of bricks. Light does not reflect off of sand, or maybe it does, but like light does not reflect like that. So that means that light is not the light that we're witnessing is not a projection. It's an illumination, just like a light bulb in a room.
Yeah. Yeah, that totally clicked for me when you said reading a book behind a building. That made sense because I understand there's like daylight without there being sunlight. So it's like, yeah, like what is that? You know,
well, that's why I say that we're in a closed gas-filled environment, because the sun and the moon are just illuminating the gases that they're interacting with, right? It's just you walk into a room and you turn on the light. You don't project. You don't take a flashlight into a room and look for stuff unless obviously the lights are out. But if you go into a room, you turn on a light. You don't walk in with a flashlight.
Right.
That's why the sun does not project light. No.
That's interesting. That's cool. Yeah, I didn't think about that, but I like that.
Bro, I just taught CB something. Not taught, again, purview, right? It's just a different way of looking at it. That's all we're doing here. We're not teaching anything, just different ways to look at shit.
Do you like football at all, Kiwi?
Basketball guy, but I watch football if it's around. I'm a sports guy. But...
You know, it's like route running. You just showed me how to like run a sick route. You know what I mean? It's all good.
Appreciate. Yeah, run a flag instead of a post route.
Yeah, right.
the defender, he doesn't cover his left shoulder well, so you can run a post route instead of a flag.
Love it. I see. I just want to give a nice warm welcome to band member. Welcome back, band member.
Yeah. Good morning.
I remember band. I think you were on Saturday, I think.
Yeah, I was on the other day. Can't remember which one.
Cool as a cucumber, man. Cool as a cucumber. I feel like the last time we spoke, maybe a month ago or so, maybe longer, we had like a little bit of a heated discussion. So it was nice to hear you in here the other day. Nice and chill, civil. It was a good conversation.
Yeah, it's I like to listen a lot more than talk.
Yeah, I have my moments. I like just listening, for sure.
Oh, Josh, you still in, yeah? Hiding at the top above Andy. Do you have any more questions, Josh?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna go to bed. I've been awake for 30 hours and I've been drinking as well.
He did say this in the VC check-in, so yeah.
Get some rest, brother.
So
Yeah,
Josh
also, my voice may sound like raspy as hell because I've been singing all night as well.
Well, your voice, your mic sounds quality, mate. So
no, I'm not talking about my microphone. I'm talking about my voice. I'm pretty sure you can sort of have that quiet rasp in it.
I was just complimenting your mic, though, brother. It's all good.
That's all. Thank you.
Got it. But yeah, we always
All right,
appreciate
you guys-
the conversation. You have a good night.
All right, you too. All right, good night.
Come back anytime.
Take care, man. Be safe. Sleep well.
Cool. Thanks, Tenth.
You got my screen?
Cool.
Oh, one thing for Brian's point, they do put the geometric horizon there, but since we can never see it unless there was no air, how do they correct for it? Mathematically, but do they actually correct for it? No, it's the difference between a parallel at your eye and the parallel that sea level gives you. That's the real dip. That's what Brian was trying to say.
You want to present something, Adam?
Yeah, just to go back to 2015, innit? 2016, the Pontchartrain stuff. One of my many geeky moments. I thought I'd explore what he was doing, how he was doing it. How could I make Lake Pontchartrain curve? So what you see here is a big Lego Pontchartrain bridge. So I knew it was flat and straight on my kitchen worktop, and what I did was just take a standard image with my lens, and then all I've done there is draw a straight line in, in Photoshop afterwards, just to show it straight, irrespective of perspective. The surface is straight, and then I've set about trying to forge Soundly's work, which is what I think I've done here. Now, as you can tell, this is the same bridge, slightly different angle, and more importantly, a repositioning of the bridge within the position of the frame. And that is what I suggest you see with Soundly's work. He's looking through telescopes and stuff. And what I think he's doing is misaligning center frame. So the point you're looking at is actually the distortion in the lens, which is what I achieved here and how I made my bridge curve. That was it.
Can I just state a couple of things to state, right? I'll try and be fast. Number one, the problem with the whole Soundly thing, or was the problem, is everyone was focusing on the bridge, right? Now, Nathan's correct, and Adam, you're not correct. You're not incorrect from what you're showing. And Nathan is 100% correct, especially today, talking about angular sizes. Can't happen. There is no angular size change. So any photograph that shows an angular size change, it means it's not a globe. Simple as. But in the background of that photograph, Soundly's photograph, especially the ones that he really highlighted and really put a lot of work into layering and making sure everyone could see, there is inferior mirage at the other side. Inferior mirage is only possible when there is two things present. Number one, the air pressure that is at or very close to sea level, and two, a surface. They are the conditions for an inferior mirage.
One more, Brian.
Sorry?
One more. You must have a clear line of sight to the object that's being miraged as well.
Yes. But that was just kind of a given because we're looking at it. But you can't have an inferior mirage. You don't see them at the sides of mountains and up on airplanes. You don't see them there. You only see them at a surface that is at or close to sea level, because it requires a physical surface and the air pressure and temperatures that are present at those elevations. Right? The fact that there's an inferior mirage in the background is only one of a whole list of things that destroy it. But the fact that they're talking about it now is so sad. Because all we need to even say now is, well, there's angular size and that's not possible on a globe, so that's the end of that. It's over. They have nothing. But
wasn't Soundly the guy that called the geometric horizon word soup?
Yeah. Yeah.
Geometric horizon, that's word soup. Oh, really? That's great.
Can I hit you with a bigger point? Something I have meant to say this, not just today, but some time back, and I kept forgetting about it. Because, you'd be waiting, someone's talking ahead of you, and then time goes on, and you go on to a different subject, and it goes away. Their claim of a refracted horizon, right, this refracted horizon claim, how does that work, even orthographically now? I'm talking orthographically, with their horizon drop rate of Polaris. If the horizon is refracting and at a rate that they can't control, how could they get a horizon drop rate to Polaris orthographically? Because their horizon is going to be rising and dropping orthographically within that claim, is it not? So how do they have a rise and drop rate to Polaris? They can't. They can't, because the rise and drop rate to Polaris is about, Polaris in relation to the horizon. And orthographically, that would mean that the sphere they're going back down over or up over, that the horizon in front of the person is going to be rising and dropping. Rising and dropping. So how did they have a rise and drop rate to Polaris?
Sounds like
Using
a
Earth
word
curve.
soup to me.
Well, how did they do it using Earth curve if the horizon can refract? Which it can't, but within their claim. Their claim kills their other claim, orthographic claim of Polaris, which is the whole backbone of their globe.
Do that a lot, don't they, Brian? Kill themselves.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, also, as John refracted curvature, John, he's going to be doing and has done, and as we've all done here, the horizon has to be level because we read the description of what the offing is. It's as far as you can see with your eye to the horizon, and of course, weather could play a factor in that. One day you see a greater distance, and then another day due to fog, a lesser distance, right? So what happens after that your eye gives up on you is proven by BLMSB 69 when he took P900 and went past what the eye saw with the P900, and we saw the horizon went beyond the platforms. So then with a sextant, you shoot the horizon, you could only see so far given the day, but it goes beyond what you see to the GP of a sun or a star. And that radius of that single circle of equal altitude is a straight line back to you, Brian, because radius lines are what, Brian? Bent or straight?
Straight lines.
Flat Earth all the way. It's optical.
Well, has anyone who ever took an elevation angle, a flat Earth elevation angle to Polaris, has anyone who's ever done that, have they ever had to subtract a 7/6 refraction value from every one of their angles? Because they would have to do that from every one of their angles.
Yeah.
If you imagine, just 1 second, if you take their claim of a refracted horizon into account, they would have had to subtract 7/6 from every single observation. And then when it gets down below 15 degrees, they'd have two different refractions to deal with: celestial real-world refraction and their 7/6. Even like I'm talking in a world of nonsense now, because none of these things can happen on a globe. But the point is, no one has ever. Has anyone ever had to subtract 7/6 from a flat Earth elevation angle to Polaris?
You've got a really good point there in terms of within celestial navigation, there are logs, tables, titled refraction tables, which give you corrections for things below a certain height above the horizon. Interesting then that there isn't a correction for the horizon in of itself, as you say, for refraction. They don't claim it's moving around. They don't claim it's, it's still fixed relative, like everything was and is. It's fixed relative to that horizon. And then they don't.
Nathan. Hello? Nathan around?
Boss is calling.
Yes.
Coffee time.
You lost Discord.
Really?
Yeah, we were talking. You couldn't hear anyone.
Can you say hello in Discord, please?
Hello now.
Seems fine.
Hello in Discord.
Hello,
DJ
hello
on
in
deck.
Discord. Hello.
All right. Now we're good.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Can I add something? I was trying to
thinking, like, why are they all blanking QE out? They're being a bit nasty, like.
I was trying to add something to Brian's point about that issue with the sextant and the elevation angles to Polaris. Yeah, that point was birthed milliseconds after the Black Swan was thought of, by the way. That's the problem.
Yeah, well, I mean, just what Adam was talking about there. Adam was addressing what I'd said there a minute ago. Do they ever have to, this is to you, QE, do they ever have to, when they're taking elevation angles to Polaris to determine its rise and drop rate with distance, did they at any point ever have to subtract for a 7/6R?
No.
Yeah.
No. That was the checkmate.
Yeah, so when they put that into orthographic view, when the ballers hijack that and put it into orthographic view, there is no 7/6R. So them claiming that the horizon is refracted completely destroys all other claims they ever made, because their own Polaris rise and drop rate has no 7/6R involved.
I mean, that is a good point. Why would they ever not include that, right? When they're the ones who've been telling us for 2 years everything is always refracted, always, because we have atmosphere, right?
Well, if the horizon can be refracted, Chocolate, then how could they not have added that in? Because as Adam said, yeah, go on.
According to Mick West's amended calculus, because the first one didn't have it, but that's what they amended in. But as you're saying, it's not in celestial navigation that.
Well, their globe has to orthographically match the rate of drop for that curvature, right? Has to match the rate of drop for Polaris, because it's not a perspective issue, it's an Earth curve issue. So if the horizon can be refracted within their claim, then that means that their orthographic Polaris rise and drop rate doesn't work. It can't, because they're using a physical, because they turned the flat plane that was being used, that celestial navigation never need to change. They never need to use calculations for a change in the position of the horizon for any of their elevation angles to Polaris or anything else. So if they're claiming the horizon could be refracted, then where are the corrections within celestial navigation for this corrected horizon?
Brian, let me answer that, because I was trying to earlier and I got to go. I got another call. But here's the deal. It's not the horizon. It's the luminary that comes down above the horizon up to 15 degrees, sometimes 20, that they say it's that has to be corrected for the density of the air that it's in above the horizon. And it's due to sea water temperature meeting air temperature. And they say, if you don't want to have major math equations to figure this out, even though we know them, and it could be no more than 34 minutes correction at those levels. They even tell you what the worst is. All right. But that's from the horizon to that 15 degrees. Above that, it's a non-issue to them. Because at 90, the luminary has no refraction. It has to hit that criteria of 15 or 20 degrees, sometimes 10, depending what book you look at. And it's the luminary being corrected, not the horizon. The horizon has to be the reference plane. That cannot change.
But that's my point. That's the point me and Adam are talking about here.
I know. I'm validating
the only
your point.
corrections, yeah, exactly. The only corrections are for below 50, let's say as an average 15 degrees.
Of the star.
And that's a correction to the position of the star, not a correction for the position of the horizon.
Bravo. Well said. Good show, guys. I got to go.
See you then. Thank you. Their claim concerning their rebuttal for the Black Swan, even though it destroys them, as a rebuttal it destroys them, but it completely annihilates the model afterwards. There's no corrections for 7/6R in celestial navigation, because the horizon is not claimed to move. I know there's the mathematical dip correction. that happens, but there's no correction. That it only happens if they want it to happen, but there's no correction other than that. Where is all the corrections? But the Polaris thing is the worst for them, because there is no 7/6 corrections within the whole Polaris rise and drop rate. It doesn't exist. Orthographically, that's solid Earth, whether it be water or land, whatever. It's a solid curved globe Earth. There's no corrections for 7/6.
You said where are all the corrections? They're right with all the corrections done for the Coriolis. That's where they are.
Yeah.
Oh wait, we don't have any of those. Sorry.
Yeah, but the dip correction is just the correction to the sea level, so it's not a big thing to understand. So I don't understand that they are thinking that it can be something else. What are they really thinking? Dip correction is dip correction to the center of the core.
Yeah, but John, they
I don't
actually
really
have a
understand.
claim. But no, originally dip correction and height of white correction were just the same thing, but now they're two different things. The dip correction they're talking about is a mathematical correction from a geometric horizon to the actual horizon, and then they do height of white. So when they mention dip correction, they're likely to equivocate within a conversation or a debate. They'll equivocate between both those positions. Hoymar did
Okay,
it when
but
he was talking on here.
okay, excuse me, but actual horizon, we only have one view to one horizon. We don't have a multiple horizon. We don't have anything else. There is no geometric horizon that we can measure to. So we are talking about the horizon that is on the sea level. So it's no question for me. I don't understand how they can really think about it. Something else. It is just a correction to the sea level. That's it. Nobody can say anything else. I don't understand why it's so much problem.
Because some people still want to believe in Santa Claus. That's why.
Well,
but it's insane.
Just John, these are the things they mathematically add in as a form of hijacking. They're mathematical hijackers of real-world phenomena. That's what they are. And that's what they've always done. They have to hijack everything from they want to hijack refraction, hijack all perspective and visual effects. They want to hijack every discipline that there is that involves the use of the earth, whether it be surveying, navigation, aerospace. They do their best to hijack as much as possible. That's all they got is hijacking.
They're a bunch of math pirates.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a new word. Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah. Anyways, it is very, very easy to understand. Just can relax and see what it's about. What is there for corrections? How many corrections do we have to do, and so on for the navigation? Yeah, we have to take decoration in. It is different decoration in the middle of America and different decoration in Iceland because of magnetic activity and so on. And it is changing every year, just a little bit. So some places are not changing at all, and other places changing a lot. That's correction we have to do.
No, there's no Earth curve correction. That's a fact.
Absolutely no Earth curve, and there is no Earth curve taken in. You take X-Men to be steerman or captain or something like that. There is nothing about that in the X-Men. And I've done that by myself, and I know there was nothing about the curve. That's it.
But my overarching point with this is even their current claim of dip correction, which is a 7/6 correction, that is not part of the flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris that they hijacked. The flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris had none of that.
That's because there
When
is no
that's
earthquake
hijacked,
link.
yeah, but see, this is the thing. When that is hijacked and it's turned into a 21,600 nautical mile sphere, there is no 7/6R after being added in. They are using that and the whole mathematics of why on their globe Polaris appears to rise and fall due to someone going back down over or back up over their sphere. That is purely based on an Earth that doesn't have 7/6R added in. A globe Earth that doesn't have 7/6R. There is no 7/6R in their Polaris claim. This is the problem. So their current dip correction claim, mathematical claim, means nothing when it comes to that, because that dip correction claim, that 7/6R claim, has no place in their Polaris claim, which is the origin of their radius. The origin of the whole globe model started with flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. But they don't have 7/6R in there because they can't, because they have to hijack what we saw. What did we see? We saw, what did we get? We got flat Earth elevation angles. We didn't change the position of the horizon. We used a horizontal plane. That over a span of across the Earth could be made, using the longitude lines, could be made into 21,600 nautical miles of a radius, if you want to call it that, using the latitude and longitude grid. And they turned that into the circle. And then they gleaned the radius from that. But there was no 7/6R in that.
Yeah, that's for sure. I understand that.
Neil, you're off mute.
Sorry.
You're going to say something.
I don't know why that keeps happening. But I do want to say something about that offing word. One thing I think of when I hear offing is, we got to off these flat earthers.
Yeah, Aussies from Australia, yeah. And there are some big conversation between Aussies. There's a big thing, yes.
We're offing them, the ballers and the anti-flat earthers.
Yeah.
Well, I know they're offering themselves every time they say refraction.
I knew you were going to say that. It's true. They shoot themselves in the foot, in the head.
How many planes in the sphere?
By the way, Nathan, do you have any
Horizontal
citations?
planes, that is.
Or what, Neil?
Moi. The way
Yeah, I
it
got 10.
happened was perfect. He said it, and you just rattled it right off, and he stood silent. It was perfect timing.
It doesn't matter that this goes against your sphere belief when you've already defined what it is and what it's used for.
No, it doesn't make any assumptions about the surface. I'm not sure where you're getting this from.
It's utilizing the flat surface and you're drawing a parallel line out to that flat surface. Ipso facto, it is functionally flat.
Yeah, every plane you establish is going to be flat. That's a geometric fact.
Ipso facto, we are just factually navigating on a plane then.
Nathan, can you give a citation of a single manual for celestial navigation stating that we are navigating on a flat plane?
Quote, the elevation angle describes how the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. It doesn't matter that this goes against... Citation from, where was that? I've forgotten the name of the citation now, but yeah, that was the one Niels was referring to when I rattled it off on the spot. But with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Actually navigating on a plane then. Oh, what a day! What a lovely day!
You see how everything connects? Everything connects when you understand waves. All I'm doing is teaching you about wave theory. That's all I'm doing. You're just learning about waves, because everything is waving. There's only waves, electromagnetic waves. So how does it work on a flat Earth, which is the true model? Let's see how all of this works, shall we? So this is the Arctic Circle here. This is Tropic of Cancer. This is the equator, running right through Ecuador. And look at us at the Yucatan Peninsula. Actually, that's wrong, because the Tropic of Cancer is slightly above Mexico City. So we are right here on the Yucatan Peninsula, right there, and they've got the Tropic of Cancer here. It should be here, on this side. But it doesn't matter. The point is, the sun is doing this. June the 21st, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, always balancing the middle, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, Gemini. There is the North Pole. Here is the Arctic Circle. Here is the Tropic of Cancer. Here is the equator. Here is the Tropic of Capricorn. This is what the sun is doing. It is a known fact that the sun is further away from the Earth in June in the Tropic of Cancer than in January in the Tropic of Capricorn. The globe theory people tell you that it's 5 million miles closer to the Earth when it's in January Capricorn than when it's in June Cancer. So what's happening is, on the flat Earth, this is what's going on. Cancer is up here, the equator is here, and Capricorn is here, like this. And in Bhagavad Gita it says that Sri Ram, the sun, is climbing a ramp up to Capricorn, and then going up to Cancer, and then going down to Capricorn every year. 6 months, 6 months. In the book of Enoch, it says there are 6 portals here, 6 gates of the sun. And this is the ramp of the Ram, the Lamb of God, the Sun, Ra, incarnated. Ra incarnated. And that's why when you're in Sweden or something like up here, Finland, that's why you can see the midnight sun for 24 hours. Because it's higher and it's doing a smaller circle. But then you say, hang on a minute, well, if the sun is going around here every 24 hours, it must be speeding up to do the same thing here. So does the sun go faster at Capricorn? Is it a variable speed sun? No, it's not. But it's covering more distance. That's almost double the length. The analemma teaches that. Look, the analemma is small here, small circles. Here it's really big. This is, the sun makes this pattern, analemma, every year in the sky. Study the analemma. Study it. It's very important. You'll understand the flat earth properly. Well, it's like this. I've got a torch, right? And I'm shining it 3 foot ahead in front of me. And I'm turning around every 5 seconds. Every 5 seconds. And I do not speed up. Right. Now I lift my torch up and it's over there. But I'm still turning 5 seconds. So, is this torch going faster? Same, nothing's changed. I've just changed the angle. Now the light is covering more space. This is why a lot of globe people, oh, but how do seasons happen? How does night and day happen? How does this and how does that? It's this is the only way to explain it. The globe, you just simply cannot explain anything. It never has and never will. It's impossible. So that's why when you are in, say, Boston over here, you have to look south to Argentina to see the sun coming up in the east and setting in the west. See, when the sun is here, the sun is local. It's only about 60 or 70 mile high. So it's shining electromagnetically in this area. And as it goes around, it brings the light with it. And where it cuts off is called the delineator. I've seen the delineator. I was flying from Perth to Melbourne in 2002. And everybody in the plane, there was like 300 people in the plane, we're going from west to east. So the sun is behind us setting. Everything 180 degrees in front of us was black, black, pitch black, black. And everything behind us was pure daytime. And in the middle, you could see dark there and light there. We saw the delineator. You see, I know how it works. Pilots see this all the time. There's photos all around all the time about people saying, hey, look at this, man. It's night over there and it's day. What's going on? I've seen hundreds of these videos. Because, see, the sun is local. That could never happen if the sun was 90 million miles away. It could never happen. I've seen the delineator. And what's more, what we saw as well was a rainbow. A rainbow on the flat earth, starting where the black big ended and going all the way around. All around behind us was a rainbow on the flat earth. Now, rainbows arch, but they don't bend. You know what I mean? A rainbow has an arch, but it won't bend this way, right? That proves that the earth is flat. We saw a rainbow right on all the way around. It was the most crisp, most beautiful rainbow. Everything in front was black, everything was light, and there was a rainbow on the flat earth. And besides, I looked out my left window and the horizon came up to the middle of the window at my eye level. I looked out the right window and the horizon of the earth came to the middle of the window at my eye level. Where's the slope? Why is the earth come? I'm 45,000 feet high and the earth has come up to my eye level to meet me in the sky. That proves that the earth is an infinite plane. That's why it's called a planet. It's a plane. All right, let's move on. All right, this is the wheel of all the festivities. We're gonna go through some of these festivities. You'll notice that most of them are hubbed around the cardinal signs, like Christmas in the winter solstice, all of these celebrations, Easter, Bikram, Sakura, the Japanese, you see, and then I should have, this hasn't been filled out properly, but here there's tens and tens of Jewish festivals. They love this month. This is their month because they are Saturnian, and Christians love the East. That's why all the cathedrals face the East, and they are solar worshippers, whereas Jews are Saturnian worshippers. It's not about good and evil. We've gone past that, right? Okay. So let's have a look at some of these festivals. But before we do, there we go. We start the year with the March vernal equinox. That is Easter. The sun is in the east. Stonehenge marks, people go to the pyramids in Chichen Itza. They go everywhere on the vernal equinox to see this phenomena that the buildings are lined up. Now, if we're flying at 650 million miles an hour, according to the Jesuit liar Copernicus, how can this be happening every year? And these buildings are thousands of years old, and the sun is still rising there at March the 21st every year.
But does it work with a flat constant?
Because the Earth is stationary. Because the Earth it never moves. Can you feel it moving? If it were travelling at 650 million miles an hour, which is 870,000 Mach, 870,000 times faster than the speed of sound, do you think there'd be a wobble or two every now and then? Have you been in a plane where you're just about to fall asleep because it's so still up in the sky, and you're just, and then all of a sudden, ding, 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 this is the captain, please put your seatbelts on, we're about to come into some rough weather. And all of a sudden, the plane starts going boom, 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 and your head nearly goes through the roof. It's pretty vicious up there, man. Sometimes I thought I was going to die, some of the storms I've been through. It's hell. The plane's going, and the wings are going, it was awful, awful, scary. And here we are, 650 million miles an hour. First of all, we're rotating at 1,045 mile an hour rotation, 666 miles an hour orbit. Third motion is 550,000 mile an hour. Our sun is going around the center of the Milky Way galaxy. And then 650 million miles every hour, we are being displaced through space 650 million miles every hour, and we never, ever, ever see any new stars. The ones we're coming to aren't getting brighter. The ones we're leaving behind aren't getting darker. Aries still looks like it looked like when the Egyptians first recorded it 450,000 years ago. Same shape. Yeah. And supposedly this star in Aries, Sheridan, is 8 light years away, and this one's 60 million light years away. you would think there'd be some parallax, wouldn't you? You know what parallax is? So if I get my computer and that sister lined up, straight line, that's called a syzygy. But this, see now we've got a triangle, that's parallax. Because what's closer moves. See, when you're in a train, the trees in the field, in the paddocks, the trees are going fast. But the trees on the mountain, you can watch them for an hour. They're not moving because they're far away. But these ones, was that an eagle? Was that a hawk? You can't even see it. It's that fast. So if we're travelling at this speed, thank you Jesuit Liar and Newton, Copernicus and Newton and Galileo and Einstein, why don't we have parallax between this star, which is so close to us, and that one, which is billions of light years away? Why isn't there any parallax? Why isn't there no triangulation? This is 450,000 years of recorded history, guys. This is checkmate for the globe. It's just checkmate. And yet people can't, they see this and they say, oh yeah, but, and then they fly away. They run away. There's no answer for it. But it's already checkmate. It's impossible. We would see random stars every single day. Now, if you're a God believer, I would say, God, you get the sack. You are the most boring. You mean to tell us you stuck us on this sod of dirt that's flying at Mach 870,000 Mach, and you're not going to give us any other new stars other than Aries, Taurus, boring Gemini, boring Cancer every freaking year after year, and they never change shape and they never go. It's always the same, every year. You're sacked. And what about the Big Bang people who, are godless? What about them? They must be disappointed too. Because they believe in their theory that they're travelling at 650 million miles an hour, and yet Polaris is still there. And it's not going to move. It hasn't moved forever, and it never will move, because it's in the middle of the dome, and it's where Brahma lives, Jehovah, and where all the blessed gods live at the very top in Polaris. Polaris, Sirius, and Alcyone are the three most important stars that you must know. Alcyone is the throne of God. It's one of the 7 stars of the Pleiades. Sirius is the brightest star of the sky and is the mother of our sun. And Polaris is here, top of your head, according to Chinese acupuncture. In Chinese acupuncture, they say that this point here at the top of your head is Polaris. And guess what? This is a dome, isn't it? And you have an abdomen here. And you have a thorax, which is a torus field. And how many discs in your thoracic? 12. And how many knights does King Arthur have in his round table? And who is Thor? It's Zeus, Jupiter Zeus, which is shortened to Jesus. And how many disciples does Jupiter Zeus, Jesus have? 12. It's all the same. Jacob has 12 sons. Israel has 12 tribes. There are 12 copper calves holding up the molten sea in the tabernacle, 12 loaves of bread on the table of sacrifice. There are 12 pillars in the temple of my God. And Josephus and another great Jewish, anyway, Josephus said 2,000 years ago, he said, every time you see 12 in the Bible, which is everywhere, he said, it is the Greek zodiac. The Greek zodiac. Why does God say to Job in Job 38:32, hey Job, do you know the Mazzaroth? What's the Mazzaroth? the zodiac. Why didn't they translate it? Why did they leave one Hebrew word untranslated in the whole King James Bible? Why did they not translate Mazzaroth into zodiac? Because they can't afford to, can they? Because they're trying to hide that the Bible is not astrological, but the Bible is the best astrological treatise in the history of history. It's all astrology. All of it. Huh?
Who kept it out of the translation? Who kept it out of the translation? You said they kept it out.
Who
translated it, is that what you mean?
The word Mazzaroth? Oh. The liars and the deceivers.
Who are they?
The Jesuits. The Jesuits and the elite families who fund them, Sasha knows all about this, decided in the 1500s that they would start a counter-reformation. In 1545, they convened the Council of Trent, which lasted for 20 years. In that council, they decided that they would send all of their missionaries around the world and destroy their flat earth cosmology and bring in the globe and the global agenda. Global warming, global governance, global economy, global lockdowns, global community, global religion, and there's no globe. You see how they've fooled mankind? Who are our enemies? Don't we call them the globalists? Well, doesn't that tell you what their false idol is? The globe. Globalism. And here the Mayans, they laugh. I talk to the Mayans about the globe and they stupid freaking Europeans. The earth is stationary, it doesn't move. Duh. And then they say, and it's an extensive plane.
What do you mean by extensive plane?
Well, we don't know the ends of it. So essentially I was going to take you through all the festivals. I will let you look at these beautiful festivals along the year. There's so many, and each one of them, I'll leave the slide up for the camera so the camera can read all of these. All of these have a very, very special meaning on the ecliptic, folks. None of these festivals happen by chance. None of them. They all equate to a specific day, a specific time of the year, and I'm going through the whole year here, friends. If you look at my Sacramento presentation, I did this one in Sacramento on my YouTube channel. So I'm just going to quickly do this for the camera and then we'll get some questions. All of these, all of them, have a great, great meaning. The great holy days of the year. I just wish I could spend time to go through each one of them. But I will be doing these exclusively for the Syncretism Academy. These will come out and every slide will be dealt with extensively. So you can learn about the ecliptic through that. All right, so just one thing I want to do, and that's it, is show you, for instance, we know that the Son is born on the 25th of December. Jesus is in the manger and he's born on the 25th of December. Well, why is that? Well, because this is the shortest day of the year, and it takes 3 days for the sun to begin moving on the horizon, which happens at midnight on the 24th. So the 25th is the first day that the sun actually begins to climb. So of course that's when the sun is born. Well, if the sun is born here, when is it conceived? Go back 9 months to the 25th of March, a day after my birthday. This is called the day of conception, when Gabriel says to Mary, "Hey Mary, guess what? You're going to have a son and he will be born." Right? Well, 9 months. After 6 months, what happens in the womb? The baby drops, doesn't it? It drops. There you go, there's the drop. And then it's born here. The mother of Jesus. She's conceived here on the 8th of December, the day of the Immaculate Conception of the Virgin. Well, when is she born then? The 8th of September. The Nativity of the Virgin. Conception of the Virgin, Nativity of the Virgin. Conception, the day of conception, this is called the 25th of March, the birth of the Son. Here's another one. John the Baptist, Jesus' cousin, he is the summer solstice. Jesus is the winter solstice. In the scripture it says, Jesus says, he will go on, John the Baptist says, he, referring to Jesus, he will go on increasing and I will go on decreasing. It's just talking about the ecliptic. That's just 2 examples. I could show you millions of examples. For instance, this is the day of Mary Magdalene. Well, the moon rules Cancer. And the last day of Cancer is the day of Mary Magdalene. What other funny, interesting days do we have?
What's the day I found myself in Rome last year, a few years ago, and by complete coincidence, I was sitting having a coffee on top of the Spanish Steps.
Yeah.
First time I've ever been to Rome, and that's where the bottom of the Spanish Steps is the Ave Maria statue. And suddenly they started shutting it off. And the Pope came to do whatever. What's that special? I mean, it was a special.
What day was it?
It was beginning of. It was on a Saturday.
No, I need to know the date.
December the 4th was it? It was the beginning of December. Roughly.
It's probably related to the nativity, the conception of the Virgin.
It was. That was the same.
Yeah. It was the 8th of December. See, the 15th of August, this is Virgo the Virgin, Mary. The 15th of August is the day called Assumption. In other words, she goes up to heaven. Well, why is that? Oh, simple. Because that's the day, the 15th of August, when Virgo disappears. The last star of Virgo disappears on the 15th of August. So she's assumed. But then, a few weeks, 3 weeks later, you begin to see the first stars of Virgo again, and this is when she's born. You see? The nativity of the Virgin. She's born again. It's all about Virgo. So, it's every... I've got hundreds of them, hundreds of festivals in there. I just haven't had time to come to do them. But everywhere along here, there's massive storytelling. In India, in the Mayans, their festivals, they're all here in Ecuador. When I spoke to the priests there, they said these are their main festivals of the year. Funny about that, isn't it? They have 4 main festivals: the equinoxes and the solstices. And then there's the cross-quarter days. And they also are portals. That's why the elite, they always have their rituals on those 8 days.
When was the Hindu religion split? Like with the Sikhs and
It's about 500 years ago, I believe, but I don't accept history anymore, as we're told. I think they've always been around.
So we're always told that there are 2 different calendars, the Roman, the Julian. What does that do to all the dates and the schematic of this?
Well, the JC calendar, Julius Caesar, is Jesus Christ. It's the same person. Julius Caesar is betrayed by Brutus. Jesus Christ is betrayed by Judas. Julius Caesar is a popular hero. Jesus Christ is a popular hero. The calendar is called the Julian calendar. It's also called Anno Domini, the year of the Lord, AD. So they both have the same. Secular people call it the Julian calendar. Christians call it the calendar based on Jesus, both JCs. One dies in 44 BCE, one dies at 33 CE, one crosses the Rubicon, one crosses the Jordan. They both die on the Ides of March. Both died on the Ides of March. You see, Francesco Carrotta, an Italian historian, he's written a book about it. Julius Caesar is Jesus Christ. And you can watch him on YouTube, be talking about it. You can see how he proves that whatever Julius did, Jesus did. It's the same archetype. They just appropriate the Gospels and Romanize them. Once they were Egyptian, once they were Babylonian, once they were Zoroastrian. Now they're trying to make a new age. And they're going to try and change the cosmology again to suit the new age. But it's all based on the ecliptic.
So the actual figures didn't really believe? Jesus didn't believe?
No, of course not.
It was just the stories that came from all these astrological constellations in the night.
Yeah, that's Jesus and the 12 disciples. That's Arthur and his 12 knights. That's Jacob and his 12 tribes. Yeah, it's obviously not history. It's a gospel. So, if it's a gospel, well then it's a fairy tale.
Can I interject briefly?
Yeah.
There's also a lot of evidence that indicates that, for instance, when the Babylonian priesthood or the arcane priesthood are going to try to concoct a new religious mythos in order to indenture another wheel of civilization into a religious complex, be it Islam with Muhammad, who we know existed, with the Hadith of the Surah, and he was a real man for his time. But they can retroactively apply a whole bunch of archetypal things to the life of that man, co-opt that man's life. He made it a prophet or a seer or an oracle or a shaman. Jesus of Nazareth may well have walked as a man on the Mount of Gethsemane and in Nazareth and what have you, and been a good man and taken on battles and all the rest of it. But the point is, whatever that was historically was co-opted retroactively and then constructed into the perennial mythos. That's what Santos is saying. It's a cyclical thing. Whether you're talking Osiris, you're talking Krishna, you're talking Siddhartha, Buddha, you're talking Mohammed, you're talking Jesus, you're talking Moses. These are just the same old.
The story of Krishna is a carbon copy of Jesus, right?
Yeah, but there's not just those half dozen. There's 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 archetypal religious parallels that we can look at from different cultures
Yep.
that all use exactly the same archetypal metric that Santos has illustrated.
Yep. Yep, exactly. When you do your comparative study, then you will see this. That's why each church does not want you to read other books. When I was a Jehovah's Witness, it was prohibited to read books from the deceivers. Only read what the governing body publishes. Go and check out Jehovah's Witnesses, right? Check out Jehovah's Witnesses and governing body and have a look at some of those guys talking. And you'll see pedophile tattooed on their foreheads almost. You'll see that's a pedophile, no doubt about it. And they're talking to the people like they're little children. Like one of them, I couldn't believe it. I nearly vomited. He's going, brothers and sisters, in these critical days that we live in, dear brothers and sisters, we have to be very careful about other people's health and continue to wear the mask and get the injection to protect other people. God wants us to love other people. That's how he's talking. He's talking like he's talking to retarded kindergarten children.
Because he is talking to retarded.
Yeah. It makes you want to freaking... It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Total rubbish mind control. Horrific, horrific. And you can tell that this guy's dirty and up to some tricks. Once, one of the brothers from the Bethel headquarters followed one of the governing body home just to see, let's follow him. And he stopped by a bottle shop and walked out with $1,000 worth of whiskies. He followed him he was watching him and he's whiskey, big boxes. And he's carrying all these whiskies out. One of the governing bodies. Governing body.
So what do you say to the folks that believe they're ascended masters?
Well, they are. Some of them are, yeah. Yeah, of course. Some of them aren't, no. But I don't think, for instance, is that Osho? Is that his name? Yeah, that guy? I've seen him hugging and kissing Klaus Schwab. Hugging and kissing Klaus Schwab. The Dalai Lama, I've seen him in compromising with Jesuits. I've seen him in, they're not ascended masters. Hey, they're all frauds. The Pope. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mother Teresa, she was people trafficking. She was murdering those kids, not saving them.
One knows that acquiring proper knowledge and research is absolutely critical.
Yeah.
But how about things like moral ownership and how to decide when and when to take proper action? What do you think about that? How does a person come to the right decision? Things that aren't written in books. Things that start from when you're here.
Yeah, well, I guess everybody has a certain amount of goodness. Everybody has love. Everybody has hate. Everybody has intelligence. Everybody has these divine gifts. It's how they have developed these things that mitigate how good or bad their decisions are based on their evolution. So you can't, be in the position of a judge when you see someone doing something that you wouldn't do. For instance, I wouldn't eat meat. I haven't eaten meat for 13 years, but I'm not going to judge someone that does because most people do, and I love those people. But other things like, for instance, I don't I wouldn't drink alcohol. But if someone wanted to have a glass of wine with their meal, bless them. That's beautiful. It's magic. You know, be blessed. But for me, I wouldn't do it. Like, it would hurt me to do that, to get involved with alcohol or something like that, right? So it would hurt me. It's not that I'm better than someone who doesn't, it's just that that's where I have arrived. So with more knowledge and more understanding, there is more onerous duty to be a role model or to, you know, be exemplary.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
You mentioned about the timing that it starts the fall from October,
Yeah.
which we know, and then the spring from April,
Yeah.
summer. So what about Australia? How does that work on the map? It's opposite, right?
It's opposite, but the astrological system is a one-way street. It doesn't change in Australia. Remember how we said that the sun does that ramp? See, this is why tropical astrology is the only system that is 100% correct. Sidereal precessional astrology is not. And I can prove it to you by showing you how you can tell people's sun sign by looking at them, and it only works tropically. Only. When I go to India and I say to someone, "Oh, you're a Scorpio," and they say, "No, I'm Libra." I say, "No, you're Scorpio because I can see it." You can see it. So they're out by 23 days. Okay? And so because the Tropic of Cancer is up here, the equator is here, and the Tropic of Cancer is down here, and there's the Earth, and the sun is going up and down this ramp. So here is Cancer, here is Aries, here is Capricorn, and here is Libra. So Cancer, Libra, Capricorn. Aries, Cancer, Libra, Capricorn. And so this determines, this climb and the degrees in which the sun changes every day, the nature of its magnetic energy emanating to the Earth is what determines what effect it produces in the individual according to this ramp. It's all according to that ramp.
Does it mean that I don't know how to formulate this question. Does it mean that then it doesn't matter that we believe or believe that the flat is Earth, the Earth is flat or is round? It won't change it.
From the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere, yeah, no, nothing. It doesn't change because everything, all things astrological are centered on the sun. It's all centered on the sun and the position of the sun. So, for instance, on March the 21st, the sun enters Aries. There at that position every year since the beginning of history and will never move. The equinox will always be there, the solstice will always be there, and that will always be there. Regardless of the stars precessing behind this tropical system, tropical just means the solstices and the equinoxes, these 4 points, they are tropical. So, because that never changes, spring is always here, it's never moved. Summer is always here, it's never moved. You know, summer's never going to be in January. It's always going to be in July. And so that's fixed. The tropical system is fixed. Every year since the beginning of history, the equinox has happened on March the 21st. It never changes, and it never will. And so that is what determines throughout the whole Earth see, I was born in Australia, the Southern Hemisphere, so I'm not Libran. I'm Aryan, and you can see that I'm Aryan. Let me just show you quickly some of the features of the signs. The rising sign, especially if you were born at night, is more prominent. If you're born during the day, as I was, your sun sign is more prominent. So, where is that? No, not the one. This one will be a good one for you. Astrological body types. So, see that? That's Aries from March the 21st to April 20. First I'll go through all the... See the Aries? The ram. Hugh Hefner. You can see the ram. You can see the Mars iron. You can see the ram archetype in these people. Look at the Taurians, how different they are. Oh. See the more Venusian eyes, there's more the bull, the big necks, the earthiness. They're more earthy. Arians are fiery.
Hold on, are we talking about Aryans now?
Oh, I get it. Gemini. They've all got the skewed facial twin face. You see, one eye goes one way, one eye goes the other way. These are all Geminis. The skewed facial look, you can see that happy, cheeky look about them.
How dare they be happy?
Cancer. You can see the moon, you know. You can see the moonshine.
Aries is Aries is Aries, right?
Eyes, the round heads. This big forehead. Leo, heart-shaped manes. They've all got the mane. The jaguars, panthers, cheetahs. Stanley Kubrick, Leo the lion. You see, you can see it. You can see it. And then, of course, you've got to factor in their rising signs. Virgo, you know, they've got the Virgos also like Gemini, skewed face, very gypsy. These are the most gypsy people. These people are very, very, you know, like hermits and eclectic, very eclectic people. Really sort of, for women, it's a beautiful sign. It's gives them great beauty. Sophia Loren, you know, all these. Libra, round heads, vertical, horizontal eyebrows, V-shaped smile, vertical dimples, perfectly round heads. My son's Libran. I've got the long Aryan head. My son's head is about half the size of mine. And it's round. Perfectly round Libran head. Because it's balanced. It's Libra. You can see the Libra. You can see it.
Damn, your son sounds cool as fuck.
Ah, well, that's a mixture. Scorpio. They've all got the bird beaks. See, they've all got beaks.
Like me.
Yeah, you've got the hawk. You look like a hawk. They all look. Scorpios all look like hawks. Yeah, they're bird beaks. It's the bird. It's the eagle. And deep. Huh? Oh, because they're sexy. If you're going to have a harem, you need at least one Taurine in your harem. At least one. Scorpio, Sagittarius, horse, big horse teeth, big smile, long faces, long, always, they're happy. See, the Scorpios are serious Mars. They've got that real, all right, I'm serious, deep and penetrating, and I've got questions for you. Sagittarians, happy-go-lucky, no worries, giggling, funny, happy, Jupiterian. Capricorn. Ah, success. You can see something twinkle in the eye. You know, they've got smaller facial features as well. They've got the goat looking, you know, head shape.
Capricorn is what? December, January, right?
Yep. Aquarius. See how the eyes are very close together? Their face is sort of more compacted. What's on their face is narrow, and they've always got this little square tip on the end of their nose. Aquarians, you can tell she's got a little tip on her nose. That one, he's got it. That's an Aquarian nose. Pisces, well, they've got wide eyes like the fish. See, the fish have their eyes out here. See, so you see they've got a wider. You can see that one's very typically Piscean. That stands out.
Can I just ask you something? And this is so basic, but are you taking this based on the sun sign?
And the rising. So see, these will all have different rising signs. If I had time, what I'd do then is I would go through their rising signs and then tell you, describe all the features. For instance, let's do this one, right? So physical traits of Pisces.
Does anybody mind if I ask what we're listening to right now?
No, nothing there. Let's go.
I'll post it in the chat for you now, Branch.
Facial features. The facial lines all seem to run to the bottom, sinking to the feet below. In contrast, the wide, inflated cheekbones appear to give the upper face its needed buoyancy to keep the eyes and brows above the wavy water surface. Judd Hirsch and Lynn Redgrave, with their Piscean sun and ascendants, these are both sun and ascendants, show the sagging bone structure and facial lines of the fish. Note how one side of the face
Do you guys agree that Aquarians have small faces?
I don't know.
face sinks below the other, twisting the bone structure and the flesh. You see that? Right?
Are you into astrology?
Huh?
No.
I don't like to do
Little
it because then you start thinking, right? How I do it is I'm with someone, right? Having a coffee or something, and all of a sudden I go, "You're Aquarian." It just jumps out. You've got to get a feel for it. If you start thinking about it, there's many factors. For instance,
You called me right away, I remember.
yeah.
You said right as Scorpio.
I've called many people straight away. It's straight away, instantly. But
Gordek, looking at
someone
you,
says, well,
you must be a
yes,
Scorpion.
it just puts an element in
Aries.
there that.
Do you have a small face?
All right. What? Time up. Oh, okay. We're finished. All right, guys.
What are you?
Thank you. Oh.
I'm a virgin, bro.
I don't think that's a sign. I think that's a state of being.
No, the Virgo the virgin.
Virgo. I really don't know about Virgos. Maybe they're different. I don't know. They're weird.
I wonder if there's a more predominant star sign for flat earthers than globe earthers.
You mean like a sign that's dominant in the flat Earth?
Yeah, like the majority of flat earthers are, I don't know, these 6 signs, and the majority of globe earthers are the other 6.
Probably. You can't tell globers because 90% of them are not awake. You can tell flat earthers. I think that's the difference.
I mean, I tried to get awake, Gordek. It's just that, every time I get awake, I fall back asleep.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you a glober?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean that way. I just think globers, they like to follow the narrative, and they like the news, and they trust their government, and they are very not docile but agreeable people, like sheep. A sheep is not a dumb animal; it's a smart animal. But for whatever reason, they just go to the slaughterhouse and they just line up and they just go in there. No, like a wolf. Like you would never get a wolf to line up and go into a slaughterhouse. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you couldn't, but then we bred the wolves into dogs, and now they'll do anything you tell them to do.
Dogs, yes. Wolves, no. Right?
I mean,
a little different.
Well, they're not really. I mean, dogs are just wolves that we bred in a certain way, right?
I don't know that. Maybe is that your claim that dogs have come from wolves, and there was never a dog from the beginning? It was a wolf that turned into a dog.
Yeah, I think dogs and wolves and dogs were the same fucking thing. Just that we had a couple of wolves that one day decided, you know what, let me chill around these humans and to see if they feed me, and they did feed them. And then we slowly made the wolves become our pets.
So does that mean that my cat came from a tiger? My house cat?
No, I think the house cat has always been a different breed from a tiger.
So the dogs came from wolves, but the house cat didn't come from a tiger. I'm just clarifying. I don't know. So.
I mean, that's 2 different things altogether, man. It's like,
I mean, I know
if you're gonna say that, a cat came from only a tiger, why couldn't the cat come from a lion? Why couldn't it come from a panther?
Panther, there you go. So the cats came from panthers because panthers are at least black, so you got the color there, right? So cats came from panthers, and wolves. I'm sorry, dogs came from wolves.
Yeah.
I don't know, but okay, I'm not going to argue that because I don't know enough about that. Okay. Like I know you can breed like a miniature Doberman pinscher, right? They're like small. You can put them in your hand with those tiny ones.
You can make a mini Doberman?
Yeah.
How?
I seen them, bro. I seen them. It's amazing. It's like a little baby Doberman, but they're not babies.
I gotta say, out of all dog breeds, Dobermans are my favorites.
It's like a bonsai tree. Like the bonsai trees, they're just small trees, man, and they're very intricate, and they grow up very slowly.
Are they just as smart as regular Dobermans?
I have no idea. My guess would be that the interbreeding is going to reduce their intelligence, but that's just my guess. I don't know that. I know that you can take a dog, like the bulldogs, like the English bulldogs. I had one for 11 years back in the day. Loved the dog, but it did have some problems. I did have some issues, like had an inverted tail, and it had some problems breathing.
I
Not
mean, as long as you don't
not
keep
big problems.
telling the dog that he's got an inverted tail, he won't realize.
As long as what?
As long as you don't keep telling the dog that he's got an inverted tail, he probably won't realize.
He didn't know he had an inverted tail. When you have to bathe the dog, you have to wash your dog to keep him clean. You have to go into his tail, like physically, because it would create like I don't know what you call it, like it would create like fungus because it was like skin on skin. I'm just pointing out like things that problems that you can get from inbreeding.
Yeah,
Just because I experienced it firsthand. The dog didn't fucking know. The dog was a buck. It was a tough ass dog, like immune to pain, you know. And he was like no fear. Like the dog had no fear of anything. And it's just a badass dog. But being interbred, I think it did have some problems, and I'm imagining that would happen with the Dobermans. But that's just my guess, you know. I don't know enough about it, but you can breed dog. Like, for example, if you breed a dog and you get the parents a smaller size, and you keep getting the ones that are smaller to breed those children will be smaller and smaller and smaller. In the same sense, if you got big dogs and breed those dogs, you got the biggest of the litter, and you got the biggest of the litter. Those dogs will also grow in size. And intelligence, maybe you can figure out if dogs are smart. You can breed the smartest ones, and then breed those smartest ones again. If they can, I don't know if I can find a fucking ball in a stack of hay or something. I don't know how to tell they're smart, but you know, there's ways.
I mean, they do it. Like if you look at the dogs that they use for blind people, they're pretty smart.
Yeah, that's a special dog, right? So you breed those, and you get more special dogs, right? More special, emotional, caring, loving dogs. And if you have like what's that? Like a Labrador is determined to be a very peaceful, loving dog. Labradors, right? Bulldogs, not bulldogs, but pit bulls tend to be vicious. It just depends on. I wouldn't say they tend to be vicious, but they're often trained to be vicious. At least if you fight them. And other dogs are just like poodles are just angry dogs. Poodles are angry, and Dalmatians are also bite. Dalmatians bite a lot, for example. So I'm just remembering what I know. You know, the dogs have personalities to some degree.
You know, I used to have a Doberman, right? And that dude was racist, bro. Like he wouldn't fight any. Like he was a pretty timid dog. But if you ever saw an Alsatian, he used to get mad as fuck at them and just want to fight them. Like he was racist against Alsatians.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Actually, some dogs just hate certain things. Like my brother had a dog that would attack the Faro Express guy. Hated that Faro Express. Like even the truck, he would chase the truck down the street. But no other trucks or cars did he chase or did he bark or attack. So it's just wasted that Faro Express, man. Like they hate that fucking Faro Express. I'm just saying. It was crazy, dude. It was like, what? I had a fish that didn't like certain fish. That's the same kind of thing, you know. I don't know if you've ever had like aquariums, but I grew up with aquariums, and I used to have these fish called Oscars, right? And they're black fish with red designs, and they were cool because, like, if you're 10 years old, you get an Oscar. You feed them goldfish, so that's like the coolest thing, right?
Okay.
So later on, you're getting more aquariums, and you're have more fish. The fish die eventually, but it's a good hobby. I think it teaches some responsibility. But anyway, so when a fish is dying, like I had an Oscar that was sick and it was basically dying, right? They don't do nothing. They sit there on the side of the tank, and they just at the bottom. They just wait till they die. They starve to death, or whatever. But I put a red devil in that tank, and the red devil, it's just an orange fish or a pink fish, and they generally don't get along with Oscars, but you can mix them like that Jack Dempsey's red devils, Oscars. They kind of all are the same breed, cichlid breed. But man, when I put that red devil within that tank, the Oscar woke up from his deathbed and beat the shit out of that red devil. I couldn't believe it.
That's
I
funny.
couldn't believe it. It made no sense. It made no sense.
He was like, "Yeah, boy."
Except that he hated that red devil. He didn't want that in there.
Well, was you happy or was you sad?
I was shocked. I gotta go. Talk later.
Oh, that was fun.
Later, Branch.
So where's the edge?
Who's to say that there is an edge, and why assume there is one? Is it because when we are introduced to the idea of a flat Earth, it's always depicted like this? In the currently most accepted model, Antarctica is not a continent, but a 360-degree landmass made up of ice that holds the oceans within. When we look at a Gleason's map from 1892, that states at the top that it's scientifically and practically correct, as is. we see this Antarctic ice rim. The Gleason's map is basically an azimuthal equidistant projection, which can be traced back to the year 1000. The AE map is also an official map of the United States Geological Survey, the USGS, and the official logo for the United Nations. The oldest known globe in the world is from 1492. This is something you need to keep in mind because many people argue that the azimuthal equidistant map is just a flattened out version of the globe, when in fact the globe is just a rounded version of this true world flat map. If the flat map came first and it has the ability to convert into a globe without any problems whatsoever, then that should tell you a little bit about how this globe deception was achieved. Now, back to if there is an edge or not. There is no proof that there is an edge past the Antarctic ice wall, but it is speculated by many that perhaps the plane that we live on is either extremely expansive or it's possibly endless. In these two scenarios, it would be logically assumed that more land is being hidden from the general public. In a 1954 interview with Admiral Richard E. Byrd, an American naval officer who specialized in exploration, he had this to say.
But strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole, on the other side of the South Pole, from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Implying that there is more land past Antarctica. If that uninhabited land was on a globe, it would be in the Indian Ocean. A recent discovery of an old Buddhist map in a newspaper from 1907 seems to support the idea of a vast plain with much more land.
Where does the sun go if the earth is flat?
Well, the sun neither rises nor sets, but travels in a clockwise circuit from east to west, and only appears to rise and set due to perspective. The sun disappears at the vanishing point of human perspective on the horizon where the ground meets the sky, and since the sun is not 93 million miles away, I repeat, not 93 million miles away, but much closer and smaller, the light emanating from the sun only illuminates about half of the flat plane at once as it makes its daily journey.
What's underneath the flat earth?
This is obviously an unanswerable question since the assumed edge has never been known to be reached, but many people suppose that whether the earth is round or flat, that either way, it still must be floating in the middle of outer space. But the idea of outer space goes out the window with the round earth theory. Many religious texts support an immovable earth that has its foundations on which it is laid and its pillars by which it is supported. We simply don't know, but we do know that the Earth is obviously fixed in place, as we can tell by our everyday experience of non-movement. What we see in the skies above are illuminated objects making circles around us just as it appears. Whatever this place may be, it's the center of all we survey. Some say that the Earth is the floor of the universe. In the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe, we are surrounded by the waters above and the waters below, known as the Great Deep. The deepest hole ever drilled into the Earth was a total of about 7.5 miles. The very core of the Earth is nothing more than wild speculation, if not another malicious lie. So what's under the Earth? That remains a mystery to us all. But another thing that you can research is what's inside the Earth. Multi-billion-dollar deep underground military bases known as DUMBs, D-U-M-Bs, right?
What about ships and boats disappearing over the horizon?
This is also due to human perspective. They don't go over the horizon, they go into the horizon, moving beyond the limit of our vision and past the vanishing point. But the ships and boats are easily brought back into view with a pair of binoculars, a telescope, and any camera with a good zoom lens. A great question to ask yourself is why can't we see noticeable curvature from 120,000 feet up? But many people claim that the supposed curvature can be seen from the ground by watching boats. It doesn't make sense.
And what about all of the pictures of the Earth?
They are all clearly computer-generated images. They claim this picture from Apollo 17 in 1972 is real, and they also claim that the 2015 Epic Earth picture is real. But NASA employee Robert Simon gave us a glimpse of how they do it when he shared his experience of creating the Blue Marble 2.0 in 2002. He is now called Mr. Blue Marble. He was interviewed and on record stating, "The last time anyone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit that showed an entire hemisphere, one side of the globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. NASA's Earth Observing System, EOS, satellites were designed to give a checkup of Earth's health. By 2002, we finally had enough data to make a snapshot of the entire Earth, so we did."
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0. NASA's Rob Simon made this. Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it's a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Why are all the other planets round then?
When you compare amateur footage done with professional grade cameras and compare it to NASA's official images of planets and stars, it's clear that NASA images are all computer generated, no different than the photos of Earth. What have become known as planets are round lights that seem to be set over the flat Earth. The so-called planets and stars are not what we have been told they are, and comparing luminous objects that you see in the sky to the Earth under your feet is very ineffective for actually proving the supposed rotundity of the Earth. Since there are no actual photographs of the Earth, and motion has never been experienced or proven, it would seem more logical for one to assume that we are on a flat, motionless plane and everything we see in the heavens revolves around us.
What about satellites and GPS?
As crazy as it may sound, satellites are a hoax. Have you ever wondered why there are never any damaged or fallen satellites? And why there are no satellite malfunctions due to constant heating and cooling? It's weird they don't melt in the thermosphere that's over 2,000 degrees. I find myself looking at the moon and wondering why we never see satellites pass by the moon. Did you know there are thousands of miles of fiber optic cables under the seabed that supplies 90% of the Earth's communication? Internet, phones, etc. And GPS works off of cell phone towers. It's called triangulation. Haven't you seen those really tall towers and wondered what they are? Satellite TV is just enhanced radio using ground-based towers. It's all ground-based, just like the old TV antenna. Science fiction author Arthur C. Clarke proposed the idea of geostationary satellites in 1945 in a magazine called Wireless World. And 20 years later, in 1965, they claim to have successfully launched the first commercial geostationary communication satellite. Today, there are said to be thousands, but the odd thing is that trying to prove it only leaves you fruitless.
Is outer space even real?
Yes and no. What you see in the sky, as far as stars and wandering stars, also known as planets, are there. How could we deny them? We don't know what they actually are, but they are there. Now, what we are told about outer space and what it is not true at all. Everything we believe about so-called outer space is due mostly to Hollywood movies and other media, including children's cartoons. Of course, NASA propaganda is the biggest culprit. As we have already gone over, there are no pictures of Earth, and even images of all the other so-called planets are computer-generated. NASA has gone on record numerous times stating that humans can't get past low Earth orbit.
NASA's next spacecraft, already being built and tested across America, will do those things and more.
This is the spacecraft that's going to take humans to explore the solar system. It's the next big step for NASA in exploration.
Called the Orion Multipurpose Crew Vehicle, or MPCV, this next-generation spacecraft will enable America to explore beyond low Earth orbit.
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
And unlike the previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Low Earth orbit is supposedly between 99 and 1,200 miles away. The funny thing is that they say the moon is over 200,000 miles away. How did we make it so far in the 1960s and 70s if we can't do it today? Also, the International Space Station, just like everything else brought to us by NASA, is a fake Freemasonic hoax, completely fabricated and done with special effects, models, pools, zero-G planes, and various other camera tricks.
How is circumnavigation possible on a flat Earth?
Very easily. You can travel east and west directions to ultimately end up right back where you started. The face of the Earth looks similar to that of a clock. In fact, clocks were most likely designed after the true appearance of our world. If you follow a compass east for long enough, you'll make a full circuit. Same thing if you travel west long enough. As we've already gone over, the flat Earth map that was around before globes were easily converts to a globe, so everything you believe you are doing on a globe is actually taking place on a flat Earth.
How come the moon is upside down in the southern hemisphere?
This is another very simple explanation. When somebody is in the northern part of the Earth, or on the northern part of the Earth, they see the moon from this angle. When somebody is on the southern part of the Earth, the moon looks like this. They're looking at it from this angle. They see it from the opposite angle, and that's all it is. Imagine you tape a picture of the moon in the center of your living room, right? Depending on where you are in the room, the moon will be seen differently. When pondering this question, keep in mind that the face of the moon never changes. On a spherical Earth, we'd expect to see other sides, but we never have.
What about the seasons?
The sun is close and small, and it circles around and above the flat Earth in a spiral pattern on the Tropic of Cancer in the northern summer months, and then down in the Tropic of Capricorn in the northern winter months. So when the sun is further away from the North Pole, right, the center of the flat Earth, it's winter in the north and summer in the south. Since the sun is smaller than we are told and closer, it makes much more sense that we experience seasons in the first place. If the sun was 93 million miles away and had a radius of over 400,000 miles, we would hardly experience temperature fluctuation as we do.
What about gravity?
Gravity is necessary in order for a spinning ball Earth to work. People readily believe that you can't fall off of a spinning ball that's darting through outer space at speeds that you can't even comprehend, yet they will deny how much easier it is to stay on a flat surface that doesn't move. Gravity is a scapegoat for all that cannot be explained, and it has never been proven. The reason why things fall or float is because of density and buoyancy. If something is heavier than air, it falls. If it's lighter than air, it floats. Very straightforward. Your phone is denser than the air, therefore it falls when you drop it. Everything works because of density. No need to factor in imaginary components. Quote, "The law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. If, therefore, it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders and advocates, the whole of the hypotheses of this modern so-called science fall to the ground as flat as the surface of the ocean. And this most exact of all sciences, this wonderful feat of the intellect, becomes at once the most ridiculous superstition and the most gigantic imposture to which ignorance and credulity could ever be exposed." Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony.
What about the Coriolis effect?
They say that the Coriolis effect is a result of the Earth spinning and is responsible for the deflection of an object moving above the Earth, rightward in the northern hemisphere and leftward in the southern hemisphere. The problem is that things like hurricanes and water in the sink aren't always predictable and have been known to spin both ways in either hemisphere. Also, another contradiction that proves the Coriolis effect false is the fact that no flying machine above the Earth has to account for it. If a bullet that travels 1,700 miles per hour has to account for the effect, then an airplane traveling at 550 miles per hour would definitely have to account for the effect. When you look for the answer, you'll find that we are told that since the atmosphere moves with the spin of the Earth, planes aren't affected. So why would bullets be? Especially when they go much faster than common airplanes.
Why can't I see infinitely far?
This is for the people that wonder why they can't see certain things that they believe they should be able to see if the Earth was flat. I've been asked on numerous occasions, why can't I see Mount Everest from anywhere on Earth? I've also been asked, why can't I see Spain from the east coast of America? Well, besides dirt, dust, dew, rain, fog, smog, smoke, clouds, mist, haze, snow, etc., your vision is limited by the vanishing point of your perception. Check your weather app on your phone and notice the visibility in your area.
Is the flat Earth a religious thing?
Yes and no. I say this because I myself am not religious. I'd rather not have faith in something, but know the facts to the best of my ability. And the facts are that the curvature and motion of the Earth have never been proven. The Bible, without any doubt whatsoever, supports the Earth that's fixed in place. The Book of Enoch, which is biblically endorsed and most likely belongs in the Bible, describes the flat stationary enclosed Earth in great detail. Many religions and civilizations preceding Judaism and Christianity support a flat and stationary Earth, such as the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Mayans, the Norse, the Hindus, etc. This fantastic spinning globe Earth is very new to the people of the world, yet most of us carry on as if the theory is unquestionable, and we've been conditioned to laugh when the flat Earth is brought up. Whether you are religious or not, you can see the flat Earth for yourself.
Is the Flat Earth Society behind the resurgence of the Flat Earth?
No, the Flat Earth Society is designed as a containment unit. Gatekeepers that tell the truth about some stuff, but then lie about other things in order to make it appear ridiculous or steer you in the wrong direction. For instance, this is what FES has to say about gravity. In the Flat Earth model, gravity, rather than being a force, is the upward acceleration of the flat Earth. the Earth always accelerates upward at 1g, which is equivalent to the gravitational acceleration in the round Earth model. Like the force of gravity, the Earth's acceleration causes several commonly observed phenomena in our daily lives. If that isn't the biggest turnoff, I don't know what is. The flat Earth argument has never died. It only died down. Real flat earthers have always been among us, but it wasn't until late 2014, early 2015, when Eric Dubay started making a lot of noise about the flat earth conspiracy and got people like myself on board. It took me 10 months of research before finally accepting the truth about where we live. Thanks to the many great flat earth researchers, content creators, and activists since then, more and more people are waking up to the massive deception every day.
Are all scientists, pilots, and members of the government in on it?
No, most scientists, pilots, and members of the government have been indoctrinated just as the rest of us have. When they work at their everyday job, they go about it as if the Earth is most certainly spherical. If indeed some of these people did know the Earth is flat, they most likely wouldn't even speak out about it in fear of losing their job or ruining their reputation. The average scientist goes about everything they do with the spherical Earth already factored in. For mainstream science, questioning our current model is a huge no-no. For pilots, computers do most of their work, not to take away from what they do because I personally appreciate it, and also pilots often switch out at stops, making it difficult to understand the real layout of Earth's land masses. As far as government members and politicians go, besides high-ranking officials at NASA, which isn't government at all, it's safe to assume that they are not in the know and they are not knowingly perpetrating this lie. Very few people compared to the population of the world are enlightened to the flat Earth.
NASA isn't the only space agency. Are all others in on it too?
The answer is yes. Here's a short clip on what you need to know.
The Vector, NASA's official logo. If you've ever looked at NASA's official logo, both their official insignia and their official seal, you'll see that the most prominent object in the seal is a red swooshing object. They call that the chevron or the vector. If you ask NASA's Public Affairs Office, this symbology is featured so heavily in their insignia and seal, they'll give you what really amounts to the standard facile cover story for the unilluminated. They'll tell you that is a representation of a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s, which was the time the logo was created. Not exactly the case. Someone might want to ask the Russian Federal Space Agency, Roscosmos, that was formed in 1992, why they chose that same logo. And while you're at it, you can go ask the Chinese, who formed their space agency in 1996, why in the world they're using a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s as their official logo. Then you can ask the Japanese, the South Koreans, Taiwanese, Malaysia, Mexico, Iran, all of these countries, even Bulgaria. They all utilize the vector symbology in their space agency logos for their national space agencies. It gets even deeper. You can go look at the individual manned program patches for NASA. The Mercury program, for example, a blatant use of covert symbology. In every logo dealing with the Mercury program, you'll see what looks like a number 7 in their logo. And again, NASA's official story is that they put this number 7 there so that they could pay homage to the original 7 Mercury astronauts. Kind of forgetting the fact that only 6 Mercury astronauts actually flew into space because number 7 never did. Deke Slayton had a heart problem, so he didn't get to go up. So there were only 6 Mercury astronauts. Yet there's a 7 in every single logo. That's in the official mission or official program insignia for Mercury, as well as the 6 individual mission patches carry this logo. And it carries on to the Space Shuttle program. If you look at the Apollo logo has a big letter A in it. At least that's what they want you to believe, but it's not. Again, that's just a simple way of explaining away the inclusion of this vector symbology in the logo. If you go to the Space Shuttle program, the original Space Shuttle STS program patch is a triangular patch that, again, hides the use of the chevronic vector symbology. And that also goes for many of the STS-specific mission patches. Every single one of the International Space Station expedition patches carry the vector symbology. The Russian Mir space station used the vector symbology. That was their official logo. And you can even go deeper and look at military-industrial complex companies. Look at the logo on a company like Lockheed Martin, 2 vectors. The X-Prize logo, Ames Research Labs, U.S. Space Command. When you get into the military realm, the United States Space Command, their official logo is the vector symbol. And when you look at the military's individual space-specific programs, all of them deal with vector symbology in their official insignias. And the question really becomes, who or what are these people paying homage to?
Let's look at NASA's Earthrise. Now let's look at JAXA's Earthrise. Do you believe this is real?
Well, then who's responsible for this deception?
You will find that the Jesuits and the Vatican have been intimately involved in all things space, including owning the earliest telescopes and, to this day, the largest owners of observatories and telescopes in the world. The Society of Jesuits have been actively spreading the heliocentric theory for 500 years, while trying to bury thousands of years of flat Earth cosmology. The Jesuits are rulers of all powers that we are aware of, and have been ruthless in their pursuit of world domination for centuries, no matter who is killed or what has to be done to establish a one-world order out of chaos. They rule over, or are deeply partnered with, people like the Rothschilds and many other international banksters, secret societies, especially the Freemasons, as well as Zionist Jews, and especially Zionist Jews in seats of power. They rule over all the alphabet agencies and government think tanks, including the NSA, CIA, FBI, Mossad, KGB, Roundtable, Committee of 300, Tavistock Institute, Lucius Trust Publishing, Bilderberg Group, and the Council of Foreign Relations, including representative government and legislation like the U.S. Presidency, Congress, and the Supreme Court. The Jesuit order is said to have been established by Jews, again showing that the Jews are behind some of the biggest hoaxes in history, including the Holocaust. Freemasons are also spread out all over the world to further the different agendas that serve this Illuminati elite.
Why the lie?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my gosh. Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. You lying so much. You making it hard for me.
Their desire is to convince us that we are only one of a septillion other planets flying through infinite space. A septillion? Where do they get these numbers? A septillion has 24 zeros. They want us to think that we are nothing more than a cosmic accident caused by a big bang that took place 14 billion years ago. Again, where do they get these numbers? How one could draw that conclusion is unknown. They want us not to understand our origin and go on believing that life is meaningless. They want us to believe that alien life is real and that they created us. Look no further than Ancient Aliens for the propaganda. Not to mention countless shows and movies they program us with. This isn't just about flat Earth versus round Earth. It's much bigger than that. Whatever they plan on doing needed the spherical Earth groundwork laid before they could proceed. They may either shock us with a fake alien invasion, or a disclosure of the beings that have always been among us, passed off as life from distant galaxies. Who knows? Another reason to turn the Earth into a ball is to hide extra land. If this is a vast plain, and there are places past Antarctica with more oceans and more land masses, then an easy way to get rid of them is to wrap our part of this plain around a ball and make it seem as if there is nothing else and everything has already been discovered. The globe is full-fledged slavery for the inquiring mind.
I'd like to be an explorer, like the Great Magellan.
Oh, you're too late. There's really nothing left to explore.
What does it mean if the Earth is flat?
It means that the origin of man is deliberately being covered up from us. Man, woman, child, you are being deceived on a massive scale. Flat Earth, enclosed flat Earth, expansive plane flat Earth, or even infinite plane flat Earth with an infinite ceiling barrier, or possibly another plane of existence above us and below us. It means that this place was created, that you were designed, you were crafted, you are special and with purpose. A purpose being hidden from you on purpose. We are supposed to know our world and our reason for being. We've been swallowed whole by this economic fiat money system that controls absolutely everything and fuels this manufactured reality. Most of us know that we are slaves, and it's no wonder we desire to escape through movies, TV shows, and video games that happen to also further our programming and mental conditioning. We were never meant to live like this, and knowledge of our flat Earth is a step in the right direction. It's something that can't be taken from us. It's the fuel that we need to let these bastards know that we won't go down in ignorance. We will not willingly accept their one world authority that wants to rule over all mind and all matter. Embrace this flat world of ours and free your mind from the globalist mind control. It's time that we stand up for ourselves and our beautiful Earth. All I want to know is, who's coming with me?
Boom.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
History history has been rewritten by winners of wars. The Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
It's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
The kick-ass way to wake up in the morning. Thanks for playing that. After that, you're going to have to pack up all your shit and go, NASA.
Ain't nobody got nothing to say on here.
Hey, Dead Air Dave, man. You got something to say?
This looks like a job for me, Dead Air Dave.
No doubt
So
about it.
everybody just follow me because we need a little less local shit.
Yeah. You got it.
We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it.
I get
That's right. We'll do it live.
through those.
Let's do it live, dude. Let's do it live. Damn it.
Do it live.
What are we doing?
Getting some water right now.
I'm currently operating a motor vehicle safely, so y'all continue to talk. It's raining here in Kentucky today. Little Kentucky rain.
Kentucky rain. I like it. All right. Want some money?
Oh, it's ready for you.
It's ready. All right. Let's do it. No. Yep.
All we need is scientific evidence that's repeatable, testable, and measurable, observable, whatever else a bull of this globe that you think you live on.
You have a good one, all right? Thank you so much.
It's got Rumpus by Flat Earth Dude. Back to you, dude.
Yeah, here we go. Final frontier here. Space is made in a Hollywood basement, man. Now, why would they sing that song? Why would they throw that line in there? Very interesting. Very interesting, yeah.
This dude, I reckon the basements in Hollywood where they could have my
Yep.
Okay. Because you've been down on Hollywood Boulevard, flat smacking. I remember that.
Yep.
Those were the days.
That was fun, man. Like,
if you want to see a whole cross section of humanity, go down to Hollywood Boulevard.
yeah, if you want to see a guy in a suit talking to a guy with a fucking spiked mohawk and a pair of tits. Yeah. Yeah. Hollywood.
Spectrum. Doesn't he? Runs the whole spectrum.
It does. All right, I got 250 miles drive here today. Glatflow was supposed to be on the road today too, man. I think he had 500 to do today.
Maybe he'll check in. We'll have road updates from both of you.
Yeah, got some miles to cover today, man.
Watch out for the curvature in the Coriolis while you're driving, okay?
I got an eye on the Coriolis, but the curve, can't find it, man. It does not exist in reality.
You're driving right across it every day. You just don't realize it. You just don't understand.
Oh, yeah. The car's going over the curve today. All right, I got coffee, I got water, I got gas. I'm wearing sunglasses. A half a pack of cigarettes.
That's gross.
Half a pack of cigarettes? That's gross.
Yeah.
Smoking and driving's a hell of a pleasure, man.
So that shit falls in your lap and burns your balls, and you crash and fly off the road.
Yeah, I get it. That's happened before. burn your balls and catch your car on fire.
This is bullshit. It's like Cypress Hill concert in here.
Yeah. I just paid $6.19 a gallon for gasoline. For premium. I put the good gas in my car. The 92 octane, 91, whatever it is. And,
you're paying out the ass then, buddy.
We're paying up the ass. $6.19, man. Ouch.
Fuck that.
It's crazy, man. You're used to it, boys and girls. You're used to it.
Yeah, I saw this shit come in, 2015?
Yep.
Maybe before that. Probably before that. I remember when gas was like $2.19, and I was like, you know what, this shit's going up. And sure enough, then that following Thanksgiving, that shit shot up 30 cents. I'm like, all right, this shit ain't. And never stopped. And I'm just buying a Corolla, and that's it served me well. That I just stay with it. Keep
little robot, Samuel robot. It's all right. It's not.
Fucking up for all. We're losing every other word, man.
That fucking blows.
Fucking A.
Don't want you to lose every word.
All right, you're good now. Repeat what you said.
Oh, hell no, that was a lot of shit. Fuck that. Sorry, you have to forget that shit.
Or
sometimes.
Don't. It's up to you.
All right, Monday morning cruising. Cruising the coast, baby. Sunglasses and half a pack of cigarettes. That was a Blues Brothers reference. That was a movie from 1980. So I was like, full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes, and we're wearing sunglasses at night.
It's dark. We're wearing sunglasses. Let's go.
So, yeah. It was pretty funny, man. Anyway, a lot of great musicians in that movie, man. If you've ever watched it, there's some old Cab Calloway, you got Bo Diddley, a bunch of guys they call them the Funk Brothers out here in LA. They're all the studio musicians that are on most of the albums that came out of California. Back to big hits. It was all those musicians were in it. It was absolutely incredible. Musicians. Who else was in there? Aretha Franklin was in there. Ray Charles. Yeah, the movie's a musical, man. Right? I'm on a mission from God. We're on a mission from God.
So, dude, I can't see the list. Let's check and see if there's any new people in here. Maybe CB knows if he's paying attention right now.
Oh, okay. I'll check it.
Yep, all familiar faces at the moment.
Back to the flat earth dude. Ring it. Sorry to interrupt you, sir. What are you ringing about?
No.
The Blues Brothers, good movie. Probably one of the best musicals ever. A lot of good musicians in there, correct?
No doubt about it. Yeah. Pretty fun.
My favorite part of the Blues Brothers, I'm trying to remember, is when they play in the country bar. Remember that one?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Try to remember the name of the country bar, damn it. Oh, shit. What was the name of it?
I remember they wound up doing a Tammy Wynette song at the end to get everybody out of here. With long hair out of and shit.
Joe's Country something. What the? Anyway. Funny movie, man. Certainly funny at the time. I was pretty young. And Dan Aykroyd, John Belushi, pretty funny guys, man.
It's amazing how many times Dan Aykroyd's lines it was solid flat earth. Astronauts to the moon.
Nice one, Dave.
Since moon landing too. Same stuff that we used to flick the moon landing, so it should work for us, something like that. Anyway.
A lot of flat earthers have used that little clip in some different videos over the years. Pretty funny. Good stuff. We're on a mission from God.
Yeah, we're getting
people up.
We're getting the non-globe band back together, right, dude? We're trying.
That's a good
There we
line.
go.
That's a good line. We're on a mission from God.
Yep. Let's mooch it. Let's mooch that shit. Mooch it. I love driving long road trips, listening and talking on Discord, man. Mostly listening, but since nobody's talking, Dave and I were just shooting the Blues Brothers shit. And if somebody wants to talk about electrostatics, man, get up on in here. Bring it.
The Blues Brothers film was filmed on a level, non-rotating, non-moving Earth. Oh, I'm 100% sure. Was not filmed on a spinning ball.
Hope everybody's having a good summer, man. We're a little over a month into this bad boy. We got a couple more months. Get all your food grown and
Wait. How fast are we spinning around the sun? What's the claimed speed?
66,000 miles an hour.
Okay, so it's not a perfect sphere orbit. It's elliptical orbit, like oval, correct?
Yeah, it's like a egg-shaped kind of thing, yeah.
That would mean that our speed must increase on those
Correct.
tips of those ovals. So now we need to be able to detect this speed increase from, let's say, 66. Let's say the average is 63. They were going 67 on those turns, you know, like when you hug around a mountain, going on the car, hugging around a mountain like on the road, keep on turning left like that, and you can stack up rocks, you know, perfectly balance them so high in the air, and they'll never fall down.
They never fall down.
But the lake is like perfect lake with no ripples.
Exactly. No sloshing of the water back and forth. Sloshing.
That's what you call perfection. God's perfection.
No, man, it's just some weird accident out of nowhere. Just blew up, made it perfect. It was a 747 crash and turned into an iPhone. It was cool.
So like after a gajillion years, you could get, technically an iPhone. I mean, if you throw a chalk at the board, eventually it'll spell God. If you throw it enough times, I mean, eventually, it'll spell like fucking Expedition Fragilis and Expialidocious, like that shit, like kind of how monkeys can type out Hamlet, after so many tries, you know what I mean? I mean, it's just math. It's just math. I think it's,
Oh, yep. Yeah, monkey spell. We're under the monkey spell. There's a lot of food growing in California, man. Most of Central California is grapes. There's a lot of grapes. Hundreds and hundreds of miles of grapes.
you would think the price of grapes would be cheaper than like $5 for a bunch.
Yeah, well, they take the grapes, man, and they smash them down. And they take the juice out of them and they put it in these oak barrels. And then you end up drinking the grape instead of eating them. And it makes you happy. Whee! There's 1,000 wineries in California, over 1,000 wineries in California. So if I went to
you need that for a bunch of drunks near those wineries.
Yeah, they used to say, I don't know if it's true anymore, but if you have like one or two glasses of wine with dinner, it's supposed to be really, really good for you.
Yeah, just like other animals just like animals in nature. They every time they eat something, they have a glass of wine. You're roboting, bro. Just letting you know, you're roboting bad.
People, everything in moderation.
Domo.
So are you. You're roboting bad. Everybody's roboting bad. Everybody's roboting.
But that's because I'm a robot.
Emagato, Mr. Roboto.
How about peers? Do they have a bunch of peers?
I know that Jimsy's a robot. I always thought he was. Thanks for admitting that, Jimsy.
Yeah, that's why I'm a robot sometimes.
Total AIer. You're an AIer. Totally. Have you ever watched like where the bears and the different animals drink the rotten fruit from the ground and they get all hammered and they're falling over?
That sounds like fun.
It's hilarious. Type it in YouTube, like animals drinking or getting drunk or something like that. And there's one that's like 4-minute video, man. It's absolutely hilarious, dude. There's bears and some other animals, monkeys and shit getting all fucked up, man. It's worth the watch. Yeah. If I wasn't driving, I'd drop a link to it, but it's pretty funny.
I'll find it. Let me see.
And then they show them like the next day they're all hung over, just laying around, all fucked up, covering their eyeballs. Pretty funny, man.
Are they laying around on flat, non-rotating Earth? I'm just curious.
Yeah, drinking animals drinking stuff only works on a globe.
Correct. Yeah. Levels don't work on a flat Earth. I heard a fucking Globie say that.
African animals getting drunk of ripe marula fruit.
There you go. That's the one. Absolutely hilarious, man. Worth a good laugh, man. Laughter's important.
There's elephants. Yeah, but I bet they do it like maybe once during the seasonal time of fruit. Not like people. They drink the alcohol every single day.
Exactly. Yeah, they do it like very seasonal because the fruit has to hit the ground and rot out in the sun for a few days here and there.
I wonder if they have a bad hangover. How do you figure that out?
Oh, they got totally. That's what part of the video that shows them the next morning, man, all fucking wrecked.
Bro, this elephant,
Yeah.
this elephant is smashing the tree. This elephant is like pushing the tree like aggressively and the monkeys are on top of the tree holding for their life. Like the elephant is like hitting the tree. All right, let me share. It's kind of funny.
It's very funny.
Monkeys. On the way home, things start happening to them after eating this fruit. They start walking all drunk.
They're totally wrecked, man.
Monkeys can eventually type Hamlet on a typewriter. You just have to think about it.
Bro, eventually these monkeys are gonna start building vehicles, roads and vehicles, and we're gonna have to make this fruit illegal.
Yep.
They're definitely drunk. On fructose, because that was fruit.
We're just monkey poop that landed on a rock, man. Come on. Good stuff.
Quick report, I just saw a guy get lit up and pulled over by a state trooper speeding. Doing about 80 in a 55. So, back to you guys.
He's probably a Glover.
$500, sir.
You violated the law.
There's no that's a victimless crime, man. What a fucking ripoff, man. I hate that.
Gotta keep that revenue coming in somehow, right?
That's right.
Yeah, the elephant was so drunk that half of his body was in the ground. He was still trying to get more of the fruit. He was. He's drunk already and still trying to eat more.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been there, done that, man. A couple
Just
times.
like a drunk.
Not too often, man, but I've been there.
Like his face actually on the ground and his butt on the air, just like a drunk, and still trying to eat more.
Woo!
Is he eating fermented fruit?
Yes.
It looks like
he's pulling the arch right now.
Is there
Hey
a video
Dave,
somewhere?
Dave is going way too fast for the satellite connection, and it's not catching up. correctly.
Fermented fruit only works on a globe. Right? You guys knew that. What else are they going to come up with, man? The fucking Mongo said the sextant. No, I can't use it on flat Earth, man. Nope. I was like, what? Okay. Nope. Craziness out there.
There she go, my robot and steel.
You're better.
I'm you.
You're a little better.
Now you're robot.
Better.
I'm you.
Now I'm a robot. We'll trade off. We'll trade. We'll trade off roboting today. You do it, and then I'll do it. Mute. I am in kind of the country south. Anyway, beautiful sunny day in Southern California, Central California. Uh, 73 degrees. Right here on the coast. Beautiful. Doing 75 miles an hour. I mean, that was update for me there. That's all about. Huh.
The sweet dulcet tones of Flat Earth Dude's car.
Right? Just that little road noise, man, right? The sweet road noise of California. All right, you guys. Just that little buzz of the road. I'm in a town called Buellton. Buellton. All right, carry on, boys, girls. Boys, girls, trannies.
I'm in a little town called, I don't know where the fuck I am right now.
Oh, I love being in those towns. You don't even know. Like, where are you? I don't know.
North Dakota.
North Dakota, don't you know?
Yeah.
Don't
We're
you
about to lose our accent, though. We're going.
What are you doing in my swamp?
Yep. Shamik. My
Are
boy
you gonna go?
Shamik. What?
You gonna go? You see Gospel Bear, man? You're in North Dakota.
We're in the same state, but no, not this
No.
time.
Not this time.
No.
Nope. Not gonna do it.
I didn't bring all my etymological dictionaries, so we'll have to pick those up later. I hope you're listening, Gospel. I love you, buddy.
Yeah. Love you, brother.
Are you driving? You know what? How many people are driving right now? Raise your hand. I'm driving.
I'm driving. Dave, we know.
Dave's driving.
I'm driving and roboting. Go ahead.
Okay.
Actually, you sound really good there.
Dave, when are you not driving?
When I'm asleep and 2 or 3 hours in the evening when I'm not driving.
You know what? I don't even believe that. So, don't even believe that. I think you're lying to make yourself sound more human, but you're constantly, 100% of the time, at the wheel. Don't lie to us. I've never heard you home clanking dishes or like, all right, guys, I got to go to bed. Or at least I haven't heard it, but maybe I'm tripping.
That's what I do for a living to keep the roof over my head. You hear me?
I do.
I hear you. Oh,
Y'all go
you
ahead.
betcha. Oh, you betcha.
You betcha. Fucking hear it. Fucking hey. Fucking hey, I told him. I said, put your boots on. You pull up some roots. Yeah.
I think I'll go down to the pub and get a beer, eh?
Backyard.
Get a brewski, eh?
A brewski. Oh, Hoser.
So yesterday I was listening, man. Hopefully I can get through this without roboting or whatever. I'm driving through a mountain, so it might not work out.
Hurry up, go.
I gotta go. This German guy was saying I don't like BMWs because if you want to use your heated seat in your car in your BMW, you have to pay extra for that.
Oh dear.
And I was like, what?
That's almost as bad as dogs and cats living together. Mass hysteria. It's weird. Where do we live right now? Motherfuckers like, see, I got heated seats. You know what's funny though? My previous car, I had cooled seats too. They cooled off. Like it was AC on your butt and back. It was sick. And it was a Kia. Crazy.
Yes.
Nice. Nice. That's my story.
Nice.
I figured out a new event.
A what?
Charge people. I want to. Oh shit! I hit the road. Wrong road. I'm on a bumpy road.
Driving first.
Noisy road.
Sure.
Fuck that. I'm the only one on this road. I think I'll be all right. But I want to charge people by the sheet of toilet paper going down the toilet.
How many fly?
Somehow.
Yep. How many fly?
Yeah.
That's a big difference, dude. That's going to increase your miles per gallon if you do it right. Well, anyway, speaking of, I got a semi on my ass. Homeboy wants to get there first, huh? Well, I'll see you at the next red light, bitch.
That's right. You go ahead, baby. You go ahead.
You go ahead. I'll see you when I catch back up to you, and you've spent no more time. Gained no more time while speeding ahead of me. Anyway, well, Earth is flat. How about that?
Hey, that car's going to go over the curb first.
I'm looking at a road that goes on for quite some time, and it really seems to just rise to eye level. Am I crazy? Or do you see that too?
This is a load of barnacles.
I don't know what that other. Well, that was fun. I hope Flat Earth Dude is all right. Anybody else want to shoot the breeze? Or can we have a glower please come in and tell us all about this elusive Earth curvature we've heard all about but never I'm good. Okay, welcome back. I guess you went over. See, you went over one of those water humps, underground water humps.
Underground bendy water.
Hey, you know those people that say the continents are shifting and moving? You know about those folks? They're like, oh, Earth is always moving on Earth too. Continents are getting bigger, or something like that. What are they saying? Shifting, drifting apart. Yeah, like a Pangea type of idea.
Yeah, I can feel the drift.
How the fucking hell do you know? Shut up. You don't know that. There's no way for you to know that. Okay? That's it. Fucking A.
Story is they were together, then they drifted apart.
Right.
And now they're.
Is that those cars that are drifters?
I think you're thinking of a grifter, and that's a career. It's a career I put down years ago. I don't like to talk about it. Right.
Oh shit!
So no evidence for the globe. Once again, what are we on day whatever, however long history's been going on?
Yeah. No evidence.
We're on day 3 trillion. According to no evidence. Bunch of shit. Bunch of funny ass stories.
A few
hilarious.
Yeah.
What?
That's a good later.
Oh yeah. 3,000 years later.
Oh, I got a trailblazer.
Yeah.
I got a
trailblazer.
Yeah.
Is that the car you're driving, or is somebody trying to one up you out there?
He passed me on the right. Dang.
Cooking. Uh-oh. Cooking.
Sounds like you're in the wrong lane.
Apparently, I'm doing.
I wasn't gonna say nothing, but
Hey, if you're not hauling ass in the fast lane, you better get your ass over.
Well, I was trying to, but there was a truck. We're all anyway.
I got you. You didn't want to floor it just to get ahead of a bunch of assholes. I get it. I dig it. So, all right. Well, I'm going to pop off. I mean, unless y'all got some flat earth stuff to talk about. I'm going to try not to ramble on about too many things while I'm in here. It's fun to talk to y'all, but, man, I want, like, it just, it'd be so great if normies and glovers were just constantly coming in and they only wanted to learn. That's it. The whole deal. And we're just constantly, like, helping them understand reality instead of be fed garbage. That's all I want to do when I'm here. So, anyway.
Yeah, man.
On the road again. Just can't wait to get on the road again.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, also, guys, before I take a break, go see the Elvis movie. It is surprisingly good.
Yeah, my friend saw it. She said it was great. So Elvis, baby, thank you very much. Give me some of them mashed potatoes over there. Mashed potatoes. Driving through a mountain right now, man. Big one. Mountains. Only possible on a globe. Ah, shit.
Guess I'll have to take care of this myself.
Talking to a globe earther after a serious flat smacking.
My cranial structure has received serious damage. How are you?
Driving up down the coast and driving up to the Black Swan here shortly, man. Maybe like a half hour or something. It's totally overcast. Not going to get any video or pictures today.
Black Swan.
Black Swan.
No,
And,
that's just the curvature. That's just the curvature in the way.
That's it. It's the clouds are the curvature now.
Yeah, because if it was flat, you'd be able to see across the whole Earth.
Of course. The fog and stuff, clouds and fog. And
You should be able to see Japan from LA. Come on, dude. Come on, man.
come on, man. Come on. I can sum up America in one word.
Is it Domo or is it Roboto?
That was a perfect tiny robot. That's hilarious.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Domo. Domo. Domo.
Can you name any members of that band Styx, CB? I'm just curious.
Not a single one. Not a single one.
Dennis DeYoung and Tommy Shaw.
Gabba dabba do.
Only two I got. Tommy Shaw played guitar. Anyway.
I just see the little music video. When I click the button, I recorded it from the music video, so I see them doing the little robot thing on stage. It's kind of funny. I love playing that clip.
Oh man. Whew.
So glad to hear Roger's bot is back up. His YouTube channel. Make sure you guys go follow Roger's YouTube channel. If Helios ever goes down, his is a great backup.
Did he get a strike or
Yeah.
something?
Yeah, there was a strike for I think selection talk. So be careful. Keep an eye on that.
What the hell is that?
The 2020 selection.
The selections.
Yeah. So we should probably just avoid that.
Elections take place on a flat, non-rotating Earth, as far as I know.
Yep. Mr. Roboto. Let's see how much roboting we can get done here today, man. I think we can break the record. I think we
I
can
know
do
you're
it.
driving FED. When you get a chance, you should you should be able to hit that gear icon and adjust the sensitivity up just a little bit. It'll block out all that road noise and only pick up your voice. But I know you're driving
Okay.
right now, so
Adjust it up.
yeah, you can. For me, I turn it way down sometimes to do sound clips, but that also picks up all the steps and stuff in my room. So if you turn the sensitivity bar up a little bit, it'll block out the road noise and only pick up your voice. But yeah, I know you're driving. So.
Is that better? I brought it up 25%. Let's try a little more. Maybe that's good there. Halfway.
Yeah, there we go. That's good.
Mr. Roboto.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
No problem.
It takes a team, man.
It does.
Make it good.
It does. But
I
yeah.
can see 26 miles right now across the ocean. No problem.
Damn.
Yeah. Totally.
The Gawk refraction.
Yeah, it must be refraction.
So robofraction.
I wonder which day I'll be able to see my own head. Right? Because if for refraction, I should be able to see the back of my own head.
It's funny, I'm driving right along the road. There's railroad tracks and then the ocean. And they're both perfectly flat. Pretty cool. Pretty sweet.
Am I roboting now?
Nope. Sounds good, Dave.
These moments of silence have been brought to you by the complete lack of any scientific evidence for the globular object that you may think you live on. If you heard me say that and you're interested in talking about it, click the link. CB has some questions for you.
Very respectful as we all pay tribute, our respects to the once infamous globe, as we have now have to say our goodbyes. Yes, as we close this casket on a great, sorry, I can't even keep it straight, man. It's been a good time. We will miss the globe, and it brought us lots of joy, happiness. Just like Santa Claus brought us some joy, some happiness.
We had Star Trek and Star Wars. That's worth something, right? I mean, I don't know.
Yes, it brought us many ideas for great movies, and we're forever thankful. But I do hope the globe does rest in peace, and for all the people mourning out there, my sorrows are with you. Yeah, Flatty gets it.
There's still so many people that don't even realize they should be mourning their loss. They'll come in their time, I guess, or not.
Well, they're not even being respectful, right? They're being loud at the funeral and stuff like that, you know. So it's like, y'all are being disrespectful now. We're supposed to have a moment of silence. You guys are in here causing a scene. So, but yeah, thanks for everybody being respectful to the globe. And
I was just picturing one of the anti-flat earthers at a globe funeral. You know? But here's a picture. I swear to God, it's alive.
right, exactly. I just saw him yesterday. I swear. Like, get out of here! You're being disrespectful. But after that moment of silence, I guess we need to pay some bills here. So we do have a sponsor, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you guys support our sponsor. If you need a snack, cancel your DoorDash subscription. Go ahead and get you a Space Dash. Brought to you by, your local space station.
I heard they have good food in space. Is that true?
They do. So quick promo from our sponsor.
And where can you find all this spectacular space food? At Spacey's. Now with our new Raditz menu. Spacey's. It's good food in space.
So make sure you download that Space Dash app and get yourself a nice meal from Spacey's.
Domo arigato.
Bendy fries, bendy water, the bendy burgers, Mr. Roboto, oh my gato.
Now we picked you back up at Bendy Fries. Go ahead. You're good now.
Curvature fries and the, gravity gravy. They have a gas pressure poutine. So they got it all. Yeah.
And get a little bit of that Coriolis cake.
What about Refraction roast beef? They got any of that?
Oh man, that's one of their specials on the weekends. So make sure you guys check that out.
Everything comes with the side of Béarnaise sauce.
They're also really known for their coffee. It's entirely eco-friendly, so it's great.
Curvy coffee. Good stuff.
Chugga-Bucks, their space.
Chugga coffee.
Yeah, they linked up with Starbucks, and now they have a deal in space. So they just rebranded to Chugga-Bucks. Yeah, so.
Chugga-Bucks. Chugga-Bucks, baby. It's real science. And we're doing real technology and engineering. We're doing here on Space Station. I can't do it like Vlad, man. He's got that down. I so good. Can't even come close. Let me try.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the Corvette.
Yeah.
All
Because
the
you can
time.
see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
And pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Okay. And they're buying it.
I should probably clip just that last part out there. Well, it's black, but there's all kind of polka dots. That'd be funny. I could use that.
Chugga-Bucks, man. Woo. I am in the city of Santa Barbara, California. Beautiful place if you've ever been. Oh, man. Expensive as all. Forget about it. Beautiful, though. No billboards in the entire city.
They probably didn't put them up because they don't want people seeing the curvature.
Right. Pretty place, man. Great weather. Very ritzy, man. He can see stars. Oh yeah. Yeah, I dated. I was there. Yeah, dated. She was my girlfriend. Yeah. That's it. That's the ticket.
You can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
Hey, Junior.
There's a dog in the back of a pickup truck. You don't see that every day in California.
Magellanic Cloud.
Magellanic. See, I just heard the Magellan
there's a large
clouds.
one and a small one, right?
Yeah.
And then you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
Are
I'm trying to compete with Dead Air Dave roboting. How am I doing? Am I doing good? Trying to get the satellite link up. It's not working. Satellite bad. Make a cup of coffee. On Space Station.
still roboting?
Still roboting. Still roboting. Still roboting.
I'll mute.
I'll mute. I'll mute up. You guys. Shit.
No, I was asking you if I'm roboting. You're not.
Oh, no, you're good. I can hear you, Dave, just fine. Yep.
Do we have any new people?
Don't know. I'm driving. You're driving.
CB will let us know if he's listening.
Yeah, looks like familiar faces. Familiar faces. At the moment, we do have a Andy Flat Slim. I think we could probably imply something there. BC verified.
Hello, Andy Flat Slim. What say you, sir?
What's up, Slim? There's some slim pickings around here. Help us out. Hey, welcome. Welcome 24/7 Fly Eater. Well, we're going to have a really big show here today. Woo! A lot of roboting going on today.
And obviously the ability at the moment. So, y'all go ahead.
Yeah,
Slim seems Slim is shy, apparently.
Well, it looks like Slim might be on a train at the moment, so no problem.
He's on the train.
Well, he's on a thing you can prove the globe with, the train. That's cool.
Yeah, but doesn't...
on the train again. Ay, ay, ay. Might have to reboot. Might have to.
Like Kurt Cobain said, I'm on a plane and I can't complain. Something like that.
Are you sure you didn't say I'm on cocaine, I feel no pain? No, sorry, I couldn't help myself.
Just that guy out though, she was a loving wife for him. So anyway.
Like Kurt Cobain, almost 30 years sober. Was that too soon?
No, it's 30 years too late. No, just...
What's up, Crit? Anything new in Minnesota?
Yeah, the governor's got to go. He is corrupt as all hell. There's this thing he tried to do.
There's no way a politician's corrupt, man. Come on, man.
Oh yeah. No, this is about how bad it gets. Okay, so the federal government did some deal with Minnesota because not enough veterans were returning back from active service back to Minnesota. So they're like, it seems kind of unfair because Minnesota isn't really a great place to live, right? It's like basically a left-wing despotic nightmare unless you live in the north part of the state. So they're like saying, well, these people are staying down south. So what would be the kicker to get them to come back? They decided to do some sort of Minnesota Veterans GI Bill, which was to supplement your federal GI Bill. It turned out they messed it up. Okay, they couldn't do it. The state government blew it so badly, the federal government had to step in and say, here, this is how you administrate a veterans benefits program. And then to backfill, they said, here is a Kickstarter lump of cash. You get like $60 million to keep the program afloat until you can figure out, what the hell you're doing. So they said, okay, that sounds great. We'll infuse a program with this much cash, and all veterans who come back to Minnesota, you get a stipend for coming back. If you move back to your home of record, you get like $2,000. Welcome home, veteran. But then it turned out that they blew that program too. They messed that up. So then now it's like all that money the federal government gave to Minnesota, like here's your $60 million, make use of it. About maybe $2 million actually got down to veterans. And this Walz guy, congratulates himself as being some sort of National Guard officer. I'm like, how do you show up at drill weekend with everyone knowing what you did? You basically just stole the money and did something else with it that no one even knows yet what he did with it.
I'm probably roboting now, but that sounds legit, Crit.
Yeah, this isn't even whistleblower stuff. This is just straight up reported in the left-wing news media reports it. You're like, Tim Walz blotches, veterans programs.
I would wager that whoever that politician is, he thinks he lives on a spinning ball. Probably.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, here it is. Like $2.6 million shortfall in financial assistance from the federal government. Like, how does that work? Like, how do you do that?
Maybe cocaine and hookers. I don't know. They do that in Minnesota.
Yeah, I suppose, right? Well, he'll blame it on the police. The police got the money. They just issued too many fines. This is May 10th. Governor Walz signs comprehensive veterans bill into law. A huge step forward in preventing, I think it's what be veterans from leaving the state.
So have y'all had a good governor since Jesse the Body Ventura?
No, I think he was like the last one. And even he was dog shit. But he was like, in comparison, he was like, what's funny too about that election that he won? It was virtually a three-way race. He was running against a Democrat, Hubert Humphreys, which is like this, political power. They're like the George Bushes of Minnesota. They're like the Bush family of Minnesota, the Humphreys. And people were so sick of him, they started just chanting "Dump the Hump." Like, even at his own political rallies. Like, he'd have a rally, there'd just be people chanting "Dump the Hump." So he knew he was done for. Then the Republican that he ran against, I'm trying to blank what his name is right now, Stephen something or another. He just switched to Republican Party, like right before the election started. He was a Democrat and decided to go Republican. So you basically had two really, candidates that no one wanted versus another one they're like, what the heck is this guy about? And like he won by 0.1% or something like that. Then when he got into office, he made it seem like he had some sort of mandate to like reform the state. And people are like, dude, you better pump the brakes here. You better start trying to win over people, be a statesman now and win people over. You got in the office. It doesn't mean you just get to become a dictator. But he was Jesse Ventura was around for a while, like Maple Grove or something like that, one of the big suburbs of Minneapolis. He was the mayor of for like 15 years or something like that. So he was kind of like a big name in the state already.
Somebody else chime in. I'm getting ready to robot a lot for several minutes.
Yeah. Oh, Norm Coleman was the Republican guy, and he had just switched over from the Democrat Party over to Republican.
Hello.
Well, I guess I'll have to take care of this myself.
Somebody just tried to say hello.
Hey Dave, it's Flat Soldier. How's it going?
Hello, welcome, cheers. I got to mute though. Somebody else will talk to you, maybe.
Hello, Flatzoid. I think you're a professor. Pretty sure you did like a Professor Francois on like Nathan's show a long time ago. That was like one of the best segments. It's inspired me. It's inspired me to do, because we've been doing events here in this server for a while, Ladies Night and Gold Night, stuff like that. I honestly think we should do role reversal night, where people put on their baller caps, like Professor Francois. I thought that was a really brilliant performance you put on there. So,
oh, glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, oui.
It's not as easy as it seems. It really isn't to be a baller again, because yeah, it's just tricky. But we should do that though. Role reversal night. Any mods out there? Want to get that started?
That would be quite cool. I'll be interested in that. You can dumb ourselves down a bit.
Yeah, and then imagine them trying to be a flat earther. They'll probably realize like maybe I don't understand as much about this flat earth stuff as I thought I did. These new people. So
actually, that's quite a good thing you just said, because I don't know if you watched McToon's stream last night, the one where he was saying I ran away from him or whatever. At the end, he was trying to do arguments for why the flat earth cannot be. And all those arguments he gave were totally, how can I put it, ignorance. They totally misrepresent how the flat earth model works. So actually he doesn't even know how flat earth works himself. And that's what he's trying to debunk.
Yeah, that happens a lot. They they don't know much about the globe first, but then those same people will try to tell you, "Oh, if it's flat, it should do these things that I made up in my head." No. Why? You don't know what flat Earth is, so why are you telling me it should do X, Y, and Z? Nah.
Yeah, one thing I still don't get is how they think you can still see forever on a flat Earth.
Yeah, it's like, guys, reality isn't going to shift and morph into something else when you realize there's just no curvature. It's not going to just open up and change into something else. It is what it is. So, you seeing across the whole Earth isn't reality.
Agreed.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
It is what it is, fellas.
I just want to find out, does my mic sound okay?
Sounds good. Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I was struggling so much on StreamYard, so the audio is terrible because it doesn't pick up any mics I bought. At least it works in Discord. Because I want to see if I can maybe start doing some live streams through Discord instead. That's going to help with audio.
Yeah, you sound good, man. Am I a robot still?
No, we got you coming through, FED.
Thank you.
Yeah, sounding good.
You betcha.
What's up, everybody?
So, Sonny!
What's a topic today? What's going on here? What's happening? Any ballers?
No ballers.
At this point, Sonny, we're going to be reverse ballers here soon.
Reverse ballers?
Little role reversal.
Oui. Oui, the Earth, she's a globe. She's a globe because I see the curve, yes.
You see the curve in your brain. Yeah.
No.
I see the curve in my brain.
I see out the window when I fly, it curve.
Really? Are you being serious right now?
No.
No,
dude,
you're a flat earther. That would
You gotta
mean like flat swan.
You got to put your baller cap on, Sonny.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. When you're on that plane, you do see the curvature. That's right.
I'll do it.
I remember now.
Of course. You can see it on a really tall house. You can see it at the beach.
I can try.
You can see it in a train. You can see it on a plane.
I'll try to do the baller.
I like curved eggs and ham. Curved eggs and ham.
I know. I could see it in a house. I could see refraction with a mouse.
There we go. We got a new one, man. That's awesome.
You could see curvature while putting on your shoe. You could find curvature while visiting
the zoo.
Visiting the zoo. Yes, that's what I was going to say. That's right.
I was gonna say taking a poo, but you know.
Well, okay, maybe for the more robust crowd.
Sorry.
I can't believe I'm this lively. I spent the night at the beach last night.
Nice.
By myself with my tent, my cushy little air mattress, my freaking everything strapped to my bike, rode down there, pushed it through the sand to this beautiful spot. My tent was there at high tide. I was no more than about a foot or two above sea level.
Wow.
And then at low tide,
That's
probably
awesome.
no more than about 4 or 5 feet. Like at the closest to Scott, I couldn't have planned it better. The tide came up. The water was about no more than 6 to 8 feet away from my tent. That was the high tide mark. I planned it perfect. It was great. So anyway, let me see. What was I going to give you an update on? Um,
Well, I got a question for that.
yeah, yeah.
Like, I know how tides work on the globe, but how do they work on the flat Earth?
Tides
I've actually
just
done a video on this.
we don't know how they work. They just work. Well, here's the thing. I asked the lady. Listen, speaking of this, I have a topic on this from my experience from last night. So, people are walking their dogs down the river at this place. It's really quite a beautiful place. Yeah, y'all got to see it someday. I don't have images because I have no good camera. But anyway, so I asked this. I don't carry a phone when I'm riding. I just don't. I don't want a phone with me. I don't like. Anyway, I won't get into that. But this lady, I go, hey, do you know what time the high tide is? She was so nice, man. She's like, oh, sure, you can look it up. I said, I know. Funny thing, I don't carry a phone when I'm riding on my bike. She goes, well, you can just look it up. I'll look it up. I go, yeah. Okay, great. So she's looking it up on her phone. We find it. Yeah. So only an hour left. I think I got enough room still. If only an hour till high tide. She goes, yeah. I go, and we're looking at the graph. It goes up and down like a wave, right? High tide, low tide. So I go, there's two of them every 24 hours, huh? She didn't understand how to read the tide graph. She went to the next higher one instead of like there's a low tide, a high tide. Sometimes the high tide isn't as high as the last high tide. She didn't know how to read it. But anyway, I told her, I said, there's two high tides in a 24-hour period. I said, and the moon only goes over once. What happened? What's up with that? She just looked inquisitively at me. That's freaking great. See, sometimes that's all you got to do. People start thinking about it. I hear people talking about flat Earth all over the place, actually. Almost everywhere I go.
Well, you can
I'm sorry, go ahead.
You can even talk about places that don't get tides.
Yeah, so I wanted
there's some places that get nothing.
Yeah, and some get huge tides, like 24-foot tides. Some places I was in Central America, in Panama, Costa Rica. Astronomically high tides, 20-foot tides, and then other places 20, 30 miles further one direction or another down the coast, like 2-foot tides. Really strange. Anyway, what was I going to say about the tides? Oh, I felt an earthquake this morning. That's strange when you're laying on your back on the beach a couple of feet from the water. It's calm water, by the way, because it's the river, and it's a little bit upriver from the actual beach site, so it's calmer, less wind, and the water's flat, and you can walk through it. Actually, you could walk all the way across that part of the river, all the way to the other side, to the rocks at low tide. But anyway, such a great place. I felt the earthquake, felt the whole earth moving underneath me. I'm laying on the sand at the beach with the ocean right there. And when you feel the earth move like that, it's pretty bizarre.
Oh, yeah.
Because you feel a big piece of whatever you're on, a whole big piece of it move. Like just kind of like shimmer, and then like shimmer a little bit and then go. But I feel it as far as distance I've traveled from that motion is several inches, I'm guessing. Both ways. Like
I must have also felt weird with the sand.
Yeah,
it's also felt weird because like you're digging yourself in. Yeah,
I'm moving an inch to 2 inches either way from that motion. It's pretty bizarre. And also the other thing I wanted to update on is that's a really beautiful place, but I couldn't sleep because the planes take off right there from Lindbergh Field and they fly right along that path right over that beach. So basically you're hearing jets fly I was hearing jets fly right over me, it sounded like. And I'm laying in my tent. Now, when you're inside your house, that's fine. When I lived in that area before, you just got used to the jets, but that's inside your apartment or house or whatever you're living in. When you're laying on the beach, and you have nothing but the sky and your tent between you and those turbines, it's a different sound. It's a different feeling altogether. It brings up a whole different visual. It truly does. Because you can hear I could hear the engines, like, really intricately, like, whoosh, you could hear every part of it. Like, you can hear how much acceleration they're using to get up through that medium. And then the last part I was going to share is on my experience yesterday. Is it was overcast all day long, but warm, really beautiful weather, like tropical weather, but overcast, right? Super warm, like shorts and t-shirts type of temperature. At little before sunset, I got up and went out. I want to see the sunset, and I saw the most spectacular. What are the rays called? The diverging rays through the clouds.
Crepuscular.
The crepuscular rays were all almost across the entire horizon, from one side to the other. They were coming down through these clouds, and I'm like, holy shit, that's the largest one that I've ever seen myself. Like, and as far as the earthquake goes, I've only felt the earthquake like that when I was camping out in the desert, one other time that I can recall in my entire life. And so this was the second time ever that I was actually outside in nature, felt an earthquake, and meaning that I wasn't inside a building of some sort. So, yep, that's it.
Sunny, do you have a page, a YouTube page or something?
Well, I have a Flat Earth YouTube channel, but no, I'm going to probably start something because honestly, I'm finding it intolerable to sleep indoors. Is that strange? But it is. Like, I don't like it anymore. I mean, I'm tired as hell right now because I rode 10 miles. I set up a whole campsite. I camped out all night long. I didn't sleep hardly at all. And got up at 7 or 8 and started breaking my camp back down and packed my bike all back up and rode all the way back home this morning. Came home, had a little breakfast, some coffee, had a joint, like my normal process. Everything, like, I'm so grateful for everything. When you get home and have a nice warm shower after being with sand on you everywhere, and then have some food and some coffee, you go, holy shit, this coffee tastes really good. Oh, it's only my powdered non-fat milk. It tastes great still. Like, I don't care. It tastes great. Anyway, oh yeah, wait. I'm glad I didn't forget. One other part. In the shallow areas right around the river going up, it's really beautiful sand. Really clean, like white sand, and there's seaweed. There's some seagrass and seaweed, but these little tiny fishes around dusk, like when it started getting a little darker before sunset, all these little fishes, and I think what they were is I think they're actually sea bass, are mating right now, and there were thousands of tiny little sea bass, and they had this whole procedure they were doing, like the bigger ones, the darker colored ones, were chasing the lighter colored ones, and it looked like they were pushing them down into the sand. And they were making these little circular, and then the female one, or the smaller one, looked like it was flutter its tail, like, vigorously. It's making clouds. It's making this big commotion. The water's only a couple inches deep, so you can see the splashing. And it looked like the female was swishing her tail, like, vigorously, making this waves and making these little circular patterns in the sand under the water. And the male would come there, and it looked like the male was, I'm telling you, looked like the male was pounding the other one down into the sand. So I think they're mating. At first I thought there was just different types of fish, and that one was trying to attack the other, and I go, no, that looks like some kind of mating. So interesting thing, but lots of fish, and people were looking at that saying, I haven't seen that many fish. Yeah, baby, that's what I'm talking about. The fish are mating, y'all. That's right. the end of the Sunny Report. Thanks for listening.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off on there. I just had to get that in there.
No, it was perfect, actually. I should have paused right then as soon as I heard.
I was hanging out with my cat, and then I heard you mention Love Action in the Sand. I was like, hold on, let me get the Marvin Gaye playing.
That was perfect, man. Yeah, it was so romantic. Me and the fishes. It was just great. And it's funny because people are fishing on the rocks that are on the other side of the channel, and I could hear them until late at night. They're up there fishing and partying and whatever they're doing.
Oh, that's just sound refraction.
I could hear their sound refracting off of that curved
It's amazing
water.
how sound travels at night.
Off that curved water that you can't ever see or measure, that no one's ever witnessed or experienced. Nice stuff.
Well, I'm still waiting for FTFE to demonstrate his refracted hand.
Refracted what? refracted.
He says his hand is refracted.
Whose hand?
I'll stick a video in his hand.
I saw that video. That was funny. Sonny, you haven't seen this Flat Switch videos?
ISS? The
FTFEs.
The guy's hand disappears in the ISS? Something like that?
No, literally. Fight the Flat Earth says his hand is refracted.
What the fuck?
His hand in real time.
Fight the fat shirt.
Fight the fat shirt.
I mean, that makes him sound like he's beefy, though. Like his shirt's tight instead of like a fat pig. So fight the wide girth.
Fight the fat girth. Fight the wide girth.
I mean, the dude's like a meatball. Like you just have like a meatball and just attach legs and arms to it.
Human meatball. We have the human thumb head, human thumb head, and we have the human meatball now.
It's like one of those dudes, like, he's so concerned about fighting a topic that he can't even articulate what it is. He'd be like, dude, like, you're fighting flat Earth and you can't even say, what is it? What is it? What are you against right now? And then he'll go on and on about, like, oh, he's against child abuse or against this or he's against science denial. I'm like, okay, that's good. Fight those things then. Leave flat Earth alone. Especially if you don't like it. So, who cares? Get over yourself. Because really, at the end of the day, he's just a Karen. He's just worked up that someone else thinks something differently than him. And he should be able to understand that because he's an atheist. The rest of the world thinks differently than he does.
Wow. Some people's kids. So part of the reason I bring up this particular place, because not to dox myself too hard, not that it really matters. Nobody gives a flying flip about what you're doing on the beach there. I've figured it out. Like, it's not like some other beaches. But anyway, literally, you could put 10 or 15 tents along in a line and have your whole freaking beach to yourself in this place. Or you can make a big circle of tents and have a freaking giant flat Earth party on the beach. I mean, it's perfect. It's a large area, and it's not close to really anything. So, like, you're out there on your own, and it's fantastic in the summer. Right now, the water in the ocean is like 70 degrees right now.
Oh man.
Yeah. It's beautiful.
Nice.
Absolutely beautiful. Now, you get like clear weather where you have a clear sky at night and that kind of weather too. Now, later on in the year, we'll get some of that. Probably get like 100 degrees in October. That happens quite a bit here.
Yeah.
We get
September,
100.
October.
September, October, we get 100 degrees from the deserts all the way to the oceans, like 150 miles. Well, further, when you keep going east, it's even hotter, of course. But
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Those nights are freaking fantastic because it could be 80 degrees all night long, or even warmer. So flat Earth event, I'm thinking like I'm putting my thinking cap on. Like I want to get more of us together and start doing things for real things instead of just like sitting on the internet. Yeah, I had an epiphany last night about all of this. So anyway, I'll shut up. I'm kind of a loudmouth. Be quiet.
No, you're good, man. I'm just driving. I'm in Ventura, heading south.
Dang. You just left Ventura? You're going south? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've been.
Did you see Flatter Day?
Nah, I got to get home. Kind of cruise.
What are you doing? A job or something up there?
No, I was up in Santa Maria this morning, and at my friend's house.
Isn't that out by Pasadena somewhere?
No, Santa Maria is up Central Coast, Pismo Beach.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay, wait, yeah, okay.
It's right next to Pismo. And
long drive.
A couple 100 miles, 250, something like that. Not that far. But yeah, drove past the Black Swan this morning.
Right on. How was the view? What was the view like?
It was pretty clear, but it's still very overcast.
Yeah, that's what we got till July's over.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Just stays overcast there all day right now, time of year.
Yeah. Sometimes you get real clear weather under the clouds, though.
Yeah, it's super clear under, but it's still a little bit hazy. It probably wasn't been good for taking any video or.
Did you see the island? The islands?
I couldn't see the island this morning.
Yeah, two overcasts out there. Probably they might be socked in out there actually.
But I could clearly, obviously, see the rigs, but
right.
Definitely couldn't see the island.
I was surprised how many rigs there were over there by Long Beach. I had forgotten, or they might have put some new ones since I was up there.
Oh yeah, there's a lot over there.
I remember when Long Beach had the Queen's Pike. Remember that amusement park?
That was a Long Beach.
The Pike, yeah.
Pike. I was in high school. Me and my friends would go there. Of course, we did a lot of things. We hiked with nothing but Rainier Ale out of Joshua Tree.
What happened?
And saw the. And I'm sorry. What?
Not because of any.
Pardon me.
What?
Who was
Somebody's
that?
hot mic.
Oh,
Anyway,
sorry, my bad. My bad. I'm in the lobby reading this guy. This guy's an idiot, dude. I'm sorry.
All right, give us a full report later. You might not want to let them know that we're. Give us a full report. Don't let them know we're listening. We'll just listen in. No, I'm not kidding.
Well, it's just how people say if the Earth is flat, it should do these things that I made up in my head. Right? And I'm like, dude, you don't know what flat Earth means. He's like, well, if the Earth was flat, then we wouldn't have shadows and stuff. And I'm like, dude, I know. I'm like, dude, wait a minute. I'm just trying to tell you.
Yeah, that's why. I guess that's why. You should tell them. I guess that's why all the flat earthers in ancient times use sundials with shadows. Duh.
Oh, dog.
He keeps going, well, how can you see your shadow then? Oh, dude, you're so lost. These people are drowning in ankle-deep water.
So go exactly. So I would hate to see them in a situation where they had to fend for themselves or save their own life. Anyway, how do you just have to go well, can you have shadows on a flat surface? Yes or no? Yeah, you sure can. Okay. Next. Next topic. We'll just break it down for you real simple. Yeah, it's great talking to people at the beach, man. People are pretty nice at the beach. Like it's different than where I'm like in the city. I have to be on guard all the time.
Oh God.
On guard. But it was nice riding all the way 20 miles an hour, almost all the way home from from the top of Nimitz Drive all the way down through the airport, past NTC where I went to boot camp. Around the airport, then to downtown to the Embarcadero, past the Star of India, almost to the USS Midway Aircraft Carrier Museum, which reminds me of the guy standing on the what is it? I Am Legend. I'm on the Midway. I'm near the USS Midway. I have food. I have shelter. Just kidding. I have seen myself in some kind of vision doing the same thing. I'm here alone. I'm lost. I have shelter though and food. So if you're lost too, never mind. What were you gonna say?
My dad flew Corsairs, and he was on the Midway during the Korean War.
What? Your dad?
Yep.
Trip out, right? See how
Trip
small?
out.
That's a small world, man.
It's pretty ballsy, man, landing on an aircraft carrier, man.
Yeah, no kidding. I was on one of the big gunships too when I was my pre-enlistment. What do they call it? Forgot what they call it. Anyway, my what's that guy called? The guy didn't enlist you. Anyway, he would take us to all these shows like the Blue Angel. The Recruiter, duh. He took us down to actually Long Beach, and I got to go on board the New Jersey and saw dents in some of the armor plate from other guns where it had been hit. Fucking dents in this armor plating, man.
Damn.
These ships have wooden decks, teak decks.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
The USS Prairie, the Ajax, the Ajax, the Hector, they all have wooden decks. I've been on some of those ships.
Pretty impressive ships, man.
Yeah, got to go on board an LST, which is a landing ship troop carrier. They're like this hollowed out pontoon thing, weird ship. There's like a big box with a hole in the middle where they can put tanks and jeeps and amphibious like assault things and float along, get near shore and unload it. Weird. Yeah, 16-inch guns on the Jersey.
Wow.
16-inch barrels, bro. That's 1.5 feet. That's what they're shooting those projectiles. They weigh up to 2,000 pounds.
Damn.
And from my understanding, they could shoot them 20 miles plus. But I think they can further than that. I think they can actually shoot further than 20 miles. But that's what I think I know of, that they could shoot 20 miles and over. Ballistics, baby. There ain't no freaking Coriolis.
No Coriolis. No curvature.
No curvature. Let's count them down. No Coriolis, no curvature. Not moving. Not curved.
Not
We'll
moving.
start with the 3 basics. And contained. It's got a problem on all 3 of those levels. That's a big problem, wouldn't you say? I mean, that's
catastrophic. You got the 3C problem, man.
Mm-hmm.
3 C's, baby.
3C, the 3C campaign. Yeah, there we go.
3C. 3CPO.
3CPO means petty officer. 3CPO.
Petty officer. $6.13 a gallon here. Fuck off.
Don't sweat the petty things. Pet the sweaty things.
Yeah.
No upside down in New Zealand or Australia. You're not upside down, you know, because you would be if you're on a globe.
So if you dug a hole all the way through the earth, I guess you would come out feet first, right?
Yeah, you'd be coming up into a handstand, basically.
Is that a word? Is that a word? Is that a word? Podality? No, because antipodal. So there's no such thing as there's no antipodality. I made up another word, maybe.
I like it.
No podality, no antipodality on Earth.
Nope. Taking the piss.
It's taking the mickey.
Taking the mickey.
Don't
How you doing, Kenny Dude, man?
Good, brother. How you doing,
You saw
man?
the black swan, eh? You should have took a picture.
Yeah, you're only supposed to feel the effects of a Mickey if you've been subjected to taking a Mickey. That's only in a date rape situation. So don't fall for the globe, Mickey.
Oh, taking the Mickey.
Taking the
All right.
mickey.
Is there someone new in the chat? There's a Helgi. Is that how you pronounce it? Hi, Helgi. VC verified. Anyway.
Down. Bring it down.
Pow.
Pow.
Mind the steps, but come on down.
All right. Here you go. That's Black Swan from
halfway playing itself
4 days ago.
Oh, brilliant.
There you go.
Yeah. That's nice.
That's nice. I'll be back in a minute. I gotta use the restroom. I'll be back.
Oh, let me have
Today's supposed to be
a picture of that. Thank you very much, Mr. Kenny Dude. Wicked.
What did he put?
And they're all having fun, you see? Look at that. Nice.
Excuse me. I should quit smoking. I don't smoke tobacco. But I smoke way too much weed. Oh, is that picking up? Looks like it.
And welcome once again to Guitar Practice with Sonny.
No,
not
it's
your
not.
host.
We're not practicing fucking anything here.
Join up next, Freebird. 3 times in a row. Good. Actually, you know what? If you play it, I'm fine with that. Fine with 1 time through Freebird, like Sonny style though. Do it Freebird Sonny style.
Oh, just a freestyle, like quick, like just a little quick thing. Yeah.
Well, that's why it's called Freebird, baby.
Oh, I fucked up. So there we go.
Slow it down.
If I leave here tomorrow, would you still remember me? For I must be traveling on now. Too many places I've got to see. If I stayed here with you, girl, things just couldn't be the same. Because I'm as free as a bird now. Lord knows I can't change. Lord help me, I can't change. How about you?
Bro, that's so pretty. You're doing great. I love it.
Lord knows I can't change. Oh Lord, help me, I can't change. Won't you ride a free bird, yeah. Where did I go? What the fuck happened?
But now, Sonny there, that was very nice there. Good job there.
It's kind of hard to do that. Kind of hard to do that solo.
That was
It's
what we
pretty-
call. Hold on. That was what we call free riding with free bird. Something dumb like that. Okay, I'll shut up. Oh.
Oh fuck, my finger.
Bro. Yep.
I'm fucking.
Wake up, everybody! Woo! Wake up!
Thank you.
Woo! All right, man.
See, I had to do that part separate. See how that works?
Yeah, beautiful. Thank you. I needed that.
Woo! That felt good. I was like, wow. Try to do that after sleeping on the beach or not sleeping on the beach, as it may be.
Resting on the beach.
I want to go back to that place where the fish are fucking once again. That's so beautiful out there, man. Maybe I'll meet a fish of my own.
There you go.
Yes, thank you, Laura, for stopping and checking those tide charts for me. Thank you so much. I don't know why Sonny doesn't get with it and fucking get some numbers with y'all, because I might have missed a perfect opportunity. So Sonny will get on the ball. He promises. Is that weird? I'm talking about myself in a third person or second person. Is that strange?
Nope.
It's probably the most sane anybody could get, actually, maybe.
I
As
agree.
insane as that might sound.
All right.
Oh, wow.
All right.
All right,
Let's
here we are
hit
again.
the road again, man. Got some coffee.
Coffee. See, that's what I need. Now, if I had that camping situation, I went with the light load yesterday. But if I do it right, I'll have everything in my trailer. And then the only proposition about the trailer deal, it's much harder to push through sand, but I have power assist, so I'm like, it doesn't matter. As long as that front power is fucking great, man. I swear. Like, as far as traveling, to know I have like everything I need to like survive strapped to my bike by itself, and it goes on a full charge, 100%, 20 miles round trip, and it's still on 100% today.
Wow.
You underestimate my power.
My power! I'm out of
You
weed.
can't go over water unless you got power.
That's going to be kind of squirrely if I run out. Well, I have only a little bit in my vape left. I should stop smoking so much weed. I'm going to start gathering fruit. I think it's going to be time to start gathering fruit. I'm going to make my first product.
Fruit wine.
Be productive. Be productive. Gather fruit and make product that you can drink. Yes. Sounds like fun, don't it?
It is fun.
Let's see if we can make booze today. Let's see. I have instructions and everything. Watermelon elderberry moonshine brandy. Ooh, that looks. That sounds complicated. Sounds too complicated. I'm gonna go with one. I'm gonna go with one ingredient, one or maybe two ingredients, maybe a little do like an apple jack with quince. Yeah. Mead.
You gotta have honey for the mead, man.
Yeah, that's gonna be later. I'm making my own kombucha base right now. I hope I did it right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna start fermenting.
Chugga, chugga, chugga.
Yeah, I see. I think it's already starting. So I got like a three quart glass bottle of my kombucha starter. It's gonna grow a little fungus on the top of that in a week to 10 days. And then you use that for your base, and then you can make any kind of kombucha you want from it. So if I did it right, we'll see. If not, try again, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, I was going to read something from Maslow's. Now, this is in one of my notebooks. I would hear things or like books, like audiobooks, and I would take notes sometimes. So this is a little statement. Take from it what you will. If it applies to you, that's fine. Where's my coffee? There it is. If it applies, fine. If not, don't worry about it. Maybe later on, it'll come into play. 1 second. So this is from a book from Maslow called Toward a Psychology of Being. So it's a statement from that book. Quote, he who belies his talent, the born painter who sells stock instead, the intelligent man who lives a stupid life, the man who sees the truth and keeps his mouth shut, the coward who gives up his manliness. All these people perceive in a deep way that they have been done wrong, or that they have done wrong to themselves and despise themselves for it. Out of this self-punishment may come only neurosis, but there equally may come renewed courage, righteous indignation, increased self-respect, because of thereafter doing the right thing. In a word, growth and improvement can come through pain and conflict. Unquote. I thought that was astounding when I read that.
I like that, Sonny. Good.
Fits my life to a T. And yes, there's always a chance for renewed courage and strength and change in direction. And it doesn't take very much of a change. We just have to change our perception a little bit. And you can find amazing things out every day about yourself, about the world we live in. So I don't know where that all came from. I don't know, it's good. That statement seemed to fit my life quite well. And I think it's something to keep in mind for all of us. Since we are people that speak the truth.
The one line in there, it said, find the truth, but don't tell anybody. What's up with that?
It's talking about being a coward. Or somebody that, like it says, an intelligent. I hear road noise. Intelligent man who lives stupid lives. I mean, I can relate to that. I did almost everything that instead of what I really wanted to do. So now I figure it's time to just start doing what I want to do, since that part of my life I didn't do what I did some of what I wanted to do. That's why I play the guitar still. But I didn't do that. That should have been my whole focus in life. There should have been nothing but that. If I would have valued myself more, I would have focused on that. But I didn't. So there's that. Can't change the past, but what does Tennyson say? We can't change the wind, but we can adjust the fucking sails.
I never heard that one. I love that. I'm using that one, man. Fuck it. That's awesome.
Alfred, what is it? Alfred Tennyson. Yeah, I think his name's Alfred. Speaking of Alfred, here's a weird little thing. Who in here remembers Alfred from Mad Magazine in the actual magazines? Alfred, that weird character, that that pimple face, big weird nose.
Alfred E. Newman.
Alfred E. Newman, that's right. I knew you would remember. I knew you wouldn't let me down, dude. Shit. Got your number, old man. Yeah, I want to start driving again. I hate the idea of having to go to the freaking Department of lie to you and your mother and steal your property because you don't know how to drive on the streets that you paid for. Like you have to have a license to do something that's illegal. So traveling was illegal? Well, apparently it doesn't matter now. I don't know. I shouldn't rant like this. Maybe I should just for a little while. Okay. They like what came to mind earlier today was a vision of someone getting their car towed away because they had some infraction, and this little image or this little scenario, the guy's asking the officer or making a rhetorical statement, actually. The one who's getting his car taken away is saying they used to hang horse thieves, but I guess now I reckon you can take something akin to my horse and it's okay these days. Is that right, officer? Yeah, apparently it is. Okay. End of scenario 1.
That was a good piff.
See how I break it down that way? I break it down into scenarios. Mm-hmm. We'll just take each scenario as they present themselves.
Breaking it down.
Breaking down the wall of lies. FM.
One at a time.
Wasn't that the name of the radio station they were going to... Lunatic? I keep calling him Lunatic. He says lunatic. Anyway, yeah. Breaking down the wall of lies. Yeah, that's whatever happened to that dude? I haven't seen him in a year or longer.
Don't know, man. People come and go.
Coming down with life happening.
Life happens. Shit happens. Keep moving on.
Wait, was I just playing my guitar? I'm so tired. What was I playing? Oh, Freebird. Holy shit. I think I was sleep playing. I'm only kidding. I need to get somewhere where I can grow a pound of weed. That's right. Anyway. Like Johnny Appleseed. Jamsey, what's happening, man? GQ. Hey, GQ, how are you doing? Do you have a question? Any questions?
We lost
GQ,
it.
GQ. Uh,
Is
où
it cool?
est, où est le GQ? Attention.
Yes, yes, I'm here.
Oh, very good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I'm FedEx driving right now, and
Oh, I don't want.
uh,
Yeah, yeah. Just you don't let me disturb you. I just thought to say hi. Have a great day. Drive careful.
Get an air conditioner in the truck.
vibes. Yeah, it's actually normally really hot, but today is bad. I'm in Kansas. It's just dropped, and there's been some rain, so it's been kind of nice.
Excellent, excellent.
Right?
Big rig on the side. Oh no.
Oh,
Oh, fuck.
yeah. When you get two, what about when you get two of them that are like going faster than you and they're passing you zzz, on both sides?
Oh, this is gonna be bad. No, wait, no, it's a fucking motorhome.
Oh,
A trailer
wow.
on the side, man.
What?
It's a camper trailer, man.
A lot of people are living in van. A lot of people are living in vans these days. I'll tell you that much. Lots of people
Yeah,
living in
there is a lot of people. Van life, they call it.
van life. We've seen them everywhere. Like especially by the beach. Quite honestly, I'm quite fed up. Like being told where and when I can or cannot enjoy my reality, my earth, our earth. Like I don't appreciate being told that I can't go to some place in nature that is like a coastal area. Like they don't have any right at all. I'll take them to task. Watch me. Right in person. I've done that before. Stood up to authorities, told them no, and they backed down. Of course, I was probably bolstered up by something back then in the 70s in Venice. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, it was a lot more freedom back then, man.
Yep. They didn't fuck with us in our neighborhood. Like, most of them didn't. Like, but, you know, you did have those. It was LA, so.
La La Land.
Got the local Gestapo there. They've been entrenched there for a long fucking time. Since the beginning. Since they were setting up the water deal for that area. That big, like, corruption. Corruption everywhere.
Yep. Everywhere, man.
So I think I just about finna go do whatever the hell I want to do wherever I finna want to do it. Within reason.
Just put your mask on. Put your fucking mask on.
Oh man, those people drive me nuts. I'll yell at them and say, "You can't see if you're wearing that. You got tunnel vision." But they don't even they can't hear or see when they got that. But that's all right. I've almost been hit by cars. By frantic people wearing that device. It causes
that's just mass attracting mass, Sonny.
mass attracting mass. Oh, okay, yeah. So that car must have been headed towards something more massive. And I just got in between. Well, what'll happen to that errant planet that just gets in between two larger masses is just going to get squished. That's right, squish. African animals getting drunk off ripe marula fruit. I actually like some of the fruit a little more ripe, where it's almost fermented. Kind of has a good taste to it. Whoa. That guy hitting the wall. I'm just catching up. Whoa, I'm really far behind. I'm 2 hours behind in the live chat voice text. Oh, well. I missed everything. Yeah, those rays were quite spectacular. Leonard Skinner. Yeah. Did you take that picture? Flat Earth? Dude?
Yeah. Yep.
That's the island. I can see it back there, man. That's that dark part. You can see
Yeah,
the top of that.
it was a few days ago. I took that.
Yeah, it's covered by a line of haze right at the ocean level, and then the hill on that must be Santa Rosa, or, Santa Cruz, Santa Rosa Island. See the peak of that Santa Rosa Island there. I can see him actually going back towards the west too, off to the right. Wow, look at all those rigs up there.
A lot of rigs.
Yeah, we've seen great white sharks when we were sailing to those islands when I was a kid. Well, I wasn't. Was I a kid? Yeah, I was a kid. I was what? I was in my from 18 to 21, 18 to 20. I don't know if that's a kid. It's kind of the borderline of kid. Yeah, we caused some havoc up in Oxnard when we went there. My brother and myself. The guy plays almost just like I play now, guitar.
Wow.
That's like having two of us in the room at the same time. Me and my brother playing at the same time. I wonder if I have a recording of us. I wonder if I could play that. Probably sound like rambling. Maybe not. Let me see if I can find it. Oh shoot! It's in the other login. God, that sucks. Okay, I know what to put on the list. Hard drive next month. Mask, fin, and snorkels, and Hawaiian sling. I'm gonna do some fishing on the beach. Bring your barbecue pit. Bring your little Weber barbecues with you. I'll catch all the fish you want. I say that now. I haven't done that in years, but I will. I'm not afraid. I'm not feared.
Not feared.
Not feared. I have a spring suit still. It's probably way too big now, but anyway, that still works. Got my duck feet. Fins. Those duck feet fins, those are badass, man.
Oh yeah,
they think those things last like more than one lifetime. People have passed those fins down to their predecessors, and they're still working today unless you lose one. I almost lost them. They would come unstrapped, and I was like, I have to clench my toes up and grab it, reach down and grab it, and pull it. That's and you're being tumbled around and stuff in the wash, right? Yeah, body surfing. That's fun, man. That's why I'm gonna have to just get up to Black's because that's the best place, man. Literally, I just have to plan it right so I have enough stuff. So if I have to wait a day or 12 hours before I can go around the rocks because of the tide, I'll just have to do that. They have the largest drum circles I've ever seen in my life there on that beach.
Really?
Yeah. They used to do it every full moon. They would be out there.
Oh, wow. That would be cool.
But then a bunch of younger kids, like, I don't know, high school to college age, they went down there.
Yeah.
They left the biggest freaking mess of anyone. They left all their piles of freaking trash, man.
Oh, man.
And all those good people that are down there at that beach all the time cleaning up after these fools just went down there and cleaned it up like we always do. I'll clean it up too. I clean up my areas of the park. It's just terrible. You have this pristine area and then someone throws all their trash that they brought with them. Why couldn't they just keep taking it with them instead of leaving it in nature? I don't understand. I totally don't understand that. I guess it's that if you give up taking care of yourself at all, then you don't give a fuck about nature either. If you don't care about yourself, then you treat yourself like shit. You want to live in garbage. That's probably why they do it. They just feel terrible. They feel worthless, hopeless, useless.
Hopeless.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, you wouldn't act that way. A lot of people just walk by. I'm not picking up someone else's trash. Oh yeah, then you like to live in trash too. Fuck you. I'll spend some time just pick one little area. How hard is it to find a fucking bag, a shopping bag of any kind? They throw those out too, and pick up some trash. Oh, I'm afraid of germs. Yeah, you should fucking stay inside then. Stay inside. Don't go outside into my nature then. I don't want you around here. I don't want to see you out there. Go home if you don't feel well. If you're afraid,
stay on your computer.
If you're afraid of breathing, stay inside. Stay inside. Don't go out there where I go. You'll be a hazard to yourself. Yeah. I don't know. I've had more free space in the last 3 years out in nature than I can recall. I love it. I don't know if is that kind of morbid. I don't know. Maybe I don't think so. I'm joyful about it. Maybe that's a little. So fuck them. They can stay home as long as they want. Because me and my friends are going to enjoy the flat earth. Yeah, that's right. That shit is flat. Okay.
It's
okay. Here's a taste of the quince fruit. Oh my god! Oh, really tart though. Whoa! Holy shit! That's a lot more tart than I thought. Because the fruit it's immature.
right.
So the quince is really super quincy. That's why it's almost too bitter for me. But later in the summer, they get real big and juicy, and they're sweet as can be, man. But these ones right now, I think it might be a good time to do the first run. Do a run and make like I think I can get enough fruit in the next few days. Get 2 or 3, well, maybe 5 pounds. I might need 5 pounds. Yeah, get 5 pounds of fruit. Clean all the seeds out. I might have to peel some of them. Maybe not. Probably do the peels too. I think that's where a lot of the fermentation's happening as well. But anyway, they already start to ferment on the ground. Yeah, pretty cool. I'll let you know. I'll ship you up a few jars. Or
I'll come down and get some.
Come down and get some. You haven't seen my little pad yet. I got a fun place here, man. I got 2 bicycles right now until my brother comes back and gets it. But that's nice having, because like it's difficult driving places and parking in the city, and all the streets are one way. If you don't know, it's difficult driving in the city. But on bicycles, with someone who knows their way around, you can go anywhere. You can ride with 2 bikes. I mean, we could go anywhere. So that's pretty cool. I think once my brother gets his bike here, I'm just going to get another bike, so I always have 2 bikes no matter what.
Good to have a backup.
But we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, because they're asking me to pay rent now. Not that that's a big thing. It's not much money, but I don't have much. But I'm going to have to tighten my belt. I'm probably going to end up moving, which I hate to move, but this area sucks. Like, I love my place because I've made it a really nice space for myself.
Yeah.
So it's set up exactly like it's getting closer and closer to the ideally being set up for me, where I've got everything I need close at hand, organized, everything's situated, and things are being put in their place if I'm keeping up with things, and doing that. But so far, I've got it set up really nice, man. And it's not perfect or anything, but a couple things could be improved. But I don't know if I want to do that much, because next year I think it's going to be a big change, and I think I'm probably going to end up moving, hopefully, to a better situation, much better, where I can have a little garden.
That would be nice.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I look forward to. I'm so bummed that my plant was doing so well for all the time, but I made too many mistakes. And the spider mites, I got lackadaisical, I don't know, wasn't paying it close enough attention, and the spider mites got it, and the gnats messed it up. And I was like, wow, terrible. But that's all right. That's the way it goes. Next time I'll do better. Now I got to treat all the soil and get all the whatever's in there out and cook it at 200 to 300 degrees, I think they said. It's kind of a drag to have to bake freaking 10 gallons of 10 gallons of soil. I'll do that in a pot, a gallon at a time. That'd be 10 times. Wow. It's all right. It'd be like what it'd be like Helio liked to say.
What it is what it is.
You do what it do.
Does what it does.
Do what it do.
It does the thing, and the thing does the thing.
Do diddy dum diddy do.
Flat Earth singing in the dead of night. Take this broken globe and learn to fly. All your life, you're only waiting for the flat Earth to arrive.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good one. Hang on. I should tune to 432, shouldn't I?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. An Amber Alert. Oh, Black Nissan, California plate, blah, 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 blah. I won't say. Yeah. Oh, that was last night. Okay, I'm late.
Late to the party, man.
The party. That's already been resolved.
Flat Earth, fly into the night of the day. Earth fly. Welcome to Los Angeles. Welcome to the jungle. Welcome to the jungle of Los Angeles. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
You know, it's funny. 432. It's just slightly relaxed from the regular tuning, just slightly. Like.
Yep.
So here's.
Whoa, this guy has no brake lights. Fuck.
There we go. 432, yo.
432, y'all. Y'all.
It sounds better, actually. Oh, let me turn this off.
Turn off the squeaker. Squeaker.
Let's turn it off. I better slow down.
Slow it down, man. There you go.
Flat earthers singing in the dead of night. Take this broken globe and learn to fly. All your life, you've been only waiting for flat earth to arrive. But singing in the dead of night. We took the earth and saw it with new eyes. All your life, you were only waiting for a flat earth to be realized. Flat earth life. Oh, flat earth life.
Flat earth life.
Hold on. Yeah, that's right.
That's it.
Oh, shoot.
Flat earth life.
Sometimes I forget I don't have a pick. I'm doing that with my fingernails. Sometimes I'm smacking the string with the back of my fingernail with the flat part. I'm smacking the string with the back of my fingernail.
Yeah.
Instead of the tip. But in combination, like I'll do the or use one finger to do that little part, da 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 da, and then the rest of it goes bring. Like different styles. That sounded pretty cool, though, huh? It's like that's a good intro for a song, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, if I see how many bars, oh, that's what I should do. See how many bars. Oh, I see. There we go. There we go. Might have been things I miss, but don't be unkind. Don't mean I'm blind, but there it is. I think I'm dinner too. I think I'm lying in bed. I shouldn't have said. You see, it's all you. You were meant to be here. From the beginning.
Nice, Sonny.
Your Monday afternoon listening at 1313 west of the Rockies. I guess not everywhere is 13. No, it's 1314. See how things change. Changes.
That's Emerson, Lake Palmer.
Yeah. Yeah. Love that.
I was just driving past Laurel Canyon when you started fucking playing that, man. I was like,
whoa.
That was weird.
Down the 101? Is it here?
Yeah, I'm on the 101.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm like, wait a minute. That's fucking Tavistock Street right there, man.
Pretty much. With the Lookout Mountain Studios right above, used to be a naval intelligence. It's owned by who is it owned by now? Someone told me the other day. I can't remember. Some super duper rich person.
Actor guy.
It's not. Yeah,
I'll look it up. If I was at home, I'd look it up. But it's not Russell Brand, is it? You own it? I don't know why I was thinking it's him. I don't know. Lookout Mountain. That's where they filmed all the nuclear bomb. They edited.
Yeah, and I don't know why Marilyn Monroe would have a DOD pass to go to Lookout Mountain. That's kind of odd. Now, I don't know. Actually, that's speculation on my part. She did have a DOD pass. I know she went on shows like the USO shows overseas with the military. That's probably why she had one. But I was told she had access to that Lookout Mountain Studios, like a bunch of actors and actresses did, apparently. Access to that place. Now, why they would have access to that place, I'm not really sure, because maybe it's because they've always been good bedfellows. DC and Hollywood have always been connected at the belly button.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Bob Hope Drive. Bob Hope, he was a big USO guy, right? Yep. Got to entertain the troops, man.
Yeah, listen, like, and the story of that he was some handler of this lady, Kathy O'Brien. I don't know if that's taboo. Yeah. She told the whole story. Like, so the Monarch programming, and yeah, that I've actually been to Palm Springs on Bob Hope Drive. As a kid, one of my best friends from high school, like, he had family that lived in Palm Desert and Palm Springs, so we got to be able to go hang out, see that place. Trippy. I don't know why they say it's a Monday, but it sure feels like the weekend to me still.
It still feels like Sunday to me, yeah.
Feels like a weekend. It feels like a weekend day. I'm ready to go to the beach again or something. I'm gonna have the wakes.
The wakes?
The wakes. You know, you don't just get the regular, you get the wakes.
The wax.
The wax. Wakes. I can't. Never mind.
Heading into Los Angeles. Bringing in a couple of keys. Don't touch my bags if you please. Mr. Customs Man. Don't y'all fucking talk at once, man. I'm just driving here. Sonny was playing guitar. Driving through Los Angeles. The Lost Angels. Sitting in traffic. Shocking. My lighter doesn't work. No bueno. No bueno. I think it would be fun to come up with like a Flat Earth magazine cover that looks like, you know, one of the magazines in the magazine racks, and just, you know, drop them in there at the library or grocery store or whatever. What the fuck? Flat Earth. Banksy style, baby.
I think it'd be great to like take some Scotch tape and try to make it the magazine cover.
There you go. Do something. Do fun. Do it the fun way, man. I also have a laugh because most of these Mongos ain't waking up, man. I appreciate you guys giving it 100%. The passion, the long-term commitment, the creativity's been nothing short of amazing. There's still a few new ones coming in now and again. I appreciate that. That's why we do it. You know, we get a guy coming here going, damn, I came in here 6 months ago, man, and I thought I knew some shit, man. And I didn't know fuck all. It was like, there we go. I love that. Love it when we see some results from all of our efforts, man. And, you know, it's few and far between, but it happens when it does. It's amazing. It's great. And, you know, I could be doing more. But I don't know. Somebody gave me the idea last night. I was at a museum, man. It was like from 1830s something. It's called an Adobe out here in California. And they built a bunch of them. But they kind of got it blocked off, and it was like a schoolhouse room, you know. But you couldn't. I mean, they had bars. I mean, I could reach in a little bit, but I couldn't, you know, go in the room. But I could have set the earth is 200 proofs the Earth is flat kind of book cover or something would be funny, man. Somebody would. It's kind of these self-guided tours. So yeah, if I put it in there, I doubt they'd notice it for a while, man. My last few months or something, but if it fit in the room, if it just fits, that would be good. Anyway, fun stuff. Doing fun. Be creative. We're more creative than the Globers, man, and the normies. And the anti-flat earthers, too, man. We're way more creative. We don't have to lie about shit. That's helpful. We don't have to use our imagination, man. We, as far as like making shit up out of thin air. Like, sextants can't work on a flat earth, man. What? What did you say? Yeah, that's a good one. Weak ass shit, man. Weak.
I think they literally think. I think they literally believe that flat earthers made up the use of the sextant on a flat horizontal plane. I think I'm pretty sure they think we made that shit up.
Right. I could be wrong, but I think they've been using them for a long time, man. Many generations. Many. Yeah. Anyway, I listened to Globebusters yesterday. I couldn't watch it. I was driving all day. I was listening. And talking about electrostatic, downward, something. I mean, out of my pay grade. But the one thing I just took away from it was that it's like, they kept saying, you can do this test at home, man. You can test this shit out yourself, man. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that sounds good. If I can test it out right there on the kitchen table, man, that's good. Like things disappearing from the bottom up due to angular resolution, man. You can check that shit yourself, man. Don't believe me. Static electricity, You can check it, man. So check it out, man. Check it out. Don't believe me? Check it out. Water's level. We can see too far. It's the little things we check out. You know?
Yeah. So while you're out and about out there, start checking things out while you're out and about.
If you're gonna be out, check it out.
Because apparently you're already out and about somewhere, wherever you may be.
Yeah.
From time to time, you're out and about. Just start checking things out while you're out.
Yeah, get some binoculars.
Look across the lake. Yeah.
Look across the lake, across the ocean, across the river.
Have someone shine a mirror across the lake or something like that.
Ooh.
Or a bay, even. A bay would work.
Yeah.
Mm.
There's no detectable curvature, man. You can't see it. 128,000 feet. Flat. Check it out, man.
Mm-hmm.
1 foot, it's flat. 5 foot, it's flat.
It's actually really no time that it isn't flat.
Get up next time you're in a commercial airline. Check it out. Jay Tolan just did a video last week. Another one where I think it was close to. It was almost another 1,000-mile observation. I was like, whoa.
That's incredible.
Dude. Fuck. Oh, yeah. He didn't have the best seat on the plane, but he got some really good footage anyway. And 1,000 miles with infrared. Woo!
Yeah, with infrared. Yeah. Bye-bye, ball.
Bye-bye, ball. Bye-bye, loneliness. Hello, happiness. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Mm-hmm. That's right. All right, I'm gonna have to pass out soon.
Yeah, take that, man. I'm gonna be home in about 30 minutes. I'm gonna probably join you, man, with a nice little afternoon nap, man.
I'm gonna turn on some lame movie that I'll just lay there and
zone out, man.
I'm about to fall out, so I'll catch you guys later.
All right, brother.
Have a good day.
Yep. Thanks for playing. Made my drive.
All right, you're welcome.
Made my drive go by quicker.
Cool. This is Sunny. Over and out.
Right on, bro. All right. Well. Sweet. Over and out. What do you say when you're over and in? Over and in? I'm over and in.
You're kind of hot micing a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. I think I got the air blowing on my microphone here or something. A little bit of road noise. I turned my sensitivity down or up or down. I don't know, whatever. If nobody else is talking, I'm not technically hot micing. I am just miking.
Well, I mean, I was gonna say something.
Oh, there you go. Go ahead, man. Piff out.
So yeah, I was just gonna mention how Monica Perez and these two guys that are, I guess, similar researchers to her. They're kind of liberty-minded individuals, so I give them credit for that. They're constitutionalists. I give them credit for that. They certainly are more intelligent. Well, they're smarter than Alex Jones while being Alex Jones-like just a little bit. Like they don't really, well, actually, I don't even call him Alex Jones-like because I don't even know, if he's got strings attached to him. But the point is, he might have strings attached to him, but I'm pretty sure Monica Perez is one woman in the independent media with her, show, The Propaganda Report, that, I'm pretty sure there's no strings attached to her or a lot of people she talks with. But it just blows my mind sometimes how some people can be so knowledgeable and so good at researching and so good at thinking, when it comes to most subjects. But then when it comes to the topic of the surface of the earth, they can just be completely mentally shut down. Don't even take the first step in critical thinking while able to critically think about so many other things better than most other people. It just amazes me. It just honestly amazes me how so many people can be so smart and so stupid at the same time. Well, I guess I should say so capable, but at the same time, so stupid at the same time. It just blows my mind. It's self-evident. It is technically self-evident. The earth is flat, it's stationary, and we do not observe gas pressure existing anywhere without a container. It's self-evident. And it's, I don't know, I guess that globe propaganda, I guess it's just when you get them when they're young, you get most people, I guess.
Seems like when they're mainstream, they shy away from that one.
Well, that's exactly my point, though, is that she's not mainstream. The woman I'm talking about, Monica Perez, she got fired from her radio job for talking about the Oklahoma City bombing and all the fishy stuff going along with that. She's not a mainstream still by any stretch. She's just, technically brainwashed by the globe propaganda. And it's it's just amazing how, anyone can be as knowledgeable as her, but still completely, totally brainwashed to think you're living on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space when in fact you're not.
Right? I don't know who she is, but maybe I want to know.
Yeah, it's you care about well-being, you should know. There's not very many people sticking up for the Bill of Rights these days, but she is.
How would I? Oh, just look her up, I guess. Monica Perez.
Yeah, I would suggest just go to DuckDuckGo.com and then type in The Propaganda Report Podbay. And the first thing that comes up should be podbay.fm, The Propaganda Report with Monica Perez. And yeah, her and Brad Binkley are these two people that do the show. And, it's just amazing. Even when I went to a meetup recently where it was her show and another show that I don't actually know of myself or I've never listened to, but I've heard the name of. I've never listened to it. There was a meetup having to do with libertarians that listen to these two shows. And there was maybe 8 people there. And I guess I'm not too disappointed, but I thought when I was going there, I thought that honestly everyone there would accept the truth about the earth being flat. But it was less than half of the people there. There was only me and 2 other people there are able to accept the truth about the Earth being flat. The other roughly 6 people that were there, or 5 people that were there, they were, they were just like, nah. They like, after a couple minutes, they didn't even want to talk about it. It was like, oh, we don't even care. We don't even care. I'm like, whatever. You should care about the Earth or whatever. Or they were just so brainwashed. They were just like, oh no, this guy, he can't possibly know what he's talking about, so we don't even care about him or whatever. Some of them like that.
Yeah, that's
At
like
least I give them credit. I will give those people credit, though. I will give them credit, though, because I know that all the people that actually show up to actual libertarian meetings, those are the kind of people that, like myself, even though they might not agree with me when I say the Earth is flat, they would certainly fight to the death for my right to say it. Just as I would fight to the death for them to say pretty much anything, except for, well, yeah, I would fight to the death for them to say anything, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if that's because because several years ago, maybe, like, it was like, you're a true retard if you said so or something. Maybe it's not like that now. I don't know. I'm a little bit new to it myself, so.
This is how those other guys do. Sorry, go ahead.
What'd you say?
I was just I have a funny clip for how those other guys were feeling at the moment.
Yeah, I'm beginning to come around. Yeah, everyone seems to be coming around. Well, I'm not.
What are you doing? Yeah. So, question, Ryan, how did you feel? Did you think maybe like they were maybe agents, or do you think that they were just in the place of they didn't give a shit?
Do you mean at the libertarian meeting?
Yeah, just I know obviously you're not going to go scoping flat Earth folks at a libertarian meeting. I'm just wondering about the actual fact of them like being there to actually scope the people attending versus if they were actually there for their own interests.
They were there for their own interests. Only 8 people there, including myself. Like, no, these were not that. There's no benefit, for any, quote unquote George Soros funded group for them to go and do and have the conversation they had with me. Like I've been, in places in Portland where, I'm very suspicious of one individual's motivation as he's, the leader of a crowd making a speech, and I try to talk with him afterwards, and he kind of gives me a funny look because I say certain things that seem rational to him.
Yep.
I got you. Yeah, I've seen those people. I've tried to hand flyers to them, and they'll give me this glance, they'll look at me like I'm a piece of shit, and then go on smoking their cigarette and keep walking while people start chanting cuss words as they're marching down the street, and then start a riot a few minutes later or something. I've seen people like that. No, these are actual libertarians, and yeah, like I said, they would definitely fight to the death for us to say. For us to have the right to say the Earth is flat, even if they don't acknowledge it themselves. That's why I have, to a certain degree, more respect for those individuals, even though they're globers, even though they were complete, total globers. I have more respect for them than I do a large amount of other globers, because there's a large amount of globers out there that they might not admit it themselves openly because, no one challenges them on it, but I sincerely doubt they even care for you to even have the right to say the Earth is flat. Like, there's a lot of people out there that you might think are decent people, but they're not. And if you really challenge them hard on it, if you really push them on it, you'll come to the realization they don't give a fuck about your rights. Fuck your rights. That's their mentality. They give a fuck about them. Fuck you. And those people, I don't give a shit about them. They're oftentimes leftist-minded people, they care about, they're the same kind of people that try to say, is violence or silence is violence or something like that, or your words are pretty much the same as you physically hurting me or something like that. This is the same kind of people. They don't give a fuck about your rights.
Some of you may die, but it's a sacrifice I am willing to make.
Yeah, exactly. That's their mentality.
Imagine starting or finishing off your speech like that. That's so funny. I love that clip. It's from Shrek, if anyone's interested. And he gets a huge round of applause afterwards. Too funny.
Another example of, how I'm amazed that Monica Perez can do things that are so important, but yet still be so ignorant in regards to the surface of the earth is like, she was talking about this. She was talking to this lawyer. I can't remember his name, but I may even go and donate to him because it's our future, one more important parts of it, and it is basically these cases that he's working on involve the jab and people being forced to potentially in the future, and I think in some cases at the moment, well, at least in the future, in future tense, in not too distant future tense, to be more precise, and to show how relevant it is. In the not too distant future, we may run to the problem where you're not allowed to go to an emergency room and get emergency services, or even just get ordinary surgeries that aren't emergency room related if you aren't on the jab list. And so basically he's trying to work in the court to make it so you're not refused medical attention in the future for not having the jabby jab. And, so like I said, seeing the people that you talk to, they're doing important work, very important people doing important stuff. But it's amazing how these people can be so smart, yet so easily brainwashed by the globe propaganda. It's amazing.
The itsy bitsy glober.
Do we have any basketball fans in the chat? I'm just curious, out of curiosity.
Yes.
I honestly would refer to the Globe Earther as a baller.
Stop it!
But
stop it! You know better than that, CB.
I think we're the real ballers here.
No shame. I just took in a headline. Never mind. I want to make it about sports in here. I was just curious if there's any basketball fans in here. Message you.
Yes.
Who said yes? Damn it. Okay, you're just messing with me. I got it. Never mind.
No, not me.
Shut up.
I mean, I love dunking on Globers.
And you're like 4'3". You got problems.
Hello? Can anyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
We can all hear you. Welcome to the chat, my friend.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
CB, we need the smooth voice. Go, go, go. It's a girl.
Great.
It's a girl.
Hey, I got the smooth voice.
What?
Nothing. Go ahead. Welcome to the Discord.
Hello, Jackie. Welcome to the Discord. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Thanks for asking. How's your day been?
Pretty good.
Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
What are your thoughts on the plateau which we dwell upon?
It's flat.
Hey, we like that answer. Why do you think so?
There's lots of reasons why it is. It's observably flat. You can mathematically work it out to where that it's flat.
Hey, I love mathematics. I study numbers myself.
Mathematics is the only thing that's true.
Yes.
Hey, let's talk about it. You're a girl of numbers. I love numbers. I tell these guys all the time. I'd never read books. I just study numbers. So what do you know about numbers and the mathematics? Tell me.
I don't know much, but I just know that it's the only true, like, science is math and numbers.
What if a Glover came in here and said, "Well, the math proves that the Earth's the ball."
Yeah.
But it doesn't.
If you follow their numbers, but it doesn't. So what's your 2 + 2 = 4, Jackie?
What's my 2 + 2 = 4?
Yeah, with respects to flat, or 2 + 2 = flat, I should say. That's probably a better saying.
I don't know that it's flat.
Okay, so there's no like.
I think you're almost on a point there, Jackie, which is that since the burden of proof is on the other side, just observing it as flat and simply not having any measurements of curvature is all the reason and logic and knowledge you need to know that it's flat.
Well, exactly, but at least just not spherical.
Well stated. Well stated, indeed.
I mean,
what are your thoughts about? Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
We don't. I know it's okay. We don't really know what it is, but it isn't spherical. That's for sure.
That is such a fair analysis. It's like, of all things you're going to come to the conversation with, you're going to bring this?
Yes.
Yep. So what are your thoughts on gas?
Hello, guys. What's up?
Who's that?
What do you mean?
Hey, why you speaking with your mouth full?
Why not? Is it against the law?
Crazy.
But you're interrupting people talking without their mouths full.
Yes, it is against the law. It's illegal, man.
Stop!
Okay.
You violated the law.
Anyways,
offside.
What's up, Kiwi?
Oh shit!
Chili again. How's your day been, man? Who's that?
Very good. Very good.
What are you eating?
I'm eating a tortilla with some peanut butter and chocolate.
Nice. Disaster, man.
Diabetic coma.
Yeah.
I love it. Nothing like protein and complex sugars to work everything out.
Exactly. Exactly.
So,
I mean,
Jackie,
I worked 33 hours on the weekend, so I guess I can.
Wait, I missed the part when he said any protein food. He said tortilla, peanut butter, and chocolate.
Peanut butter has protein. Peanut butter has protein.
It's very nice. I can highly recommend it. It's very nice.
I never seen a protein made out of peanut butter. A meat made out of peanut butter. Anyways, we were talking to Jackie. Go ahead, Jackie.
What are your thoughts on gas, Jackie? Not flatulence, but gas in our system.
Yeah, what about it?
Well, do you think that the gas theory holds a lot of, quote, weight in the conversation with these Glovers?
No, I don't.
There's 3 grams for every tablespoon of protein. 3 grams of protein for every tablespoon of peanut butter.
But if your body can actually process it and convert that into anything nutritional for your body, that's the other question.
All right. We got sidetracked on nutrition.
We did.
Hold on. Okay, so per 1 tablespoon, we're talking 15 gram measurement. Let me see, sugars. Well, there's 1 gram of sugar, man. That's not bad. Cholesterol. It's not. Peanut butter's not bad, dude. Okay, enough about peanut butter. So, Jackie, gas in the system. Do you think we're in a closed or an open system?
Closed.
Awesome. Okay.
Definitely closed.
Okay. All right. Do you believe in NASA? The red tongue of the snake?
No.
Okay. Now,
those people couldn't be more faker than anybody.
You are fake news.
All right. So, how long have you been comfortable with your stance on this topic?
For a while, but I don't know. I read a lot, and I read a lot of like Blavatsky and stuff like that. And Blavatsky and all them, they talk about the globe, and they say globe when they're talking about the Earth. So that is kind of contradicted whether I thought it was a globe or flat. But personally, I feel that it's not a globe. Just because of what these people say in these books doesn't mean that that's true. Because someone else could have wrote that in. They didn't have to write that.
Okay. And it's a good feeling, isn't it?
Yeah.
Feels like reality.
Just because it's in a book doesn't mean that it's true. Just because someone wrote it in a book doesn't mean any of it's true.
Because they show you a picture.
It's all just information. It's not knowledge, what you read in a book. You have to go out and experience what you read in a book and apply it to your life to see if it actually works. And a lot of people don't do that. And that's what a lot of Globers do. They just read what they just read off numbers and read off whatever and think that it's true just because it's so big.
Yeah. That's the thing
That's your answer, because it's so big.
That's what she said.
That's a Ron Jeremy fallacy.
I like that.
We can't feel it. It's so big.
Okay, so what about flying rocks? Do you think flying rocks exist?
Well, I see falling stars all the time, but that doesn't mean I know what they are.
Fairly stated. So again, the question being, do you believe in flying rocks?
Honestly, if I was to say anything, I don't know anything at all. All I know is I don't know anything at all, really. I mean, I don't.
Okay.
Orion?
Can I ask what the...
And I'd rather be saying that I don't know than saying that I do know, because I really don't know, because I can't see for myself. I can't go up into space. I can't. But I'd really, really like to know if it is. I would rather know than to just believe, because being a believer is not... That's not...
Can't take that to the bank.
Nope. Can't cash a check on beliefs. Can't build a court case on beliefs. I believe you did it.
I know it for sure.
That's exactly as CB said earlier today.
But I still back it up. I still think that it's flat. I mean, but I really don't know.
The crazy thing is, if you go looking, like, forget about all the stuff, like, there's no iPhone to consult, or no phone to consult with, nothing, no books to read, nothing. You just go and observe. What are you observing that tells you that we could even be potentially on anything but a plane? Orion, you were going to say something, dude. Go ahead, man.
Nothing. I mean, everything points to that.
Orion, you there?
Well, I mean, you gave a good answer, saying I don't know, but
you ate the beginning and you roboted the last. Come back. Come on, bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back. You guys remember that song? That house track? Such a good song. Bring it back. Orion, you back? Bobby McFerrin, I love it. Well done. Don't worry. Be happy. Don't worry, be happy now. Don't worry about it. It'll be okay. Trust me. Don't even worry. You think the globe is globe? No, it's flat, my mind. Hey, won't take no for no, don't worry.
Just keep in mind, Kiwi, that you might want to ask the question a little differently, like, other than, do you believe in flying rocks? Because even when a volcano is erupting, in certain cases, the rocks can fly for miles.
Yeah.
Around somewhere else.
That's a good point, man. And I'm glad that you brought it up. Please. It's a very good point. In clarifying that question, flying rocks is described as asteroids, these things that go from left to right across the sky with different colors. Blues and greens and yeah. Is Orion?
But that's not even, you're not even phrasing the question right, because you're talking about stuff you see in the sky.
Yeah.
Of course, we all see the stuff in the sky, so it's not a question. It's obviously stuff in the sky. The question is, do you believe that rocks are magically falling around other things in an orbit in the vacuum of space?
No,
which I don't.
It's gravity.
Interesting.
But even with or without gravity, it's just simply not happening. There's no evidence for it.
Well, yeah, of course not. I mean,
very interesting.
Keep in mind, it's not that gravity doesn't exist. It's just that no one's ever demonstrated to be the cause for gas pressure or for rocks to fall down the medium of air. Yeah. So it's not that it doesn't exist. It's just nobody's ever proven it to exist. You know, it's kind of like Bigfoot.
What it is? Like
but then
what
why
it
are we
is?
talking about it if we haven't proved it
I
yet?
don't know.
How long has it been? How long has it been since they haven't proved it to do what it says it does? Never.
Over 100 years.
Yeah, so what, our science is getting worse? We can't figure out why gravity works the way it works. We really can't. We can figure out all this other stupid shit, but we can't figure out gravity, the one thing that's supposed to be what holds everything to the earth. We can't figure that out. It's still a theory. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, if you're wondering why things like why the rock does fall down in the medium of air, I think we actually have figured that out. It's just it's a much longer and harder to say word than gravity. It's incoherent electrostatic acceleration, which is not something people like to say all the time. But yeah, that is the cause. You know, pretty sure you can make things levitate by lightweight objects, like by manipulating the electrical field around them. Yeah. That kind of demonstrates that. So basically, all the matter, even the air we breathe, the water in our bodies, the water we drink, everything has all matter, all solid liquids and gases have a very small, very minute electrical field emitted from them. And this has something to do with why the rock falls down in the medium of air, why the helium balloon goes up in the medium of air. And, it explains our relative density relationships that we observe.
Do we have any idea what shooting stars are? I'm a little bit new. I haven't heard.
I wish I knew. I wonder myself sometimes. But no, the shooting stars, regular stars.
If they're falling from the sky, not shooting from the sky, they're falling demons is what they are.
No, there is actual research about observational phenomena that we call the sporadic meteors, because there is multiple phenomena that happens in the sky that some people confuse by shooting stars, but the ones that we see, that is like a light that crosses from one side of the sky to another side.
Yeah.
The meteor, people call it meteor showers or shooting stars, sporadic meteors. There is been concluded that phenomena sources from 6 radiant sources up above our heads, looking towards the north sky. So it's a very specific phenomena that sources from 6 specific points of the sky.
Where are your sources?
To speculate.
What? Yeah. What do you think that means? I'm not catching on.
For my understanding, I have the research somewhere around me in my database. They set up 3 don't worry about they. I'm not gonna name names or whatever, but it's an university in Canada. They do a lot of research on sky phenomena with optical devices. So in the past they were using it's called the Canadian Meteor Observation it's called a CMOR. But then they upgraded to a specific spectrum. It's they call it electro-optical infrared equipment. So that gives kind of like another spectrum of light that we don't normally see with our eyes. So they set up 3 devices to 3 to 6 kilometers apart from each other, so they can have a bigger angle of the sky. And they set that up for 365 days, just looking at the what we call the north sky, so towards Polaris, right? With a bigger angle of the sky, they were able to observe the phenomena that we call shooting stars, or people call it meteors, right? And it's been concluded it's been concluded that all of the phenomena that we call shooting stars come from 6 radiant sources.
So his word, radiant.
Yeah, they call them radiant sources.
And this is where I say, oh, sorry.
The radiant sources, let me look it up. It has one is helion, anti-helion, what's the other name? Apex, North Apex, South Apex, and yeah, it's 6. And these points in the sky, like it's kind of, how do you say? It's peculiar because we know the sky moves. We observe the luminaries moving, the sun, the stars, the moons, the planets, what we call the planets or whatever, right? And these 6 radiant sources also move within the year, just like the lights in the sky that we observe.
But they don't move with them.
They move. From my understanding, they move in their own yearly cycle. So once a year, like a rotation once a year.
Can you detect or see the sources?
Yeah, the sources are actually very common phenomena known by what we call, let's say, sky observers or people that take pictures of the sky, and they know specific regions of the sky that they can look at to observe the phenomena we call meteors or meteor showers, because most people in the knowledge, they know that these phenomena, it happens specifically from a specific points. But it's when you look at the imagery that they have in the electro-optical spectrum, it's a very interesting phenomena that can be observed.
So, Genji,
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, gases in the atmosphere, ignited gases in the atmosphere. That's what I'm thinking. And that's why I say permission to speculate. Because I'm thinking we're in a closed system, right? You can't have things coming into this closed system. If you're saying radiant sources.
Oh no! Wait! Remember, this is not an isolated system. This is an enclosed dynamic system. So things can actually go in and out of the system.
Oh, okay. No, sorry.
It's not.
We are not in a propane tank that is.
Yeah, maybe we should define all 3 just so they, for the audience sake.
Please,
so an open system is when both matter and energy can be exchanged. So the way that the globe Earth has the vacuum of space next to gas pressure down here, that's what you would call an open system, which, doesn't really make sense, but that's the way they describe it. So that's an open system. And then a closed system would be like a greenhouse. That's where no matter is going in or out, but light and heat can go in. And then an isolated system is like a greenhouse with a lot of black paint on it and insulation. So that's an isolated system, means no matter or energy can go in or out. So no light is going in or out, no energy is going in or out, no matter is going in or out. So like a bunker underneath your house is like an isolated system.
Got it. Thanks for that.
Oh yeah, and
You know,
to answer the other guy's question, the sun, moon, and stars, planets, and shooting stars, they all fall under the category of unverified lights in the sky. They may be on the other side of the physical barrier, like there's gas pressure. They may be on the inside. We don't really have the tools to know for sure yet.
Yeah, I think
you know when you're welding, when you're welding and you see this shooting,
spark. Yep.
These sparks.
Yep.
It's kind of similar to the phenomena of the sporadic meteors. I wouldn't say it's that, but it's kind of similar.
Sparklers, fireworks across the sky instead of going vertically. They're going horizontally.
One of the radiant sources is the sun. So, yeah.
Okay. Question, and Orion's here, so I can ask Orion a couple questions on this based on observation. Orion, the light that comes from the sun, do you think it is projected like the headlights on a car, or do you think it's like a light you turn on in a room?
I'm sorry, I don't really know the difference. Is there a difference?
Well, yeah, because if I'm running down an alley, it's pitch black, running down an alley, and a car's chasing me, and their headlights are on me, projecting the light on me, and then I see a building to my right, and I dash behind that building. Am I in the headlights of the car anymore?
Shade from the building, right?
Right, but is it, for me, is it pitch black, or is there still light present?
It would depend.
In the shade? Well, light bounces off of other things, for quite a ways away. Also, there's the stars, so it's not really entirely dark out ever, really.
I was going strictly on the basis of the light being provided is by the car. I'm running down this alley, it's black as hell. I'm only being lit by the lights of the headlights, the projected headlights coming off the car. And there's a building on the right, cool. I dash behind this building. Are the car lights illuminating me any longer? That's my question.
No, they're not.
Okay. So
yeah, no, of course not.
That's the essence of projected light. Okay, so a headlight, flashlight, projected light, right?
Right.
So then I look at the sun, and I think to myself, on a sunny day, I can still go behind a building and read a book. And this is why I look at the sun and I think, hold on a second, the sun is like a light in a room. I'm turning on the light in a room and it's illuminating the room. It's not a projected light. It's not rays that are coming off of the sun like a headlight or a flashlight. It's an illumination that's happening, right? And this is where I say, like, Jemsy made a reference to the luminary essence, and I think, like, with the sun and the moon being referred to as luminaries, it makes a lot of sense versus like projected light, because again, projected light that's a child of the globe model as well, right? Terminator line. Think of the Terminator line. Does that make sense?
Well, so are you saying that with the car and the building example, the car lights, that you wouldn't be able to read a book in the alleyway or behind the building? You wouldn't be able to read a book, but you can, on the shade of a building from the sunlight. Is that the difference you're pointing out?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So my answer to that is just, it's kind of obvious to me. It's just that the sun is really bright and the car's headlights just aren't that bright.
But if the sun is so bright, then how come clouds can cover it?
Well,
completely.
That's just
they cover it, but it's still light out when they do cover it.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, it is still light out. You can still see.
The clouds diffuse the sun.
I think the eyes then, because I don't know why we wouldn't be able to see the sun.
I think the sun puts off two kinds of light. There's like direct sunlight where you can get a sunburn and make solar energy. Mm-hmm. And then there's like a charge, just like a black light tube or a fluorescent light tube. They put gases in there and then apply electricity to it and it makes light. Mm-hmm. So I think the sun might be charging the gases in our atmosphere.
Who puts gases in there?
The people that make light bulbs.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Duh.
But and see, that's where I'm wondering if we look at it from an aspect of we're in a closed system, and I still, guys, like the sun projecting rays. I'm not with that. I don't see it. I've been throwing this thing around my head for a little bit, and I'm still of the opinion that, like, we're in a gas-filled environment. Why wouldn't the designer take advantage of the gas that's in the atmosphere and just use the principles that gas can be used as light?
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. I think that's. I think the sun is charging the atmosphere. There's direct sunlight and a charge.
Yeah, the gases it interacts with.
Yeah, and that's why you get the same. You get the same. The same colors of. You can look up the colors that are in our atmosphere and what are other gases, and then look at what color they turn into when they're charged with electricity. There's like xenon.
Borealis. Yep, Aurora Borealis, right? That's illuminated gases right there that we're seeing.
Yeah, totally.
Perfect example. Interesting.
Yeah.
And now, actually, doubling back to the Orion, I think I'd be able to speak to you on this for actually a quick second. What's the idea that the hotter a flame burns, the colors it goes like red is the lowest, and then goes like green, blue, and then white, I think, or something. Is that right? Color spectrum.
There's yellow too, isn't there? Yellow, orange.
Yeah, I don't actually know that spectrum.
Okay. Because the thing about that was, again, from the standpoint of gases burning, creating colors like greens and blues and these different colors. That was the other thing that struck me about the stuff in the sky, the shooting phenomena, so to speak. That the colors are present, which indicate the colors present to me would be indicative of gases being present. That's what I'm trying to say.
Different gases create different colors in flames.
Bingo. Yes. I'm thinking. Okay, I'm gone now. It's a gas-filled environment, damn it, and I love it. And yeah, say that forever. It makes so much sense.
The funny thing I think about this, that honestly, I think this is the funniest thing. One of the funniest things about the fact that the Earth is flat and stationary, and the sun is just making a circuit above our heads, is that if you think about it, it's almost like as if either one was true, magic is involved, something unknown and magical seeming is involved. But one of the big differences is, one is maybe, I guess, more obviously a creation, and the other one is more like, oh, the Big Bang, there is no God, just the Big Bang, and the Big Bang and gravity are God, blah, 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 blah. But what I'm saying is, like in the heliocentric model, they have the moon falling around. I mean, this is their words. These aren't my words. Falling around the Earth, and satellites falling around the Earth, and the Earth falling around the sun magically in the vacuum of space, with gravity working with this motion of falling downwards. Falling combined with gravity equals orbit, basically. And that's their magical thing, whatever. And then us is we're just simply observing reality. We're observing the sun moving across the sky as the day goes by. But it kind of, even though, it's obvious that we're right and they're wrong, it kind of leaves us wondering, well, gee whiz, what the hell is the sun? And what the hell is powering it,
The sun and the luminaries, you call it magic, but those are effects that are being caused by mechanisms. Those effects that we observe from the ground, and we call it the sun, the moon, the planets, the luminaries, those are part of the design that is part of a mechanism that is above that. So,
yes, I want to be very clear. I'm not saying it's magic. I'm just saying it's magical, seeming like sometimes, not magic.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. So, but that's phenomenon that we observe that is being caused. So the cause and effect relationships, the sun and the moon and the luminaries, those are effects that are being caused.
Jackie, you were saying something.
I forgot what I was saying.
It's all good.
Check out
Just
check
making
out
sure.
the pictures I put up in live stream voice chat.
What did
What?
you do now, CB? Do you have access to the voice chat, Jackie?
Do I have what?
Let me give her the verified role.
Yeah, can you roll her up? Oh, by the way, Jackie, we have ladies' night. I don't know what time zone you're in, but 5 p.m. Eastern every Friday. So if somebody can roll her up for that too, that'd be sick. But yeah, you'll hear guys talking, but the intent is to have the ladies.
I don't care if there's
Jackie,
guys on or not. Like, I don't need to have just guys. I don't need to have guys on.
Yeah, Jackie, take it over.
And talk about what?
Take over the live stream, the voice text, because it's ladies' night. So you're the only lady, so you have to now take over and direct the conversation.
But it's Monday. What?
Yeah, it's Monday.
Oh, it's Monday. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it's you're out of pocket, Gemsy.
I mean, you said ladies' night for no reason, so that. All right.
No, are you kidding? I mentioned it. I said we have ladies' night every Friday at 5 p.m.
But it's
Eastern.
Monday.
You said,
concentrate on the now. Don't worry about Fridays.
Yeah, but what if I have something planned and I can't make it or something? Maybe it's just telling me early so that I can
Stop
plan
with the
for it.
excuses, Jackie.
The only reason I told her is because I think CB or somebody was taking the initiative to roll her in. So because you have to get rolled in for the Friday night, don't you?
She did got the role. I gave her VC verified and ladies' night, so whenever she wants to join and open her mic, it's all good.
Gemsy, I didn't know you were so far ahead of the curve, man. Appreciate you, dude.
Yeah, it's been done.
Thank you.
The ladies' night roll only gives her the notification, I think, and access to the text chat.
The text chat.
Do you want the ladies' night? Anybody else? Like K1?
What's going on, Flatty?
I'll take the ladies' night.
Hey,
What's up, dude?
I
if you're
identify as a lady.
offering, they might be upset though. I can't do it. I've got kids and stuff. It'll look bad.
Anyways, CB was trying to share something. Where is it?
We jacked him like a champion. Where'd it go, CB? What time did you stamp it?
I don't see anything, CB. What's going on?
Wait, what? I wasn't posting.
CB's sleeping. He's sleeping at the wheel.
Beep beep.
Never mind.
I just said I was going to give her the verified role is all. But I think you took care of that, Jimsy, right? Well, I gave it to her already.
I was just saying I put the Noble Gas pictures in the live stream voice chat.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, helium.
Love it.
There's gotta be a lot of helium above our heads.
Was that Yoke Smasher that just talked?
Sounded like napalm, but yeah.
Was that napalm? Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, it was Yoke Smasher.
That?
It was Yoke Smasher.
Dude, I've never heard you talk before. What's going on, Yoke? How are you?
What's up, man? I'm good. I do a lot of listening before I fall asleip, so I don't always talk.
You, man. That's awesome. No, I just love hearing the voice. I'm like, wait a minute, who that?
It's me.
We gotta wait for Batman. We need a Batman spot.
I thought it was Don Pettit. It's not Don Pettit. He's sounding much cleverer these days.
What's going on, Andy? There's Andy. I know that's Andy.
Well, guys, sometimes I have to invite Don over to make sure we have the best cup of coffee ever.
Ever.
Thanks, Don.
That's pretty good off the cuff.
That is actually Don Petty, but he's put in a persona to speak to us.
Reptilians can shapeshift when we need to, and I'm going to shift back into Yoke Smasher now.
Let's go. It goes chugga.
Don, what if there's a hole in the ship? I just put my finger in it.
So what happens if you get a leak on that?
You get a leak.
Then you have a leak.
Yeah.
Duh.
Back in the locker room, we used to say, if there's a hole, there's a hole.
That's it. There's nothing else. That is it.
Hey, don't forget, guy. He's the brightest of the brightest.
Bro, he's so
the
bright. He
longest
shines
running.
brighter.
Isn't he the oldest astronaut, or like the longest running one that's still there?
Hey Jackie, where's Flat Nasty?
He's right here. He's just listening to me talk and telling me like that I'm saying stuff I shouldn't say and stuff like that. Just what I do to him, basically. Like he's
I
doing
don't know if anyone realizes, but we've heard Jackie for hours and hours on you in the background of Flat Days.
Yeah.
No, I'm always in the background yelling or something, doing something. I don't know.
So wait a minute. Is this your first time here then?
Yeah, this is my first time actually talking to
I love it.
people on
Well,
here.
Flatty's got you. I mean, if Flatty's got you on point, then you're definitely part of the family. You know that about that. Flatty doesn't
I'm
bring.
actually the one who got him on point, to be honest.
Listen, I don't know you from Adam. I mean, or should I say Eve? I don't know you from Eve, but Flatty's my dude. So I'm going with the fact that Flatty's edifying you that means that you're good people. Sorry. Pecking order.
That makes sense.
Don't put
But
me
I'm
up
just
like
saying,
that.
I'm the one who told him that it was flat.
Okay.
He's teaching you.
I love it. Yeah, Flat Day
Oh,
Saints
you
wouldn't
talking
know
about
the Earth
Flatty?
is flat.
You guys think I'm talking about Flatty or Flatter Day Saints?
No, I know you're saying Flatter-day Saints, but Flatty, Phatty, our dude here. You and him are people, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. And you put him you told him that it was flat.
Yeah, he thought I was crazy. He told me, he looked at me and said I was crazy.
Wait a minute. Okay, you need to tell this story, because this is pretty epic. Flatty, you okay with the story being told, dude?
No, not me. She woke Flat Day up, not me.
Oh, Flatter-day up. Oh, my bad, dog. Okay, now I understand.
No, they know I'm talking about Flatter Day Saints. They know I'm talking about you, not Flatty.
Yeah, exactly. Flatter Day Saints, the composer, the musician, the artist.
Yes.
So start out the story with telling us how you found out the Earth is flat, and then tell us the part of the story where you tell him the Earth is flat, and he's like, "Oh, what are you talking about?"
Okay. So, actually, he was leaving to go somewhere, and I think he's actually the one who put it on, or put something on, and then put something on the TV, and then when he left, or he went somewhere, I don't know, and then I'm listening to it, and it's all starting to make sense, and like I'm like, okay, and it was the flat Earth thing, and it was Eric Dubay, and I was listening to it, and the one thing that got me was the math. The math is what got me. The 8 inches per mile squared, and not being able to see, like, there's no curve, blah 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 blah. That's what got me, because math is the only true. And I mean, you can do geometry to the sun. Anyways, whatever. So that's how I thought believed it was flat. And so I told him before he was leaving, and he looked at me and he got on the bed and he's like, "You're fucking crazy. What the fuck are you talking about? The Earth isn't flat. What's wrong with you?" And I'm like, "I'm just saying, I think it's flat. I mean, I just watched a video." And then 2 weeks later, he watches a video and he's listening to it in the background. And it's another like Eric Dubay video, probably exactly the one I watched. And then he calls me up and he's like, "Babe, the Earth is flat." And I'm like, "I know, I told you that like 2 weeks ago. You didn't believe me. You thought I was crazy." "No, but the Earth is flat." I'm like, "I know." So that's the story. It's not really a great story, but that's the story.
Hey, just so you know, another way of saying that is the math doesn't check out.
Yeah, well, yeah. Their math doesn't check out. The math that they provide doesn't check out. So.
Yeah. That's why you want to say that instead of the math doesn't lie. Because if you say that, then they'll just be like, then they'll just try to pull some stupid, nonsensical bullshit on you.
Yeah.
Right, you can start with a false axiom. A false axiom and end up anywhere. That's the point. Same with words. They can both be used to trick people, and clearly have been. That's the way I see it, anyway. I watched something fun today. This guy, bit of street activism. Try and post it in the chat. He thinks Google's his god. Poor guy. Google it, mate. Google it.
Yeah, that's a textbook Google Earther.
Oh, by the way, it's no coincidence that it's Google, and it sounds like something a child said, goo goo, gaga, because that's what they think of you. They think of you as children.
No, they think of us as vermin, less than children. No.
We're children of a lesser god.
They like children. They don't like us, so we're not children.
Well said. Well said.
I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
See, there you go. See?
Me too.
Old Sniffer Joe.
You guys see the 3 6s in the Google icon, right?
Yeah, of course.
Andy,
Hey, my physical and mental my physical as well as my mental fitness.
Hey, he did once say he liked children better than people.
Me too.
When I talk to all your folks out in the playground, as I joked inside, everybody knows I like kids better than people. Fortunately, they're like me. That's why maybe I like them. But all kidding aside. Biden is hiding people and sucking the blood of children.
They all are.
Not me.
I hope not.
I see we're joined by DaBomb369. Welcome, DaBomb.
Run.
TikTok.
Yo, what's up, man?
Yeah. So, do we need to defuse this bomb, or do we need to plant a bomb? What's going on?
Oh, no, I've been part of this for years, man. I just come in here every now and then, see what's popping and shit, you know?
But never say anything.
Oh, well, that's good.
Yeah, I'm harmless, man. It's all good. Just here to hear.
Here to hear?
Just here to hear.
Hardy hard.
Sounds funny.
Calm like a bomb.
Calm like the bomb.
So, if I was a ball earther,
I love it.
Yeah, if I was a ball earther and you were going to fire off some rounds, what kind of ammo do you got?
All about... I got everything, man.
Okay.
But it's all about the 5.56, man. It's pretty strong.
Nice.
What I'm here is to ask that the round Earth is a crazy theory, right? And then the flat Earth is too. But what about the hollow Earth? Do you guys know anything about that?
Jesus.
What about
Wait, the flat Earth is the crazy
permission
one?
to field this
I'm
one?
just saying that my house doesn't move. So
No, the hollow Earth. You guys heard about that?
Well,
So what
would
do
you say that they're mutually exclusive?
Are you saying the sea level is going up?
You know, and it's hard to explain.
Hey,
you know?
Sasha.
I believe
No,
100%
that
flat
is
Earth.
concave. Wait, he said hollow Earth, but what you asked is concave Earth. Sasha.
What are you basing?
You know, I believe more towards the flat Earth. You know,
What means
for
hollow?
sure.
Yeah,
is
what are you
hollow?
basing that observation on?
There's a story.
Wait,
behind it.
what observation? Wait, hold on, stop. That question didn't make any sense. But he didn't even say any observation. He was just asking us a question about our thoughts about a subject that was theoretical. What do you talk? What was that question?
Ryan, thanks for clarifying my question again. Appreciated.
I don't get it. All right, so the bomb. I'll ask my question first. Are they mutually exclusive? What I'm asking is, you know, like the Earth. Like I understand it's not a ball myself, but if the Earth were a ball, it could be hollow, and the Earth is flat, and it can be flat and have large cavernous areas underneath the surface that maybe we don't know about.
That's
Okay,
what I think.
so yeah, it just all boils down to epistemology. How do you know what you know? So my response would be, I've thought about it a little bit before. I've heard stories, but I don't know of any direct evidence that there's large cavernous areas, miles
Oh,
in
there is some
diameter
areas too. There is
beneath
some
us.
areas
But
I
I
know
mean, like,
about.
I'm not saying I'm not saying there isn't. Can't prove a negative. But just keep in mind, I can't prove a negative, but it just all boils down to what can you prove. Like, you have to treat this
Okay.
room like a court of law, and it's
All right,
basically,
then.
yeah, we
All right,
don't have
here we
any
go. Here
direct
we go.
evidence of that, but it could be.
There's a
the case.
story of, well, supposedly this is what people say, that Hitler went to the Hollow Earth and shit. He escaped and shit with the submarine. All right, I don't know if you heard about that.
What?
All right, and then there's another one. The Hopi Indians, right? They in Arizona. There's like a mountain or some shit that they go in, and it leads to the Hollow Earth. And there's also some other entrances that lead into the Hollow Earth as well. Different caves and stuff like that. So that's another one.
But there
And
can
then
be
the
caves
one that
in
I learned
mountains,
about it
and that
from.
doesn't mean that the Earth isn't flat. It doesn't have to be hollow for there to be caverns in mountains or
He's not.
whatever like that.
He's not making that argument. He doesn't
I'm not
necessarily
arguing with
believe it's a
nobody.
ball.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more flat, but maybe like there's thickness to it, like a pie. It's hard to explain. I don't know.
Well, I mean, it is unverified.
explain.
Anything beyond 7.8 miles down is
As far as
unverified.
we can
And most
go.
of the space between 7.8 miles down and the surface, most of the space between there and the surface is technically unverified too, because,
Orion,
so I mean,
only
anyway, whatever.
7.8 miles, only 7.8 miles only on one place in the world.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what I just said. Yeah, so they drilled that far down in that place, and then, like I said, all of the space between 7.8 miles down in the surface is unverified still.
Yeah.
And then the main one is the North Pole. Admiral Byrd, he flew in the North Pole, into the Hollow Earth, and he's seen a whole new land in there and all that.
I never heard that it was a hollow Earth from him.
Well, there's a story it's called the Smoky God. It's a father and son that went on like a boat trip, and they actually went to the north right there and got like sucked in that hole or whatever, and they have a story all about it, and then they came back through the South Pole. It's a pretty interesting story, man, and I don't know. You got to read about it. It got me thinking too. That's when I started looking more into the Hollow Earth.
Did they go through?
stories are just
Did they go through
stories.
the wardrobe at Narnia by any chance as well?
Stories are stories, but there's also other evidence, like from the Indians. There's Admiral Byrd.
But until you can take that and go and prove it for yourself, it's not proof. It's just a story.
Well, overall, we argue about how, the round Earth and the flat Earth. Everybody argues about it. There's the proof, right, of the flat Earth that it makes more sense. But overall, it's just like another story too. Everybody's always arguing over it.
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me stop you right there at the bomb. Is it really, or is it your default reality? Like, let me ask you this: do you observe the Earth as flat when you look outside your window right now? Yes,
I mean,
right?
yeah, I would say yeah.
Yeah. So
That's how
you
I think
see it
about
as flat, and even when you're up on a mountain, even when I'm up on a mountain, I see it as flat. Mount St. Helens. It's only 8,700 feet above sea level. It's not that tall of a mountain, but it's still a decently tall mountain. When I'm at the top of Mount St. Helens, I've climbed it twice. I see the Earth is perfectly flat. The horizon's perfectly flat. I don't see any curvature. So we see the Earth is flat. We feel it as stationary, and we do not observe gas pressure existing without a container. So our base axiom is that the Earth is flat and stationary, and gas pressure requires containment. All right. And so it's not just a story, it's reality until you have direct evidence to the contrary. We are not opposed to having direct evidence to the contrary, but there is no direct evidence to the contrary because the Earth is flat and stationary. It's not a ball. If it were a ball spinning in the vacuum of space, we'd be able to prove it very quickly and very happily. But we can't because it's not a ball spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's just reality. It's not a story. It's just the nature of reality. Nothing more. It's just an observation. Actually, if you want to call it with one word, I would just say it's an observation. You observe it as flat.
Yeah, the
you don't have
story
any
word
evidence to
came
the
out right.
contrary.
Yeah, and like you said earlier, Orion, I don't think it's two different theories, really. They pretty much work together. Just because there's stuff underground doesn't mean the Earth's a certain shape, you know? And we know there's stuff underground. There's like entire cities with McDonald's is underground.
We know it's flat, but what's the shape? That's the question.
It's unverified at the moment. You see, the very moment we get more people to wake up to the truth, Dabam, more people to openly acknowledge the truth, then change can ensue and things can happen where you can actually get an answer to that question. But only then.
You only get that answer if you're ready for that answer, and then that person might not be ready for the answer.
Daboom, what is the shape of the lake?
Shapeless.
Yeah. That's a CB trademark right there.
I don't know, man. It has waves. Those waves move. Could be any shape you see.
Yeah.
Now, this is just an idea. This is just like a theory of mine, but the movie Interstellar, where they go to the water planet and it's just flat water forever that's like a foot deep. I think that's what the world is, just infinite. Just keeps going, flat forever.
You know, I didn't see that movie, but I heard it's a really good movie, man.
Those big ass waves on that planet.
I need to watch it, man.
Yeah.
Well,
why would you
it's talking
think
about
that's
water?
true? Why would you guess it's
Yeah, why would you think it's infinite? I mean,
There's no logical reason to think that, because you've never witnessed infinity being demonstrated in physical reality. So why would you believe it does exist in physical reality?
we can't even conceive.
I don't know. We just haven't found where it stops for sure. So I just think it could
that
go
doesn't
forever.
mean it doesn't stop. Like, again, you're saying you believe there'd be infinite water 1 foot deep going one direction or another direction, or any direction. Like that's
well,
material.
I just think that was. I'm saying I think that was kind of like I don't know. I watch movies for like symbolism and weird little underlying tones, and I don't think that this world would be 1 foot deep water. I just think it's what we see here, but maybe it just keeps going really far or forever.
Well, yeah, but even in that scenario, even in that where it just keeps going with whatever one thing or another thing, even then, until what I'm saying is, strictly rationally speaking, there's no reason for you or anyone to think that until they've seen a demonstration of infinity in physical reality. An infinite number of apples, an infinite number of trees, an infinite shovelfuls of dirt. Until you can somehow see that and witness that, there's no reason why it exists.
Why is it more plausible that it's not infinite? Why is it more or less plausible?
Because you cannot claim infinity. You cannot claim infinity. That is something what is not reachable, and you cannot claim that.
But you can with if it's not infinite.
Well, if it's finite, yes. So we observe things as being finite. We can observe things as being finite, but we cannot observe things as being infinite in physical reality. So there's no logical reason there's no logical reason until it can be demonstrated, which I don't think it can be. So whatever.
Well, I don't know if it can be demonstrated that it's finite.
Well, I'm just talking about physical, tangible things. So I can show you a finite number of apples, a large number of apples, but a finite number of apples. I can show you a large number of trees.
Yeah, but there's
only still a finite number of trees.
So, but I don't know why it's more plausible that there would be a container and then something outside of that.
The container thing comes into gas pressure and with how gas works. So gas. So and not even just gas, but just pressure to begin with. So in order to have pressure, you have to have one thing press up against another thing. And the gas that we breathe is omnidirectional. It goes up, down, left, right, forward, backwards. So in order for the gas pressure we breathe, in order for the gas that we breathe to be pressurized, it has to be pressing up against something, up, down, left, right, forward, backwards. That's how we know that it is, because it wouldn't be able to be gas pressure without it pressing up against something. It certainly wouldn't be able to press up against a vacuum, because a vacuum is nothing.
I think there's more. There could be an agenda to finite. Like, because then we wouldn't look beyond.
I think like the higher ups are okay with just poisoning this whole world because they can go elsewhere. It seems like.
Yeah,
and it doesn't have to be
you have to demonstrate. You have to demonstrate that they can go elsewhere. You can't just say that.
Have you seen Admiral Byrd's stuff? I mean, I know it's just a guy saying stuff,
those are
but
stories.
he says there's land.
Those are stories, dude. It's just stories until you can demonstrate them to not be just stories.
Wait, what? The container doesn't stop from being a really big container and being there could be extra places, extra lands still in a contained environment. So you can't just say, we live in a container, therefore there's nothing else out there.
Well, yeah, and I wasn't even making that argument. I was just simply saying that you can't claim infinity.
Yeah, it's not provable.
No,
I started the whole thing by saying it's an idea. It's not like some provable fact I've found. It's just an idea.
I thought you were playing your Don character again. Sorry. Mistake.
Yeah.
Question, Orion, you just explained the idea of gases obviously being present within a room. Gas fills the room, and gas is always present in a room. Now, when we attach that video that shows a large containment unit being crumpled, like sucked inwards, how would you describe that? Like, even taking a steel can, or not a steel can, taking a pop can and crushing the pop can. Would you explain that as a removal of gas, or just you're changing the containment device?
Well, you're changing what's inside of it. It was a vacuum, which was created inside. I'm pretty sure you're talking about the train car that was meant for carrying oil that they destroyed.
Yep.
Yeah, and they destroyed it by pumping all the air out of it until it crushed in on itself.
Yes.
So keep in mind, it's a little bit less impressive what they did there, just when you put in consideration the fact that that's designed for pressure from the inside out, not pressure from the outside in. So they applied pressure from the outside in, and it crumpled itself. So Well, anyway, the point is, I guess it is impressive because it's whatever. But I'm just saying, so it's just a demonstration how even moderately powerful vacuum, well, moderate, subjective, but even a vacuum of that power, I'm not sure what torr value it was, but I'm pretty sure it was a lot less than 10 to the negative 17 torr, probably a lot less than 10 to the negative 6 torr, and it just crumpled like that. But they say we send all this stuff to space, and it the gas pressure inside doesn't find its equilibrium with the gas pressure outside, low pressure outside.
Okay, so
I'm a little confused. I'm sorry, what was your question again?
No, I'm just saying how you would describe that as what happening, though, like with a removal of gas from the containment unit, or the containment unit changing shape, I guess reducing in size, changing shape. Like, how would you describe that phenomena, so to speak, or that thing? No, it's not a phenomenon because we can explain it. So I don't want to be stupid and call it the wrong thing, and you call me out again.
No, actually, I think you're right. It is a phenomena. It's high pressure moving to low pressure. So I would just describe it by them changing the medium on the inside to from regular air, from an empty container full of just air, to a much more empty container containing a very low pressure system, a vacuum, and it's just crushing in on itself until it crushes in on itself and cracks probably at the seams, and lets the air equalize.
Question to everybody, whoever wants to answer this, but How would you? Oh no! How do you think a Glober would answer that question?
The Earth is freaking flat.
Oh, a Glober would just say something like, "Oh, it's just all about scale, man. You guys just don't understand scale. You see, the Earth is just so big, and that container is just so small, and you can't compare vacuums and small vacuum containers to the vacuum space and the whole big Earth, because the Earth is thousands of miles across, and there's an atmosphere, and you guys just don't understand gravity."
Yeah, well, you cut that off at the knees by bringing up how they don't have any measurements to reference a scale in the first place. So, what scale?
So you're gonna go with the ant theory. The ant theory.
Yep.
Check.
The ant on the orange.
The ant on the orange. Yes, I love that because everything is sticky on an orange.
I got a question for everybody.
Go
ahead.
How flat is the Earth? Like, what do you mean by that?
How flat is
flat enough? Flat enough.
Flatter than a pancake.
We say that the Earth is the basin.
Flat isn't level.
I'm not a glober or a flat earther. I'm trying to learn here just how flat.
Yeah, you're definitely not. You're definitely not letters and words on a piece of paper. We know that.
Wait, what?
But we say that the Earth is a basin. It's the basin it's the pan, the container, right? That's the Earth of this pot, so to speak. If you want to really get crude about the description, and there's a lid on top of it.
Okay.
Can I ask him to clarify his question a little bit? What do you mean? How flat is it? Wait, can you clarify your question?
That was a stupid question. But what I really want to know is it round, like around the flat, like at the edge of it, like the way?
Oh, the answer to that, we actually just answered that a minute ago. It's unverified. So the only way we're ever going to know the answer to that question is if enough people openly acknowledge this and we get political support to do things like overturn the Antarctic Treaty that prevents us from independent exploration beyond the 60th parallel south. So once we can get something like that to happen in the future, then we'll have an answer to that question. Until then, it's just unverified.
Okay.
A graphical illustration of what Orion just talked to you about on the 60th parallel would be the Tasmanian Strait off of Australia.
But in that reality, what we know, it's about 72% it's flat.
Yep. Because that's the containment for the water. Unless the water has like some sticky substrate in it. I'm being facetious, of course, but water doesn't. The water we deal with is not sticking to anything. We don't observe stickiness.
Practically, I'm not saying that Earth is flat, but water is flat.
Yeah, water is level entirely. You know, all the oceans are perfectly level. There's no curvature to be detected. Hey, observation. Let me ask you this question. Do you know of any time in the past that anyone's ever made a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth and the method of how they did that to find the radius value of 3,959 miles?
I have no idea, dude, at all. No, I don't.
All right, and I guess you're neutral to it. You believe it may be, but may not be a ball, right? Do you believe it's a ball?
Troll? Did you just call me a troll?
No, ball.
No. I'm asking, do you believe that the Earth is a ball?
Oh, no, I don't know.
A planet.
I have no idea, dude.
Yeah, he's not claiming anything.
All right, cool. Fair enough. Yeah. These are just three questions where I'm just showing you these three questions because it's finding answers to these questions or not finding sufficient answers to these questions that will help you determine for yourself whether, in fact, you are on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space or not.
Right.
So the second question is this. Do you know of any point in time of when anyone's ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth, proven that the Earth is spinning on an axis?
Can I answer that one?
I haven't done any research in any of this, really. I don't know. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't. I don't know. So I'm unaware of it.
Fair enough. And you're kind of neutral to it yourself. You're not really sure if it's spinning or not yourself.
Yeah.
You believe it's spinning?
I'm neutral in all aspects of it.
All right, cool. And then the third question is this. Do you know of any time that anyone's ever demonstrated gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Because after all, we were taught in school that the reason why we have gas pressure here on the Earth is because gas is held to the Earth due to gravity. But we've never observed gas pressure existing without a container. So do you know of any time that anyone's ever demonstrated gas pressure caused by gravity?
I do not.
All right, fair enough question.
Wouldn't pressure be
fair
created
enough answer, I
by?
mean, yeah.
Wouldn't pressure be created by an atmosphere though? Not
atmosphere is the.
Well, just so you know, atmosphere is a misnomer. So atmo means air, sphere is a shape, air is a gas, and gases have no inherent shape. So atmosphere is kind of like gravity and kind of like solar system, in the sense of these are just nonsensical terms that they came up with to basically reinforce the heliocentric model. There's actually some words we use in common day language that don't actually make logical sense or have any relevant meaning of any.
To have atmosphere, atmos planar, or atmos pressure, and a vacuum both require a container. So if you need a container for a vacuum and you need a container for not a vacuum, well then by logical extension, you just need a container.
Be a container somewhere.
The container would probably be what's biblically named the firmament, or some sort of sky covering to provide a pressurized condition for both instances.
Like a snow globe?
Have you ever? Yeah, exactly.
Maybe.
Yep. Very, very, and it just, conconceptually, great.
Yeah.
Like for a new person to grasp the theory, it's not a bad place to go to. There's further to it. I've gone to the one point of almost saying it's like a petri dish with a concave,
like a dinner plate,
a dome,
or like a cake.
No, I say a petri dish, like grade 10 science kind of thing. Like it's got like walls that come up the sides, but they're not very high, and then there's just this dome over top, and that dome itself contains the luminaries, being the sun and the moon. That's just, again, but that's like my theory. Again, like huge disclaimer, of course. Like,
so do you guys also think we're in a different position in the solar system, or do you think we're in where they say we are?
There's no solar system.
Oh,
like we are stable plateau. We are the center of everything. The base. We say that we're the center base, and that's why we say there to go as far as to say we're the basin, because everything kind of extends out from here being the center. And it's literally like the flip that we were taught, because we were taught that we are out there revolving around and so on and so forth, but in actuality everything's rotating around us, right? We observe the movement as it should be, or as it actually is. Sorry.
Kiwi, I have a question for you.
What's up, man?
Who measured the curvature of the Earth from the ancient time till now?
Copernicus theorized it in the 1500s, but I have no idea.
I ask you, do you know who measured it?
Oh no, I have no idea.
Oh, okay. You have no idea of flat Earth. Do you know who measured rotation?
Me?
Yeah.
I have no idea, dude. You know who I am.
Why are you answering the same like an observation?
What do you mean answering the same as observation? I don't know. I don't know. Nobody's observed. Oh, nobody's observed any of that stuff.
Then Orion asked the guy, "Do you know anybody measure the curvature of the Earth?" He said no. You said the same. I don't know. The second question you said I don't know. Also, that means you don't know people.
No idea.
He's upset with you for not knowing.
I know, but Sasha knows. Like he can't use my middle name like that.
Observation. My answer on the first question. What do you think it is?
What do I think? What?
It's my answer on the first question.
What do you think it is, Sasha? Who observed? Who measured the round Earth, Sasha?
I will disappoint you. I have the same answer like you.
Yeah. 3 for 3. We're 3 people with the same 3 answers, right?
Can
I
I
don't know.
just say that Sasha just sounds angry? Okay, he's not actually.
Sasha's always angry. Sasha's just figuring out what to do with himself since he retired. He's like, man,
Why
sit
I
around
work
and
then in,
do nothing.
why I work for in a non-government organization called Center for Peace, Non-Violent
Oh no!
Communication.
And then you retired and got angry.
Yeah, that's also true.
That's hilarious. I worked
That
all
is
my
also
life to
true
be peaceful, and I
because there
retired
you
and got
can find
angry.
out that people also bullshitting. Yeah.
Sasha is the opposite of angry. He's sitting on a chair in front of a garden, looking at birds and insects flying around. And if he sees a bear, he'll wrestle the bear with his bare hands.
I'm not a garden. I'm in Italy now. Tomorrow I'm in Croatia.
Hey, let's go.
I'm on fucking holiday.
This guy. Well done, man. Are you enjoying the holiday?
Oh yeah. Oh, it's only
Good.
fucking cost 37.
Oh, gee.
Not for
You deserve it,
Americans.
man.
It's Celsius.
Okay,
I only observation. Sorry, I only wanted to ask like in this way because it's not new question. It's an old question and nobody knows the answer. You know, it's not only you.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, he was doing a little bit of tongue twist for us. Messes up.
They have stories. Yeah, they can tell you some stories, but real measurement of somebody say, okay, John Smith, 1975, he took that and this and this and this and that, and there it is, and then you see and then you check and then, okay, it was that. But you have not that information. You have Eratosthenes from 2,000 years
I
ago.
have no information on anything about flat Earth or the globe besides basic shit that they, taught in school, which is wrong or right. I don't know.
Okay. Then angry Sasha will tell you. The Earth has dimensions and a radius. That dimensions is 25,000 miles and radius 3,959 miles. When we go to check that in reality, that means with that radius, every horizon of 1 foot height should be 1.2 miles away.
Oh, okay.
And then when you check that math, it's not that we see more and more 10 miles, 20 miles. And there is no curvature. If you look from NASA footage, you will say, "Oh, this is LiveSaver. Look, it's curving. It's there. It's a ball. It must be ball." Then if it's ball from the space, that must be ball on the ground also.
Yeah. So, what do you think about the supposed pictures that NASA has taken of Earth and other planets?
Don't.
You think?
Oh my gosh. Here, can you get access to the chat? Do you see the stream chat? Is it you?
I don't know if you can see.
If you can see the chat, I'm going to post a picture for you. Did you see the Elon Musk post?
I haven't.
No? Okay. Check the chat if you can get there. Give me one quick second to throw it in there for you.
Yeah, he can see the chat. He has VC verified.
Thank you so much, James. I appreciate you, my dude.
Are you in the lobby, or is that where you're posting it?
No, above this voice chat, above this voice chat, there's a channel called VC, live stream voice text.
Okay.
So
live stream voice text.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Huey Buzz, who's that? So yeah, that was just one of the images that they threw into their into the images that they loaded up. But one of our members unpacked the pictures and like detailed them out and totally talked about why it was just they were so horribly fake. Yeah, so unfortunately, no, none of that stuff that makes the cut for any of us here. Like nobody.
Is that how they took the James Webb picture with the
middle name Edward, of course. But yeah. But yeah, James, those telescope pictures are fuck. And unfortunately, it got injured. Right, it got hit by space debris. I think it's the first time that something got hit by space debris in like however long we've been launching stuff into space. But it got horribly injured in action, RIP. And I don't know. But we did get the pictures. That's the main thing. Of the countertop as well with the
Oh,
so I don't know, dude. There's a lot of stuff that NASA just seems to I say a lot of stuff.
Oh, but how do we know that it's the tabletop that they got that picture from? Is that just like speculation or like?
Well, no, but it's the actual.
That's supposed to be a joke.
No, that was a joke from Elon. That's a meme. That's a meme from Elon Musk that he posted, and that's not where they got the picture from. But
it does have an uncanny resemblance, though, doesn't it?
Yes.
Observation.
A little bit. A little bit.
Observation. Did you hear the third question? Do you remember the third question?
Observation.
Something about measurement of something. I don't know.
No, about gas pressure.
About gas pressure?
Yeah, that needs container.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And if you have container, how we went through that container?
How? I'm sorry. What did you say?
If we need container for the gas pressure, because that is at least saying all definitions, how they go through that container?
I don't know.
That means that place maybe doesn't exist.
Maybe.
Like a place to go in, not that doesn't exist. The stars, what you see. I'm not speaking about that. Like a space, what are presented to you, maybe doesn't exist.
Right.
Like a vacuum, you know.
Yeah.
That means if you make pictures for somewhere what doesn't exist, maybe that can tell you some story.
Right. Right.
If you cannot go there, how you can make pictures from there?
Exactly. I agree.
But I want to post you one big GIF, and I want to ask you, what do you see? Because that's important. What do you see? Because I know what I see, but I want to know what do you see on that picture. Only wait, it's a GIF. And it's from ISS. It's from NASA. I need to find it.
I have a question. Earlier, someone said something about gravity.
Gravity.
You guys are talking about atmosphere and gravity, and I just want to know if you guys what's your take behind it? You know,
we don't support gravity.
When you say gravity,
so you can't prove gravity. It don't exist. You're saying, right?
No, we're asking you, what do you mean?
No, when you say gravity, when you say the word, what is the meaning or the definition of that word that you're saying? Is it just a word, or is there something behind it? Can you define it?
I don't really know what you mean by that.
What is gravity?
If you say something about gravity, what do you think people think about gravity?
I was just told gravity is something that pulls. It's like a force that pulls the object towards the earth. You know, when you drop something, the gravity pulls it down and shit, right?
No.
That kind of sounds
wrong,
like Harry Potter to you, doesn't it? It's like saying that the force is this, thing that Darth Vader uses to pull objects.
So what's pulling it down? What is that force? If it's not gravity, what is it called?
Pulling it down, brother.
Buoyancy and density.
Nothing is tugging on you right now. You just don't have the ability to fly. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just like, when you have oil on the water, it's not like the oil is, defying gravity or anything. It's just you're denser than air, and that's why air is above you and you're below air. Simple as. Right?
Yeah.
So that's just a natural phenomenon. It's not anything special. It shouldn't have its own name, I mean.
I see what you mean.
I mean, yeah. Dragon Ball Z, Goku was training in 100 times gravity. It's a really cool idea, man. It's just an idea. It's nothing pulling on you in reality.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but like 100 times pressure,
So why do they teach it, and why is it there then? Why did
Well,
they try to make
they
it
also
something?
said that Santa Claus was coming, and they still tell people that every year. So why do they do this? I don't know.
It's
know that
also just the basis for the
Yeah.
globe, you know. Like
Yeah.
without gravity, it's really difficult to get a globe going. So
They don't make
Why would
sense, right?
they? Why would they lie about all this? Like, it'd be, I don't know. It's
But
just
why are
weird.
they saying Santa's coming?
I mean, aren't people smart enough to know and say, okay, gravity is not real, like you can't prove it then or whatever? Like why you
No,
calling
no,
it
no,
that?
no, not just gravity, like the whole round Earth, the globe, you know, where we are in space and all that. So, like, what would they?
So keep in mind, in order to truly answer that question definitely, we'd have to be in the minds of someone else, which we can't do. We can't read the minds of other people, you know. But we can speculate.
No, I was just wondering if you had any clues to, or anything, any thoughts on it. I mean,
So I mean, there's a lot of reasons. You know, they could be hiding land resources is one potential one, and another one is keep in mind it's very easy to be a godless atheist if you believe you're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space and we came from monkeys and the universe came from the Big Bang and the Big Bang came from nothing. If you believe that.
Fact. I'd say like if the truth about the shape of the Earth is revealed, then like if the whole truth is revealed, you know, I'm not even sure if anyone knows that. Like even the ones in charge, not sure if they know what's going on. But I think that as it stands right now with the globe and outer space and whatnot, it just takes the wonder out of people's lives, you know, and they're like, well, whatever, probably it's atheism, you know, probably that's right. We're just on a
Keep in mind, it functions as a gaslighting operation too. Because I mean, keep in mind, if you can hypnotize people, you know, put them in a state of hypnosis where they believe they're on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space when in fact they're not, then you could convince them to do a lot of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as weird as it sounds, but I do think that, you know, questions of faith, like for example, you know, are you an atheist or not, they influence like 90% of your entire worldview, you know, just it's the foundation on which a person builds his life. So now you got like these, you know, millions of people basically building their lives on atheism. And
Dude, I love your voice. Can you just do me a favor and say, I'm going to suck your blood?
No.
I'm not joking. Put yourself on mute if you're not speaking. I think Lionel is doing a bit of mouth breathing. If you're not speaking, pop yourself on mute, people.
Or use push to talk.
I have this neighbor right across the street. It's funny, he's mowing his lawn right now, but what his little kid will whip out a little toy lawnmower and start following him around and stuff. And, so yeah, go ahead.
I thought you'd say that he would whip out a little globe, you know, he got from his dad, like.
No.
Just spin it a bit.
Well, it's like this is how they look. I feel like this is how they look at you as well. They treat you like a kid, right? They want to get you to think you're playing the game. They think you're really doing something. Like I've used this metaphor before. Like I have a little brother, and I used to play video games, and I'd be playing like a single player game. I'm in it. I don't want to share the controller, but he's like, "Can I play?" I'm like, "All right, man." So I basically pretend like I plug in a controller. I didn't really, and I hand it to him and let him think that he's really playing the game. It's like if I can do this to a little kid, you don't think that like they would try to do that to you, like my neighbor's little kid over there, like fake mowing the lawn. Okay, so yeah, they don't want you in charge. Like they'll handle it. You can just like here's your little controller. You can watch me play.
Well, I think.
Watch this rocket. Watch this rocket go into space.
Yeah, I mean, I think that lots of people are just getting tricked by that, you know? Like, there are lots of fake professions. I mean, even if you take, like, finance or something, you know? Like, there are these people who think, like, oh, we just made so much profit for the company. Well, you know, in reality, the ones in charge, like, it's just scripted, you know? And same goes for physics, I think, where you got, like, these people who spend their lives developing a little part of a huge, like, rocket propulsion drive or some shit like that, and it's just a wasted life, but they don't realize it.
Where are you from, dude?
I?
Yes.
Europe.
Yeah, which part of Europe?
No,
Are you sure it's not Transylvania?
not gonna dox myself, but North Europe, you know.
All right.
Germany,
You see, the thing
Netherlands,
is,
Belgium, Great Britain, one of those.
when you give an answer like that to a question like that, I think you're only becoming more of the cause of the problem of Americans being so stupid they think Europe is a country.
I like that
one. Dude, mud logic.
There's a guy listening right now who's not going to chime in going, holy fuck, I totally thought it was a country. Oh, no.
Dirty. That was so well played.
Stop trying to dox people, Andy.
What's? I'm sorry, I don't even know what that means. Does that mean I'm trying to find out where they live?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jews. If I tell you my country, you're going to
Auntie house and say,
yeah.
Knock, FBI, open up.
They don't have any Jehovah's Witnesses at my doorstep for like at least 10 years, you know. So you never know.
I like accents. That's all. I like.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's cool.
Well, where are you from then, Andy?
North of England.
Can't you tell? I'm from the middle of England. I'm right in the centre of the UK.
A bong based.
He's from District 9.
Yeah, well, no, I think it's 12 actually.
Come on, England! Boom, boom! Score some fucking goals!
No, definitely District 9 with all them fucking prawns.
Sneaky fucking prawn.
Futsuck, man.
Okay, fellas, gonna go as well. Have a good time.
Take care, dude.
All right, okay.
Thought that there was an epic global debate going on here, but no glow proof. Hey, yeah, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure as well. Thanks.
Be well, Ocean Man. Thanks for stopping by, dude.
Yo, see you.
Peace.
Hey, deuces. The walk-out music. Let's go, CG.
Yeah, it's so good.
Chucking up deuces.
You're the last one. Complete the mission.
We got another Brit in here, Flatty. What's going on?
They're taking over. We're taking our world back.
Guys, the kid is out following dad around with the lawnmower. Let me take a video. He doesn't have his fake lawnmower with him, but he's following daddy around with the lawnmower. It's so funny, dude. People are so easily tricked.
So, guys, I've come up with 3 different events that we can do here. We've got Flat Earth Court, right? So when you roll up, if you're going to speak, you know, you have to present your case like a lawyer in front of a judge and a jury. So we could have a whole event like that. That'd be fun. There's a role reversal day. We could have a whole day where like people pop in. You got to put your baller cap on, right? Maybe we get the new guys who are globe earthers. Maybe we get them to do a little role reversal, and they'll realize quickly how little they understand about flat Earth. So that can be beneficial in that regard. And what was the third one? Hold on one sec. Oh yeah, article night. Because I think Google knows I'm a flat earther or something, because they're always sending me articles and different space news and stuff. So it'd be hilarious to just start reading off all these silly articles that they've been posting for the last couple years. I think this would be, yeah, man. I think that's a good one too, because like you can almost like shock a baller out of their own belief. You know what I mean? Like, hey, did you realize that they said there's marbles on the moon? They'd be like, what? No, that's bullcrap. And then you show them the articles, and they have no choice but to like start sweating. So, yeah, that'd be a funny night. So, but those are, I think we should do that. That'd be funny.
Yeah, I was just somebody was talking about something about, I can't remember what the conversation was. I think it was the new chick. What's her name? Oh, I can't see it.
Jackie.
I can't remember what he said, but something about people devolving and things like that. And it got me to thinking. Yeah, I don't think people are any more stupid. I think it's just the discernment that's disappearing.
Yeah.
The reasoning faculties. That is, you know, when you think about this fella on that video that I posted, and he's saying, "Google it, mate, Google it." Google it. Like Google's fucking infallible all of a sudden. And it's just, what? Google it? That's last place. I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. Google's pretty good. But still, it's just funny to listen to mindset of people. You know, it's actually...
general. You can find good information in Google.
Yeah, of course. There's some good... yeah, Wikipedia as well. There's some good information there.
Yeah, I don't know how much you're in the chat, Andy, but it's really funny when people bring this point up. When the Google Earthers start speaking, I'll just Google it. There's a funny meme we'll post where it shows side by side somebody searching like, is the Earth a globe, or what shape is the Earth, and it says it's a globe. And then the other one says like, can men get pregnant? And it just says yes. So it's like really funny to hold people. Yeah. So you get all your answers from Google, right? Yeah. So, but it just shows they don't really know about what they're talking about. There's this overarching nebulous idea of a globe that they all share, but if you just scooped up a random 10 globe earthers, they don't know the specific details, what size it is, what is gravity, what is the distance to the sun, all these things. They have no clue. That's why he's saying, oh, just Google it. Well, dude, do you even know what you would Google to? Like, come on, man.
Well, that's where we have the advantage, because we want to look.
Oh no, they got her.
You're roboting, Jackie.
I guess the satellites aren't working over there where Jackie is.
They just downgraded her 5G into 2G.
So, I would think. I was saying that we were all once globers at one point, so we know the globe. But they don't know the globe, obviously. They just spout off numbers. That's all I'm saying.
Well, they don't even know the numbers. That's a sad thing. They have no clue. You ask them how
Yeah, I know. Like you were saying, they have to Google them.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's better for them not to know the globe because that information is just bad for your brain. I think it causes brain damage.
Well, yeah, clearly, yeah. That's why, I mean, it's fun to send people on wild goose chases looking for something that isn't there. It's kind of, but that's really the only way to do it. If we just start telling people openly, hey, you know, the Earth doesn't move. Like they don't like that. So if you send them on a chase to go find out who measured the Earth movement, and they find out they don't find anything, then they have to come to some sort of realization they're on their own. I didn't provide you with anything. So.
And you sometimes find flat earthers arguing really hard, trying to explain a globe or how the globe works, and I'm like, bruh.
They're not ready to hear it. They're not ready to hear that the Earth is flat. That's why they're not getting it. That's why they don't understand it. They're not ready.
But exactly. You can't understand something that doesn't exist. That's why it's difficult for some people. Because even if they actually believe that the Earth is a spinning globe, sometimes you explain this stuff to them and it just doesn't make sense. It's just a case for some people. But if you say level, containment, gas pressure, talk about certain things that people experience in their day-to-day, they do get it.
Well, yeah, you have to drag them outside. You have to pull their head away from the screen, take them outside, and start asking them, okay, now what out here tells you you're on a globe? Anything?
I've seen people deny to look up when you ask them to look up if there's chemtrails. They won't even look up. They won't even look.
Well, yeah, they look at the screen.
Dude, I've noticed that before too. You're pointing right at one, and they're like, "Yeah, I know what you're talking about." I'm like, "No, look at it. No, look at it." And they're like, "No, I don't want to." Like, "No, look at it."
Yeah, I don't want to. And they won't look. They'll turn away because they're not ready to hear. They're not ready. They're not evolved enough to hear this information. The only people that are evolved enough to hear this information hear this information.
Yeah, I think it's for those who are ready for sure. But it's crazy. People, it's a defense mechanism. If I don't look at it, then I don't have to, let it challenge my beliefs.
That's the ego. That's the ego wanting to hang on.
Yeah, that just shows you're
coward.
Might be in a religion.
Dude, she's talking about ego, right? So think about the ego, and gentlemen and lady, think about the paradigm shift, finding out the truth. It tickles in the worst way.
Yeah, it's a death of sorts. That's the reality of it. Because they've got part of their identity tied up in this thing. So if you rip it away, you're literally killing them.
Yep.
So that's why I don't mention it to people. I only talk to you now about this because I lost a friend about 3 years ago over it, and I'm never going to talk about it with any normies ever again. Quite frankly, unless I start drinking again, in which case I'll be on me soapbox.
How many normies did you talk about it originally with?
What? I've got like Tourette's when it comes to truth. I can't help myself.
The reason why I'm asking that like that is because when I go out into random public places, like when I'm walking through the parking lot of a grocery store back to my car, and I'm handing out these flat Earth cards on my way back to my car, it's like 70% positive reaction I get from people when I tell them just outright.
That's great.
I mean, there are globers out there, but they're kind of like 30%. I mean, maybe on the high end, 40%. Like they'll like scowl at you and give you like a dirty look or whatever. Like I have a friend that I hand my cards to, and he hands them out to people only because he's entertained. Like he's made this clear to me. He hands them out to people and tells people the Earth is flat. Only not because he likes waking people up. He doesn't care. He does not care if people are awake to the truth or not. He does it only because of the people that react in a negative way. He thinks it's funny.
Yeah. Well, what I meant is, if somebody's talking to me in such a way where I feel that they are ready for it, then I will tell them. Otherwise, in civil, normal discourse, I'll just smile and that's what I mean. I'll go through the motions in a passing conversation. That's what I was talking about.
I'm kind of with Andy on on this just a little bit because I feel like, well, I know Orion spends a lot of time on the front lines talking to people like out there. I spend a lot of time in the front lines in the lobby and stuff like that, and you definitely get a sense of, all right, is this person worth my time? Is this person worth anyone's time at this point? You know, just like, so you do have a threshold of like, you know, this person is just completely a waste of time. Versus, all right, I'm going to talk to this person about some things, even though it might not go swimmingly. I'm still going to, you know, give it an effort.
I mean, literally, how many people have you guys turned? Becoming like that, you know for sure. I mean,
that friend that I hand those cards to, that'd be one. He was a Globe believer, at least. Yeah, he was a Glober for, you know, a good couple months. He was just like, you know, kind of just brushing it off, not really saying anything about it. And then finally one day out of the blue, he shows up with another friend and just starts arguing with me about the Earth. Like he was accepting it being flat. He was accepting it being stationary. But for some reason, the lights moving above his head were confusing him, and he was arguing with me about that. And it basically boiled down to me just laughing and saying to him, like, you know, Adrian, you're not making any sense. And he's like, no, you're not making any sense. No, it's not my fault if you can't understand this. And like, we leave on good terms, but then like, you know, 2 weeks later we go on a road trip together, and like, you know, he's talking to me like a flat earther from that point onward. And now he hands these cards out to people, and he loves them because, quote, his boss hates them. Like he has a job that's like a very high job, a very nice job, where he can hand these cards out to all the employees and all of his bosses and even some of the customers, and he won't ever get fired for it. He does it, and he just loves it how his boss just is like, you know, a complete Glover, but like doesn't want to fire him. He's too valuable of a worker.
It is funny to see people react, get all emotional, get invested in their feelings about this.
They get so mad. People get so mad.
It doesn't really make sense, to be honest. Like, if it was really a globe, do you think I'm going to stomp my feet and start having a tantrum or something? Hell no.
Yeah.
Dude, I mean, I would be like, no temper tantrum, but it would be like, okay, so then how was I deceived? Like, I mean,
yeah,
you know, that doesn't answer like all of this stuff. Like, where did all of this flat Earth evidence come from? If you know what I mean, like how is this? You know, where's the flaw? Where's the problem in the education system or in society or in whatever? Like, why is there this disconnect where we had to go through all this shit in order to, you know what I mean? It still wouldn't answer everything.
But you also have to factor in, why are they suppressing it too? Why are they trying to suppress it so much?
Okay, hold on. Don't even bother with motive. Because, again, and CB, we were chatting about this earlier today, CB made a really good point. You can't build a court case based on motive, right? You need evidence. So let's just stick with the fact that we have evidence. So just because, like, the theoretical aspect of it will be here forever. Because we'd be throwing, it's like shotgun aspect, right? Okay. So just looking at it from an aspect of what we considered. Now, a good point was raised. What's your first question if you found out that where we're at, it's totally the opposite? My first reaction would be, so the Coriolis effect is real?
I think my first question was, who made this place then? But,
I don't think you'll ever find the answer to that unless you die.
It comes down to standard of evidence. If people can't let go of their incredulity, then that'll be enough for them.
Yeah, and so Lou, like, what I said was a little facetious as well, because it's too late. The nail's already been hammered into the coffin, right? Globe's dead. We already know it's flat. But the point is that I don't think we're like, this isn't an identity thing. You know what I mean? We already made the switch from globe to flat. So I don't think we really care about which one it is really.
It's just what is the truth.
Yeah, well, and I mean, I'm particular. Like, I like to think of myself as kind of a thinker. You know, I think I've got a pretty sound train of thought and logic, and it wasn't easy for me to switch to flat Earth. It took a lot of time and convincing. Like, I had to see a lot of stuff. So if it turned out I was wrong, like, how do I unsee that stuff? You know, it's like there's still a problem. It just doesn't work for me. I need a better, fuller understanding of what the hell happened.
No, I feel you.
And you don't have to have degrees to or you don't have to have college degrees or anything like that to have an understanding of the world either. I mean, that doesn't make you smart just because you went to school, because the schools are indoctrinated anyways, but you do have to know what they're talking about.
Don't worry, Lou. Don't worry, Lou. The space travel will be, open to the public, and regular people like you and I can go to space next year. You'll see. The Earth is a planet.
Right.
You'll see.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
This is what happened. People wanted power, so they started lying. And they're lying about the globe, the NASA, and all that.
Here's the deal. Here's what happens.
They're lying about having power.
They're like, hey, look how dumb humans can be sometimes. Let's capitalize on that and only that.
Yeah.
All right? Sweet. Here we go.
Exactly.
Yeah, well said.
So that's what they do every day.
It is weird, though, Jackie, when people start to say, well, this person has a degree, so everything